I will hand things over to Steve Everett for the opening remarks. Steve Everett is the provost here at the Graduate Center and senior vice president. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Yale. Good morning. My name is Steve Everett, but as Saul would probably say, that tells you nothing about who I am actually by naming me that. But I do want to welcome you to this event. To give tribute to Saul Kripke, Saul is one of those people that transcends the role of a faculty member. I mean, the Grad Center has been really instrumental in bringing some of the greatest minds to New York to transform our students' lives. Every once in a while, you find someone who goes beyond sort of the role of an institutional faculty member and who takes on something bigger than the person itself. And in some ways, I think Saul fits that definition as much as anybody I've ever known. Saul Kripke is now passed. It's been 235 days since his passing on September 15th. But already, I think, starting to see there is the celebration today in this examination of both the man that many of us knew, but also the Kripke ideas, the Kripke thinking is now being celebrated, which sort of transcends the man, as many people will not know him going forward, but his ideas will live on in people's thinking and transformations of ideas, of modal logic, all the different ways that he's really created a way for us to see the world in a very different way. And I think that rarely happens with someone's ideas sort of transcend their own legacy as a person, and I think Saul Kripke is one of those. And so I appreciate everybody's willingness today to continue celebrating today both the person and also the future ideas of this morphogenetic transformation, perhaps, of the Kripke idea. I mean, if you're a modal logician, you've already sort of codified Kripke into the letter K, which is already sort of become a reference not to the person, but to the Kripke idea of systems of modal logic thinking. So this is an extraordinary, I think, moment. This will not be the last time we will be celebrating the Kripke idea at this institution. I think it'll be embedded into what we do going forward. And so I appreciate you guys coming out and starting this process as the beginning of really understanding what is the power, the impact of what Saul contributed to all of us, not just in the philosophic world, but I think, I'm not a philosopher, but I knew of his work and I knew of how he really sort of revolutionized the thinking of what comes through the naming of necessity and truth that is challenging the idea that truth is not a priori. So there's so many things that I think that Saul, his contribution to everything that happens at the Graduate Center and to all intellectual thought can be attributed to him. So I'm looking forward to hearing some of your conversations and your examinations and your reflections on him today. So once again, thank you to Yale, Weiss, and to Romina Birman, who are running the Saul Kripke Center at the Graduate Center. We are committed to keeping the center going, to making sure that it continues to reveal the kind of the thinking that we find on many of the audio tapes of the seminars and lectures that Saul did are still yet to be transcribed and yet be released. So that will be the work over the next few years, is to continue to make sure that Saul's ideas will be out into the world for everyone to really challenge and to debate. So thank you all for coming this morning, and thank you for Yale and for organizing this great event today. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Steve. Next up, we have Mircea Dumitru with the first reminiscence.
Good morning, and thank you for inviting me. I'm happy to be here with you and to share some of my memories with and about Saul, but also sad not being any longer with Saul. Saul Kripke has been and will always be my philosophical hero. I was an undergraduate in the philosophy program at the University of Bucharest between 1980 and 1985. In communist Romania at that time, one can easily imagine that the philosophy curriculum was dominated by some dogmatic and rather dull version of Marxism. Fortunately, the even more obnoxious and primitive Stalinist version had already died one generation ahead of my time. So I was in my early 20s when I first got to know Saul's philosophy through a Romanian translation of some fragments of some of his works. Ironically, the book which contained that translation was an anthology of analytic philosophy published by the printing press, for it was not a publishing house, of the Academy of the Romanian Communist Party, not to be identified with the University of Bucharest, which I graduated from in 1985. The editor and translator of the papers in that anthology was also a graduate of the same program that I graduated from, 10 years my senior, the late Dr. Radu Solcan. This little story is an indication that at least some of my professors back then at the University of Bucharest were very courageous, open-minded, and also knowledgeable about who was who and what was going on in analytic philosophy at that time. For me, and for some of my colleagues then, the experience was mind-blowing and eye-opening. The contrast between some Engelsian and Leninist commentaries of Hegel and Marx that we are supposed to read, and the strong, cogent, but also intuitive, clear, and very powerful ideas and arguments we found in Kripke couldn't be greater. Kripke's ideas had an effectively liberating power over and effect upon us. It was a game changer of our mindset. In a way, Saul, who has always been the paragon of analytic philosophy, had on me, and upon a few others in my generation, the strong impact of an existentialist type of thinker, for he modified not only our ways of thinking, but also he freed us from the grip of the political ideology of that time in the Soviet bloc, and awoke us from the dogmatic slumber of the oppressing Soviet sly interpretation of Marxism. Then in the 1990s, after the fall of the communist regime in Romania, for a period of 4 years, I have been a PhD student at Tulane University, having as my PhD supervisor Professor Graham Forbes. Again, Saul filled a lot of my mental space and philosophical training. Suffices to mention just one essential thing. The topic of my PhD dissertation was on Kripke frames and general frames, namely model framing completeness and how to account for this curious semantic phenomenon through second-order logic. A second dissertation of mine, which I defended at the University of Bucharest upon returning back home, was on belief and attitude ascriptions. Saul's A Puzzle About Belief played a prominent role in that work of mine as well. However, the apex of my connecting to Saul's work and to Saul himself came after 2000. In 2001, I had my translation into Romanian of Naming and Necessity published by All Publishing House. There is already a second revised edition of that translation, which was published by Polyron Publishing House in 2021. I brought with me a copy of that edition, which this is the copy, I want to leave it with the Saul Kripke Center here. Last summer, when I met Saul in Hudson for the Kripke Fest, I gave him that second edition of my Romanian translation. Teaching Saul's philosophical works at the University of Bucharest has been the most important part of my activity as an instructor there. So you shouldn't be too much surprised, I guess, to find out that many Romanian philosophers, graduates from the University of Bucharest, are familiar with his views from Naming and Necessity, Identity and Necessity, A Puzzle About Belief, or Wittgenstein on Rules and Private Language. However, the thing that most touched me personally happened in May-June 2011. At that time, I was a vice president of the University of Bucharest, soon to become the president rector of that university. I had the initiative to honor Saul, bestowing upon him the honorary degree of Doctor Honoris Causa. The Senate and the board of the university unanimously accepted the proposal, thereby honoring our university as well. Consequently, I wrote an email to Saul, letting him know about our wish and proposal. To my amazement, he answered back telling me that he accepted the title and the invitation to visit Romania. I literally was in awe. I recall one morning telling my wife that I got this email from Saul. For me, it was like getting an email from God himself. For some days, I was ecstatic. Saul came down to Bucharest, but unfortunately, he already had a lung condition. I suppose it was a severe cold or pneumonia that eventually worsened and should be treated in a hospital, which is what we have done. I recall that I was so scared about all this that I felt the need of making use of some of my influence with that university hospital in Bucharest. I was telling the doctors to take good care of Saul as if they would take care of Aristotle of our time. They did not know about Saul at that time, now they do, but they knew some things about Aristotle. Kit Fine was in town because I organized for the whole Kripke Festa conference, and I invited several philosophers to talk about his work. Unfortunately, Saul was not able to participate into the conference organized in his honor. So I took Kit to the hospital to see Saul, and we spent half an hour or so together talking about various things. Both Saul and Kit were very happy to see each other after some years, and they were very emotional. Saul, being Saul, that is necessarily identical to himself, told Kit and me how well they treated him into the hospital because they let him watch TV free of any charge, whereas when he had been admitted in a Manhattan's hospital, he was supposed to pay to watch TV. The day of the Doctor Honoris Causa ceremony came, the 3rd of June 2011. Professor Kripke was much better by now, and he gave to a fully packed lecture hall of about 250 people a marvelous lecture about his philosophical journey. In answering my laudatio, which in itself is a lecture and part of the ceremony which is meant to honor the achievements of the honorary doctor, and I still have a copy of this laudatio, which I cherish very much, Saul jokingly made a comment reminiscing the Talmudic query of whether one can learn Torah while standing in one's foot, for he saw that my clear and comprehensive presentation of his works could teach people the Kripkeana while they're standing on one's foot. What wonderful and dear memories indeed. Last summer, I had the chance to see him again in person at the 50th anniversary conference celebrating naming and necessity in Hudson. I didn't know that it was for the last time that I saw Saul. This is why I cherish the memories of him taking my hands into his hands while we bade goodbye in the lobby of the hotel and we were ready to leave. And he said to me, "You know, Mircea, I have some very fond memories of my visiting Bucharest." Saul now lives in our own memories for as long as we are going to live, and in the long-term memory of the history of philosophy for how long philosophy will have a history. I owe him my career, literally, and I really mean this. He did not hire me to any position or something, but hadn't it been for him and his tremendous work, I would have had a completely different path in my profession, if any at all. For all that, I owe Professor Kripke a great deal of moral and professional debt. Thank you, Saul. Thank you very much indeed.
Okay, next up we have Eduardo Barrio.
Well, thank you, Yael. Thank you, Romina. Thank you, everybody, to coming. It's a really big honor to be here, believe me. Saul was my friend, and it's really important to be with you here in this opportunity. I am going to speak about three aspects of my relationship with Saul. One is about me. Another aspect is about Argentina. I am from Argentina. And the last one is about BA Logic. I am the director of this group. And as you know, Saul have a lot of influence between us and him. So I met Saul here, exactly in this building. I don't remember exactly when. Maybe in 2003 or 2004, he was teaching here. I believe that he was teaching about philosophy of math in a seminar. It was a small group of students, and I arrived to the room. I go in. I am not completely sure what exactly my behavior, believe me. For me, the experience was to meet to Aristoteles or Kant. It was a shock, believe me. It was my first time with Saul. This is maybe the first picture together. It was exactly in a cafe, relatively in the west side. I don't know, maybe you know exactly which cafe it was. In that time, Saul loved this place. I have a funny history connected with this picture. Believe me, maybe it's an iPhone 1 or iPhone 2. It's not so good, you know, in that time. But it's my picture. It was a crazy situation. Believe me, maybe you know, I am always on time. But in this opportunity, I arrived late. It was practically my first experience with the Subway Express service to the west, and I didn't know that. So I had to take the local and take the express, and maybe arrive to the Harlem. It was crazy. I arrived half an hour late. Well, it was the opposite way. Romina always arrived late, but I never. But it was a funny meeting. And this is another picture here, exactly in the main door in this building. Maybe you could recognize the situation. It was exactly 10 years ago. I didn't remember exactly when was this. Apparently it was the presentation of the philosophical travels. Maybe this is the opportunity. And in that time, I met very well Saul, so it was a different experience to arrive to this meeting for me. This is a crazy picture with Paula Teijeiro, that is part of our group in Argentina. Maybe you recognize the situation. It's in a hospital here. She has a bicycle accident in the Manhattan Bridge. And we came together to the hospital. It was an strange experience. In Argentina, health is free, but not here. And so I didn't know, we didn't know exactly. But we called to Romina, and Saul and Romina came to the hospital and helped, unfortunately, that. In last presentation, Saul came to the hospital in Romania. Here, we come to the hospital in New York. What is a different experience, believe me. So this is in the Kripke Center here in the 7th floor. I remember this situation. Yiannis was there with Romina. Remember, we are talking about the modal logic, and we have a video with Saul talking about the creation of the model Kripke in that opportunity. It was amazing for me. Listen to the story. I listened that story a lot of time, but every time that I listened, the story was a turning point in my life. You know, we live in a crazy situation last year. This was in the middle of the pandemic. We have a lot of meetings together, maybe every week, and have a lot of conversations about philosophy, and I believe that it was part of our time in the COVID time. Influence in Buenos Aires. I don't know how many times Saul came to Argentina and Buenos Aires. Maybe 10, maybe more. I don't remember exactly the number. Obviously, each visit was a turning time in the life, the philosophical scenario in Argentina. I remember very well the first time he gave an important talk in the National Library in front of the Minister of Culture. And believe me, I have a lot of funny stories about the show of Saul on the Minister of Culture. It was crazy. I told to Romina, maybe it's my last time in Argentina, but it wasn't. It wasn't. Obviously, Model Kripke reached the designator in metaphysics, in following rules. A lot of topics are really important in the Argentinian scenario in philosophy. This is a very important picture. Is Saul, is relatively young, you know, with Tomás Moro Simpson. Tomás Moro Simpson is one of our more important philosophers in Argentina, very well known. He was the first philosopher in Iberoamerica that produced a book in analytical philosophy in Spanish, yes? So it's really important, and this picture is also very important to me. It was a really good conversation. And here is with Tomás Moro Simpson and Gregorio Klimovsky, that was another very important philosopher in Argentina that worked in philosophy of science. Gregorio and Tomás were the part of the fathers in analytical philosophy in Argentina. This is in the National Library, or in the Faculty of Philosophy. I could remember exactly was. This is in our research institute in Argentina, in the SADAF, the Society of Philosophy, the Analytical Philosophy. This was a picture during a conversation with a small group that we discussed topics about truth and fixed point, and it was amazing, the discussion, believe me. It was incredible conversation about the topic. This is in the same place. I love this picture. You could say the face of Saul discussing with passion, logic, and philosophy. And this is another meeting in the same place, in SADAF, when Saul made a presentation, a funny presentation about Quine and Descartes. Maybe you know the paper on the presentation. It's a little crazy, but it's funny. The picture is really good. It's really Argentinian gesture in the scene. One doubt that I have is Saul understanding Spanish. I have an hypothesis. maybe yes. I don't know. This is an important picture. University of Buenos Aires has a program that we teach in jail, in the prison, and we and Federico Penelas, that is in Zoom now, teach the book of Saul with the prisoners, and told to Romina and Saul about this situation. And this is the picture when Saul want to support the activity, our activity in jail in the University of Buenos Aires program. Here, this is my seminar during the pandemic in the University of Buenos Aires. It's a degree seminar. We discussed the adoption problem, and Saul came. It was amazing. Believe me, for the students, it was amazing. It's like have a cant in the screen during a seminar in the university. Was another turning point for the students in Buenos Aires. Influence in our research group in BA Logic. I could give a one-day talk about that. Yes, we have a collaboration project in the NIH here in United States, together about working on truth, and we have a lot of activities together. We have an infinite number of conversation about truth, fixed point, etc., etc. This is a really good picture here in this building with Graham, Mel, and Saul, and the part of the Buenos Aires Logic Group. We organize a meeting on meta-inferences and the logic of that, and we really enjoy this meeting with Saul. Here, this is not here, it's in NYU. It was during the seminar on truth that gave by Harty, Graham, and Saul. I am from Argentina, you know, I love soccer, and it was to have Dibu Martinez, Messi, and Julian Alvarez together, yes? Graham, Saul, and Harty together in a seminary on truth. It was amazing, believe me. This is Saul working with part of our group, with Bruno Darré, Damián Smook, and Paula Tejero. We were working together on a project on truth and the material of the Princeton seminar, and the discussion about the conversation with Saul about details were completely amazing. This is the same situation about the discussion. I believe that it was a discussion about the chapter 4 or something like that. And this is Saul during a presentation here during the pandemic situation. It is a presentation in the younger seminar of logic here. Camilo is in the screen giving a talk, and this is the more beautiful face of Saul listen to the presentation. Well, I hope that I could show you what was so important Saul in my life. Some people changed the world, and Saul was clearly one of them. And I want to say thank you, Saul, whatever you are. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Eduardo. Next up, we have our own Graham Priest.
I can't perambulate. All right. Saul was a unique person. No, I mean really unique. He revolutionized at least 3 areas of logic and philosophy. I'm going to mention those 3 and interject a few comments of personal reflection. So the first area is non-classical logic, okay? Saul produced a theory of worlds and their application of modal logic when he was a young whippersnapper, when most of us are thinking about kind of less profound things like sex, maybe. But Saul was already, when he was in his teenage years, producing a work that changed the face of logic with the theory of worlds. There were other people who were working on that at the same time in different places, but it was Saul who really nailed it. And like many people in the late 60s, early 70s, I was skeptical. I didn't like the metaphysics of possible worlds, and so I didn't really care for their application. But I changed my mind later. When I wrote Introduction to Non-Classical Logic, it became clear to me, and that was in the early noughties, it became clear to me that non-classical logic has two very important and powerful techniques. One is being many-valued, and one is worlds. And they're so powerful that they can be applied in many, many different and profound ways. And so I came to think of worlds, whatever you make of them metaphysically, as one of the most important techniques of non-classical logic. So Saul produced one of the most important techniques of non-classical logic in the 20th century. That was his first revolution. The second revolution concerns the philosophy of language. So, of course, the work on modal logic was connected with his philosophical essay, Naming and Necessity. And I heard Saul give the Naming and Necessity lectures in London. It would have been in the early 70s. Saul was already quite a celebrity by then. One of my friends who was a research student at the time said, "Hey, there's this bloke giving a lecture, Kripke, you should come and hear it." I thought, okay, fine. He said, "Yeah, so this bloke Dummett," now Dummett for you Americans, dominated British philosophy in the 70s and 80s, okay? And so my friend said, this Dummett, he's got this book, Frege, Philosophy of Language, and he ripped it off the press and just to write an appendix to one of the chapters dealing with Kripke's views, which were very different from his own. So Saul was already well established then. Anyway, I went to the Naming and Necessity lectures, and they were, my God, they were impressive. There were 3 of them, and Saul talked for an hour, maybe 2 hours on each occasion. As far as I can see, he had no notes. But his presentation was profound, it was crystal clear, it was thoughtful, and the thing was just so structured in his mind that he didn't seem to need notes. It just was beautiful. I mean, these were some of the best lectures I'd ever heard in philosophical logic. I have ever heard on the philosophical logic. The philosophy of naming and necessity is, of course, more contentious than the work on the semantics of modal logic because it's philosophy, and that's always going to be more contentious than logic. But it's clear, or it was clear to me, that if you look at the philosophical line that Saul runs in Naming and Necessity, he was just taking the formal semantics and he was kind of reading off the philosophy from the mathematics. And this is a fantastic way to construct a coherent philosophical view. It's not unique to Saul. That's exactly what Wittgenstein, another great of philosophy, did in the Tractatus. He had this new canon of logic, which he inherited from Russell and maybe Frege. And if you read the Tractatus, then what Wittgenstein does is just take the mathematics of Frege-Russell logic and read off the structure of the world from it. And that's exactly what I always thought that Saul had been doing in Naming and Necessity. In fact, some years later, when I got to know Saul personally, I asked Saul, was that what you were doing? Were you doing a Tractatus? And he said, yes. So I think one thing that illustrates is the power of formal logic and mathematics outside a narrow technical domain. I think that's not the only place or time where this happens in philosophy, but I think when it's done well, as Wittgenstein did it and as Saul did it, it's really effective just because it ties down the metaphysics so hard. Whether you think they're right or not, that's another matter. but the precision and the accuracy is great when it's achieved this way. Okay, so that's the second Kripke revolution. I've dealt with modal logic, I've dealt with his philosophy of language. The third one concerns truth. I'll get to that in a second. But first of all, I want to interject a few sort of personal recollections before I get to that. The first time I saw Saul was in London in the early 70s for the Naming Necessity lectures. But the first time I met him in person was a lot later. And I remember the occasion now. I was giving a talk here in 2004, I think it was. Sort of effectively, it was a job talk, I realised in retrospect. And I was talking on dialethism, the view that some contradictions are true, and, you know, something I've talked about quite a lot before over the years, and so there's nothing very new in that. But I remember that during the discussion, you know, certain issues came up, as they often do. And one issue that came up was, what's the difference? I mean, some things are true and false, and some things are true but not false. Okay, that's fine. And someone said, well, yeah, okay, but I mean, well, what is the difference between these two things? So I said, well, geez, look, some things are true and false, and some things are true and not false. How can I say it more plainly than that? And Saul, who was sitting in the front row, keeping his eyes on me, piped up and he said, I'm not going to imitate Saul's voice. Those of you who knew Saul's voice can sort of transpose this into Saul's voice. So Saul said, so you say they're not false? Yeah. How do we know that you don't think they're false as well? Okay. So I was about to launch into a long, contorted discussion of the difference between negation and denial, but I didn't have to because Harty was sitting next to Saul. And Harty turned to Saul and he said, you're not a dialetist, are you, Saul? How do we know that you're not a dialetist as well? Saul didn't reply, but you could see the mental gears whirring. I mean, this is a problem of expression that everybody has, whether they're a dialetist or not. And it's a profound problem. But, I mean, this was my first occasion of meeting Saul. Then I took up the job here, and I was kind of nervous about sort of having to engage with Saul. I mean, Saul did have a reputation of being a fairly fierce critic of people with whom he disagreed philosophically. And I knew he disagreed with me philosophically on dialethism. So I thought, okay, I'm in for, you know, a lot of shtick here. In fact, I wasn't. I mean, I had the pleasure of discussing with Saul on philosophical topics many times over the years that we were both here together. And we disagreed, okay, that's what philosophers do. But Saul never said a harsh or rude or cutting or hurtful remark. He was always a very generous interlocutor, and I came to appreciate that. So my experience of Saul as a person was not what I'd expected or feared. And it was just sort of great to get to know him better. Okay, which brings me to the third field that Saul revolutionized, and that was truth. Okay, so there'd been a certain task in orthodoxy about truth and paradoxes in till about the 1970s, I guess. Truth had this sort of hierarchical structure. And then Saul published Outline of a Theory of Truth in 75, which completely revolutionized the field. I think it demolished the Tarskian orthodoxy. There have been very few people who've endorsed it since. Saul used the techniques of non-classical logic to construct a theory of truth where it wasn't hierarchically arranged, but where a language had its own truth predicate. And I think that was a game changer in this area too. Which brings me to the seminar on truth that Eduardo mentioned just now. So one of the great highlights and my pleasures of my time here, at least so far, has been a course I taught with Saul and Harty. I guess it was about, what, 5 years ago, Harty? Is that right? Roughly. And it was on truth. And we started with Saul's 75 paper because it just did redefine the subject. Since that paper, of course, there have been many suggestions about how you handle a language with its own truth predicate. Pretty much you're committed to some kind of non-classical logic, and there are different views about how you can do this. So Saul and Harty prefer logics with gaps. I prefer some with gluts, but we examined many of the papers that have been made, printed, published since '75, talking about these things. And Saul and Harty and I took it in turns to kind of introduce the sessions and the discussions. I said we started with Saul's paper, the 75 paper, but he didn't introduce that, Harty did. Okay, so we discussed, which was a very nice presentation, and we discussed this. But there's a line in that paper, Saul's paper, which has always puzzled me. And if you work in this area, you'll know what I mean. After he describes his construction, Saul worries about the problem of how you say that something is not true. Okay. You know, gaps have the same problem as gluts. And he wrestles with this and thinks, well, maybe we do have to have a hierarchy of truth predicates after all. And then he says, the ghost of Tarski remains with us. And it was that line which really, you know, I wanted to know what he thought now. So when we were doing the truth paper, because Harty was presenting it, this didn't come up. Okay. We worked our way through the semester talking about various things, and it still didn't come up. So I thought, I'm not going to get to the end of the bloody seminar series and not die wanting to know, right? So towards the end of the semester, I found an appropriate opportunity, and I said, hey, Saul, you know, this line of yours about the ghost of Tarski, what do you think about it now? And he said in his inimitable voice, well, Tony Martin has this old paper where he says you can't say anything. Yeah? Okay. There's this long silence. I said, well, is that what you think, Saul? Do you think you have to maintain a Zen-like silence? Saul maintained a Zen-like silence. But, I mean, as I said, that was an enormously enjoyable seminar, both because Harty and Saul were such terrific logicians and philosophers. I think we completely lost the students, but that's another matter. So I've talked about three areas that Saul's work revolutionized, the work on technical work on modal logic, the philosophy of language, and the philosophy of truth. Of course, he made many other contributions which were excellent, and I'm not knocking them at all by not mentioning them, but those are the three areas, I think, where his work really was a game changer. But anyway, when I was young, it never occurred to me that I would get to know Saul personally. My colleague, Muhammad Ali Khalidi, said to me the other day, it never occurred to him that when he was a young philosopher, he might one day be in the same department with one of the world's great contemporary philosophers. And the same is true for me. I mean, when I was a young logician, it never even occurred to me that I might actually be a colleague of Saul and have the pleasure of getting to know him and talk with him, teach with him, argue with him. But certainly, it's been a great honor and a privilege to have been a colleague and a friend of one of the great philosophers of the contemporary period. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Graham. And last up before the break, we have Oliver Marshall.
So like Graham, my memories of Saul are of the last sort of 15 years or so of his life. So when he's, by all accounts, he'd mellowed somewhat. I'd like to mention a few things about him that especially impressed me, and then I will talk about how they influenced our personal interactions. So I think despite the abstractness of the topics on which Saul worked, he was in some deep sense a very down-to-earth, concrete thinker. So what do I mean by that? Well, he had this amazing ability to stick close to or even theorize from within the subject matter that he was treating. So, for example, in the philosophy of mathematics, he would theorize from the perspective of someone who participates in mathematical practice, rather than from the point of view of, say, someone who believes in psychologism or a nominalism or some kind of a reductionism, which is alien to mathematical practice. And even more importantly, his work on modality never lost touch with what necessity and possibility really are, in my view anyway. Maybe even more so than Frege, he had this amazing ability to balance theory against his common sense reaction to examples. He was always able to articulate why his reaction was in fact the common sense one, despite the fact that this wasn't immediately obvious to his opponents, right? That's also like Frege. After hearing Saul explain himself, other people would often come to change their mind about their intuitions or at least re-examine them and think about what their intuitions were tracking. You know, maybe they were tracking the wrong thing because they hadn't drawn certain distinctions that Saul drew their attention to. I think this is extremely clear in his discussion of the de-dicto distinction and also in his refutation of Nozick's sensitivity theory of knowledge. So Saul was obviously one of the best theory builders in the business, as we know from his work on intentional logic, truth, the theory of types. And of course, he was an oracle on technical matters more generally. So I'm sort of convinced that actually many of his technical papers are not sufficiently appreciated, or I mean, he's obviously written quite a few recently. So in some sense, despite his enormous fame, it's rather odd to say, but I think he's actually an underrated philosopher still. But another sign of the concreteness of his thinking is that, as well as being a theoretician, he also managed to penetrate Wittgenstein's anti-theoretical mindset, especially in Naming and Necessity, and in his own book on Wittgenstein, and in his work on the natural numbers. And he not only used the Wittgensteinian mindset in a negative way to critique theoretical philosophy, but he also used it in a positive way as an inspiration for his own somewhat theoretical work. So this is there's like an interesting attempt at a synthesis between the theoretical point of view and the Wittgensteinian anti-theoretical point of view. And that's especially clear on his work on the unnatural numbers, which I'm very happy to say is forthcoming very, very soon in a volume co-edited by Carl Posy. And I was thrilled to see when I read the final version that it actually contains ideas that I never saw in any other talk he gave, and as far as I know, he never gave them in a seminar either, so that suggests that he was philosophically active and creative until very near the end of his life. So those qualities as a philosopher, I think, are all somehow connected to his tremendous lack of dogmatism. And this, in turn, made his seminars and occasional appearance on dissertation committees wonderful opportunities for undogmatic students to engage in argumentative discussion with him. And of course, we have Roe to thank for ensuring that those events took place sort of more or less on time, or even at all. Now, engaging in discussion with Saul could be intimidating. But for this reason, I was especially touched by the way he used his sort of folksy Midwestern demeanor to make himself seem less intimidating to students in seminars. So Saul and I spent a lot of time in the classroom together. I've also listened to many of the seminars he gave at Princeton on tape. And I've seen and heard him do this again and again and again. I think it's very sweet. Of course, his sense of humor also required that we took a bit of teasing for such sort of intellectual crimes as mispronouncing the names of obscure Polish logicians or being ignorant of biblical Hebrew and higher mathematics, you know. But of course, his sort of his apparent bewilderment and astonishment that we didn't know these things was just teasing, like he wasn't a snob at all. So this humor and friendliness, I think, reflected his capacity for genuine personal warmth, together with his vulnerability, I think, helped to mitigate how demanding he could be. So really, all things considered, I not only admired him tremendously as a thinker, I was in awe of him, obviously, but I liked him a lot personally, and I'll miss him. Thank you.
Our next reminiscence will be from Anandi Hattiangadi.
Why is this doing this? It's a great honor to be able to speak to you today. I'm going to talk about Saul's influence on me, philosophically primarily, because I feel like that's something that I know something about. So my story begins in about 1999 in Cambridge. There's a picture of Cambridge. I was reaching the end of my first year of the PhD program, which is only three years long, so I was kind of well into this thing. And much to the dismay of my supervisors, I hadn't quite landed on a thesis topic, and I was flailing about. And at this point, I happened upon Saul Kripke's, I think, somewhat underrated book, actually, compared to some of his other works, Wittgenstein on Rules in Private Language. And I remember I read the book sort of towards the end of the academic year on a warm summer's day. I read it feverishly, as one might read a whodunit. It was, as they say, unputdownable. And I read it over and over and over again. And I knew exactly what I was going to write my thesis on. So I was particularly struck, as I think many other people have been, by the power of the skeptical argument that Kripke finds in Wittgenstein. I just couldn't see how that argument could be responded to. And at the same time, I found the conclusion of the argument completely unacceptable. I couldn't abide by it, couldn't tolerate it. And the conclusion, as some of you may know, Kripke summarizes as follows. He says, There can be no such thing as meaning anything by any word. Each new application we make, that is of a term, is a leap in the dark. Any present intention, so a mental state, could be interpreted so as to accord with anything we may choose to do. So there can be neither accord nor conflict. So Kripke basically is denying here, well, Kripke's skeptic is denying that any representation, whether linguistic or mental, has any meaning or content at all. And so just to give a sense of how wild I found this hypothesis, you might have thought that as I've been standing here speaking, maybe you understood what I was saying. You might have thought that, or maybe your mind was drifting and you were thinking about lunch. I used the term Cambridge a little while ago, and maybe you thought that I was referring to some old university in the south of England, and so on and so forth. But if Kripke's skeptic is to be believed, then you've been mistaken in thinking all of this. Right? This whole time I've been standing here just making meaningless noise. The name Cambridge doesn't stand in any kind of real representation relation, no reference relation to anything at all. And you might have thought you were thinking about lunch, but you really weren't thinking about anything. So this is the conclusion of the skeptical argument. Perhaps you can see why this completely rocked my world. So Kripke himself describes the conclusion as quote unquote insane and intolerable. And he goes on to defend the so-called skeptical solution to the skeptical argument, which concedes to the skeptic that there is no fact of the matter, what any representation means or what content it has. And he tries to make sense of our discourse about meaning and content. But I have to admit that even with the skeptical solution in place, I found this a bleak picture for how, if there's no meaning and content, is communication possible, and perhaps even more importantly, especially in this day and age, how can we have any reasoned disagreements, right, if all we're doing is making noise? So I set out in my thesis and then later in my book to fend off this kind of skeptical solution and the skeptical conclusion. And I took as my starting point this, I won't read the whole quote, but this notion that Kripke presents, which sparked a huge discussion in the philosophy of language and mind, which is the view that meaning and content are normative. So Kripke says, suppose I do mean addition by plus. What is the relation of this supposition to the question how I will respond to the problem 68 plus 57? The point is not that if I meant addition by plus, I will answer 125, but that if I intend to accord with my past meaning of plus, I should answer 125. And then he closes with, the relation of meaning and intention to future action is normative, not descriptive. So there's been a huge discussion of just this quote, this idea that meaning is normative. So I argued, or at least I thought at the time, I was a little influenced by Paul Boghossian, who's here, in thinking that meaning is normative, that the idea that meaning is normative could only play the kind of destructive role in the skeptical argument that it seemed to play if it was assumed that meaning was robustly normative in some sense, right? That the semantic facts have some kind of normative oomph or authority that's quite independent of our endorsement, our interests, or our practices. And I thought that if meaning is robustly normative in that sense, then the skeptical argument can be construed as a kind of so-called queerness argument to the effect that semantic properties and facts are unacceptably queer. We cannot postulate them in our ontology. And then I argued that meaning and content are not robustly normative in this sense, and I had hoped that I had fended off the skeptical argument in this way. Okay, so for the next 20 years or so, I continued working on these topics, on the normativity of meaning, but I really started to rethink my position on robust normativity. So I came to realize that this idea that meaning is robustly normative was really a red herring in the skeptical argument. In fact, I thought instead that the skeptical argument on its own, quite apart from this assumption, this false assumption I thought about the normativity of meaning, contained a really powerful argument against materialism, about meaning and intentionality altogether. And I started to become sympathetic to the view that the right response to the argument was to reject materialism in favor of the primitivist thesis that the semantic and intentional facts are fully sui generis. And I started to connect the argument in Wittgenstein on Rules in Private Language with the argument that Kripke makes in the third lecture of his much more widely read and appreciated book, Naming a Necessity, where he puts forward an argument against the mind-brain identity thesis. And so I started working on a book, which I'm still working on, defending this kind of anti-materialist view about meaning and intentionality that is inspired both by Wittgenstein on Rules in Private Language and Naming a Necessity. So in 2019, almost 20 years after I had first read Wittgenstein on Rules in Private Language, I was invited to a conference that was organized by Andrea Guardo in Milan. And it looked like it was going to be a fairly low-key conference. You know, there were a bunch of people who'd been working on Kripkenstein for a while, and, you know, it looked like it was going to be just another one of these simple events. But then not long before the event was to take place, Andrea informed me that Romina had contacted him to ask if she could come to the conference and bring Kripke along with him. And of course, Andrea was stunned. We were all stunned. Andrea tells a funny story. He tried to describe this feeling, the feeling that he had when Romina contacted him, to one of his colleagues in the theology faculty. And he said he described it as similar to the feeling that one might have if one was putting on a conference on the Bible and the Pope contacted you and said, "Can I come along? And by the way, I'm going to bring God." So, of course, we were all completely starstruck. I was completely starstruck. Kripke was, to me, in the world of philosophy, he's a giant. And for me personally, an intellectual superhero from when I had just started working on my PhD thesis. I couldn't have been more nervous, of course. We all know that philosophy is one of these disciplines in which you get torn apart. One could expect, I expected that Kripke was extremely a harsh critic. And in this particular case, I was defending this kind of primitivist, anti-materialist line in response to the argument in Wittgenstein and Rules in Private Language. And so I was kind of in the minority in this conference in going against the conclusion that Kripke reaches in that book. And so I was quite scared. So when Kripke raised his hand at the end of the talk, I was sort of trembling with fear. I thought, he's going to tear this apart. But what he said was, much to my amazement, I can't imitate his voice either, I'm sorry. Regardless of what I say in the book, I really am rather sympathetic to your view. I couldn't have been more happy. I was completely floored. So here's a picture of us together. See, you can see we're like getting on like a house on fire. He agreed with me. I was so excited. I thought, you know, I wished I had recorded him saying that so I could keep it as my ringtone. Sorry? At that thing? Yeah. I couldn't have been happier. So after this, my friendship with Romina and Saul blossomed. I had the great good fortune to be invited to the farm and to see Saul in his natural habitat. I can still picture him seated by the kitchen table with the New York Times spread out in front of him, as was his wont. I was also deeply honored to be invited to the wonderful seminars that Romina and Saul ran on Zoom during the pandemic. These were a lifeline to me, a bright spot in those monotonous days and nights. And it was a great privilege to have the opportunity to participate in those seminars, talk philosophy with Saul and Romina, and of course the incredibly impressive roster of speakers, many of whom are here. But of course it was really Saul who made those seminars so special. He was always so gentle and so kind. He always had something positive to say after every presentation. He had a great sense of humor too, and he delighted in recounting funny anecdotes from the past. Sometimes those detracted a little bit from the philosophical discussion, but they were funny nonetheless. And I feel despite his towering brilliance, he was both intellectually generous and disarmingly humble. And just to echo something that Graham said earlier, one of the things that I found remarkable is in this kind of adversarial discipline, he had this great ability to engage in disagreements with people with generosity towards the other side, charity, humility, and great kindness. Okay, so here's a picture from one of these seminars. Not quite sure what I'm doing here. Perhaps I'm gesturing at a semantic fact floating free of the physical. Okay, so it was during these seminars that I was first introduced to the adoption problem, which Kripke put forward in The Question of Logic. I'm not going to say much about this because I expect Romina will have a lot more to say about it. But once again, I found that Kripke had put his finger on a profound philosophical problem that really I just couldn't stop thinking about. It kept me awake at night. And in fact, I've just recently been working on a paper arguing that the adoption problem has a significance that goes beyond our understanding of logical principles, but really casts into doubt, I think, a very common, widely held view that the meanings of the logical terms in our language, such as not and or, are determined by our acceptance of certain general rules governing their use. So as you can see, just to sum up, for me personally, Saul's work has been a continuous source of inspiration from when I was a PhD student working on my dissertation to literally the last paper I submitted for publication. And I have no doubt that his work is going to continue to inspire me in the future. Of course, I know I'm not alone in this. Saul's passing constitutes a huge loss to the profession. He was unquestionably one of the greatest logicians and philosophers of our time, and his influence extends way beyond me to just about every branch of philosophy, and well beyond even the confines of our discipline. I think many people will agree with me in finding his work both philosophically extremely rigorous and yet accessible, profound yet always intuitive, and always, always rewarding, full of insights, even on the nth reading. And for all this, and for his kindness, his humor, his intellectual generosity, I thank you, Saul. You will be greatly missed.
So next up, we're happy to have Harty Field giving the first lecture of the day.
Thanks. It's a great pleasure to be here and to be invited and recollection of Saul. Oh, okay.
That's easier for you.
Oh, okay.
Turn it on.
Can you hear? Okay. Okay, so Saul's outline of a theory of truth has had a huge and important impact on the study of the paradoxes of truth and satisfaction. To a lesser extent on the paradoxes of property instantiation, like Russell's paradox for properties. But I think actually that the case for treating the property paradoxes in analogy with the paradoxes of satisfaction, and therefore in disanalogy with the standard treatment of Russell's paradox for sets, is pretty overwhelming. In the talk I'll actually just be talking about truth explicitly, but it really all applies to property theory paradoxes as well. So just a minor kvetch before I get on to what I really want to talk about. So I and others have argued that Kripke actually didn't fully appreciate the merits of his own construction, especially the strong cleaning inversion. So contrary to his own remarks, I think construction does not lead to truth value gaps, and that recognizing this removes the case for what he calls the ghost of the Tarski hierarchy. But I've belabored that in the past, and it's not going to be my topic for today. Instead, what I want to do is discuss a somewhat neglected piece of the prehistory of Kripke's paper and use it to highlight a technical limitation in Kripke's results, and then sketch how that technical limitation could best be overcome. In classical logic, the naive theory of truth and satisfaction is inconsistent, is well known. By a naive theory of truth, I mean one where the substitution of true of A for A preserves acceptability, except in non-transparent contexts. So Kripke provided a well-known partial solution to the paradoxes in certain non-classical logics, for instance, strong Queenie logic and Graham's logic of paradox. But his solution has a big limitation. It doesn't work for logics with serious conditionals or restricted universal quantification. There's another partial non-classical solution that was suggested earlier by Skolem and by Chang, which employs Boghossian's continuum valued logic, also called fuzzy logic. This allows naive truth for sentences containing a fairly natural conditional that can be used to restrict universal quantifiers. But it has a different limitation, a somewhat more severe one really, that it doesn't work for sentences that contain even unrestricted quantifiers. Kripke's partial solution handled those. So neither solution handles restricted quantifiers. So it would be nice to synthesize the two partial solutions to get an account which handles both quantifiers and a reasonable conditional, and to do it in essentially the ways that both Skolem and Chang and Kripke did. And that's not ruled out because the Kripke and the Skolem-Chang solution agree on their common domain. So such a synthesis would thereby also handle restricted universal quantification, which is interdefinable with the conditional. So I'm going to sketch such a synthesis. Okay, so as background, there are at least two kinds of conditionals in English. There's an ordinary conditional on which the claim, if DeSantis is nominated for president, he'll be female, would be kind of surprising. But much to his disappointment, the claim seems fairly likely to be true under the familiar horseshoe account of if then. And it is under the Boghossian account as well. So the Boghossian account would thus be hopeless as an account of ordinary conditionals, but that's not its job. The other kind of conditional is the one we use to restrict quantifiers. The ordinary conditional above wouldn't work for this purpose. Consider the claim, which might well be true, that everyone nominated for president by a major party in 2028 will be female. So that means everyone, for instance, DeSantis is such that if they're nominated, they'll be female. So again, if that's the ordinary conditional, it doesn't give an acceptable meaning. If it were the horseshoe, it would give an acceptable meaning. So in classical context, the horseshoe works fine as a quantifier restrictor. And what we'll be considering the Boghossian arrow for is a candidate for generalizing the restricted quantifier conditional, the horseshoe, to non-classical contexts. And my claim is that it doesn't quite work for this purpose, but that a further generalization of it does and serves the desired synthesis with Kripke. All right. So the standard semantics of Boghossian's logic has the unit interval, that is, the RILs from 0 to 1, as a valuation space. So what that means is that a model consists of a domain together with an assignment of values in the space to parameterized atomic sentences. A parameterized atomic sentence is just an atomic formula paired with an assignment of objects in the domain to the free variables. So here are the Boghossian's valuation rules. The value of not A is 1 minus the value of A. The value of a conjunction is the minimum of the value of the conjuncts. The value of the disjunction is the maximum of the value of the disjuncts. For a universal quantification, it's a generalization of this, except you use the greatest lower bound of the instances. For the existential quantification, it's the least upper bound. And for the conditional, the value is 1 if the value of the antecedent is less than or equal to that of the consequent, and otherwise it's 1 minus the difference of values between antecedent and consequent. Now, if you defined all A's or B, that's what that fourth to last line thing means, as for all X, A of X, arrow BX, you would get what I have is the bullet item there. That's just combining the clause for the universal quantifier with the clause for the arrow. Similarly, if you, for restricted existential quantification, you could actually take the restricted quantifiers as primitive given by these clauses, and then you can define the arrow and the and in terms of them, and you get back the clauses I had for them. All right. So Scullum and Chang certainly realized that one can only get part way towards a naive theory of truth or property using Boghossian semantics, but I'll argue that a suitable generalization works more generally. And actually, Boghossian's logic has often been used as a non-classical logic for vagueness. Actually, it actually suffered similar problems there as well. The generalization works there as well, though. Okay, so let me just illustrate how the Boghossian thing works. So it works fine in a context where there are no quantifiers or their role is restricted in certain ways. So consider a simple self-referential sentence, W, which says that if itself is true, then the liar sentence is true, where the liar sentence is a sentence that asserts its own untruth. So naivety requires that the value of true of A is A, whatever the sentence. So it requires that the value of W is the same as the value of the W arrow Q. The value of Q has to be 1/2 also. So a little thought indicates that this means that the value of W has to be 3/4. So just to give one more example, take a sentence K that says of itself that if it's true, it isn't true. So naivety requires that its value is 1 if its value is less than or equal to 1 minus its value, which of course can't happen. And otherwise, its value is 2 minus twice its value, which means its value is 2/3. All right, so I've given a simple example where the value has to be 3/4, another one where it has to be 2/3. These aren't isolated examples. A theory that I think is implicit in the Scullum and Chang papers shows that virtually every standard semantic paradoxes can be resolved in Łukaczewicz semantics in the same way. All right, so that's kind of nice. Oh, and it also includes multi-sentence paradoxes, like the Nixon and Dean cases that were prominent in Kripke's paper. So what the theorem shows is that we can consistently add a naive truth predicate to the quantifier-free fragment of Łukaczewicz semantics. And Kripke showed that we can consistently add a naive truth predicate to the conditional free and also restricted quantifier-free fragment. So Kripke actually didn't use the full unity interval, just 3 values in it, but as we'll see, that's inessential to his solution. And the proof in each case is by a fixed point argument. In the case of the Łukaczewicz, he used the Brouwer fixed point theorem, and in the case of the Kripke, he used what's called the Knaster-Tarski fixed point theorem. But they're both fixed point theorems, and basically, the fixed point theorem is what you need to get naivety. Actually, I'm going to skip this slide. Well, as I noted, the fixed point values you get using Łukaczewicz semantics are easy to calculate and very natural. It would be great if we could extend the result to sentences with quantifiers as well as the arrow, but unfortunately the proof based on the Brouwer fixed point theorem doesn't apply because it depends on the continuity of the evaluation function, and we don't have that any longer with quantifiers. And not only doesn't the proof extend, the claim is actually false with unbounded quantifiers. Okay, so I'm going to skip a famous example that shows this, but there's actually a lot of examples that show this. So if we want a naive truth theory that can handle restricted quantification, what are we to do? Well, for a while I advocated a class of theories given by semantics that don't look very much like Łukaczewicz continuum valued semantics. But I came to realize that there are altered versions that are much closer to Boghossian. Indeed, for the sentences where the Boghossian works, they give basically the same answers that the Boghossian does. So it's going to be a true generalization of the Boghossian as well as of the Kripke. And the key idea is to generalize the value space from the unit interval to a set of functions from some set pi to the unit interval. And among these functions will be the constant functions. And for the ordinary paradoxical sentences that Boghossian handles or that Kripke handles, these are the only ones we need. Moreover, when for an ordinary sentence, Boghossian handles it by assigning the value r in the unit interval, the new resolution will assign it the corresponding constant function. And similarly for the things that the Kripke solution handles. So non-constant functions are needed only for evaluation of certain paradoxical sentences, like the restful sentence that I skipped over before, which involve both the conditional and the quantifiers, or which involve universal restricted quantifiers. So just to really just give the barest sketch of this, in a model, we'll handle the connectives other than the arrow and the universal restricted quantifier pointwise. For instance, for each alpha in pi, the value of not A is the function which assigns to alpha 1 minus what the function assigns to A assigns to alpha. And similarly for conjunction and disjunction and the ordinary quantifiers. We're going to have to handle the conditional differently, though for constant functions it will be as if it were by the pointwise Boghossian's rule. Now, it will be natural to try to prove the adequacy of some semantics by means of a topological fixed point theorem analogous to Brouwer's. I've looked at this a little bit, but I certainly don't see how that could be done. But instead, what I do is I first give an easy generalization of Kripke's approach, and then I combine it with a revision theory for conditionals. So the easy generalization of Kripke is from the valuation space of 0, half, and 1 to the full unit interval, and then the further generalization to the function to the unit interval will then be obvious due to the pointwise behavior of the Kripke connectives. But this will still won't handle the arrow or the restricted universal quantifier. So by generalizing Kripke to the unit interval, I mean showing how to extend a unit interval evaluation of the language without true to one with true, so that true of P and P always have the same value. And the idea is really simple. It involves considering a slightly unusual ordering of the unit interval, which we might call the informativeness ordering. And basically, it looks like a V. That is, half is the lowest value, and then extends up to 0 and 1 on each side. So an informal rendition of R less than or equal to K. S is at least as far from half as R is, and if they differ from half, they're on the same side. And the importance of this ordering is that the connectives, other than arrow, are monotonic with respect to it. So why is that important? Suppose for the moment we consider conditionals, even with other conditionals inside, as atomic. That is, we hold their values fixed in a generalized Kripke construction, but we allow their values to be anything in the unit interval. We then do a Kripke construction as before, and the monotonicity property tells us that as the construction proceeds, once the value of any sentence departs from 1/2, then if it doesn't reach 0 or 1, it can still change further as the construction proceeds, but it only can proceed further by going outwards from half in the same direction. And once you have this, then a standard argument shows that it has to reach a fixed point. So really, it's just a very straightforward generalization of what Kripke did. Now, of course, this generalized Kripke construction says nothing much about the conditional. It assumes evaluation for conditionals already given and constructs evaluation for the truth predicate that's appropriate to that. So a key question is then, how do we get a good valuation for conditionals? And at this point, we need non-Kripkean ideas. We can't use a fixed point construction of anything like what he considered. Instead, we use a revision construction, not for truth as Goethe and Belknap did, but rather for conditionals. And then from the revision construction, we construct the required valuation on the set of functions from pi to the unit interval. And here pi turns out to be the set of ordinals that are in some final cycle of the revision procedure. So I'm not going to go through the details of this. So what we end up is the valuation space is the space of functions from pi to the unit interval, and the construction yields an assignment of values in this space to each parameterized formula in the language, and let boldface R, where R is a real number in the unit interval, be the constant function that assigns value R to every member of pi. So for a sentence to have a value bold-faced R, it is for it to have the same value R at all final ordinals of the revision procedure. So the way a revision procedure works is it can have different values early on, but there comes a point where the early values get thrown away, so they don't matter. They don't enter in to the assignment in the value space. All right, well, let's see, I think just 2 more slides. This is I think of this as an improvement of what we do if we, than what I was doing in some earlier work where I used a construction of a revision procedure on the 3 valued space. It doesn't actually really give you the kind of extra general laws you might hope to get, like this permutation axiom, which I have written here, which holds in Boghossian, but it's not going to hold here. However, with the unit interval, we have to go to much greater lengths to get exceptions. So for ordinary paradoxical sentences, the new construction yields constant functions as values, and they're far more natural, and as illustrated earlier, they're quite easy to calculate. So I mean, I gave the 2 examples, sort of the straightforward Boghossian earlier, and they extend to this generalization. And axioms like the permutation axiom will hold for such sentences. All right, so I'm not going to do that slide. So the final slide. So the modified revision semantics is, in a sense, Boghossian semantics done better. It's a coherent proposal for how to deal with truth and property instantiation that yields essentially what Boghossian semantics yields where that works, but it extends the value space to handle cases where the Boghossian fails, and it incorporates the Kripke successes as well. And in a context where these extraordinary paradoxical sentences are excluded, then in that context, permutation and all the other axioms and rules of Boghossian logic can be used. The way I got this makes very heavy use of Kripke's method of proof. Now, it's possible that there's an alternative proof using a fixed point theorem, more like Brouwer's, but it's far from obvious how that would go. So I think even if this is the right way to do things, Kripke's work played an essential role in getting there. That's it.
Thank you, Harty. We have 15 minutes for questions. Just raise your hand and I'll come with the microphone. Oliver?
Sorry, this is just a very basic question, but I thought it might help people understand what's going on here. If you could explain a bit about the basics. So something went by about the successes of Lukasiewicz. So there's something in Principia, a principle Russell uses, that if P implies its own falsity, then P is false.
Yeah.
And I thought there was the Lukasiewicz thing, one of the successes was like if P implies that P is not true, it's not false, it gets some other value.
Yeah.
Like if you could just give some sort of intuitive plausibility to what's going on in cases like that.
So they can't, here, let me go back to that slide. Sorry. Sorry, it's the next one. So, the sentence K is paradoxical because, well, read the arrow as a horseshoe for the moment. Then K would be a sentence that asserts its own untruth. I mean, on the horseshoe account, true K arrow, not true K, is equivalent to not true K or not true K, which is just equivalent to not true K. So K would be an ordinary liar sentence, a sentence asserting its own untruth. The problem is that in a non-classical context where we can have sentences that don't get clear value true or clear value false, the horseshoe account of arrow is quite implausible because it means, for instance, sentences of the form if A then A don't come out clearly true. So the Boghossian conditional is a natural generalization that works that seems to work in non-classical contexts because it says that arrow B has value 1 whenever the value of A is no greater than the value of B. So if they both have a value 1/2, then the conditional has value 1. So what this slide shows is that if you use that arrow and want to restrict to 3 values, you're still in trouble because not only there is no one of the values 1, 0, or 1/2 that will make K2 equivalent to K2 arrow, not K2, which is what naivety requires. The nice thing about the Boghossian continuum valued semantics is that you seem to avoid that problem because you're not restricted to those 3 values. And in this case, if you use the value 2/3, everything works out fine. And so my point is that this is true for virtually every semantic paradox that you'll find in the literature. For virtually everyone, the Boghossian semantics works. But there are these extraordinary ones, like this Restal sentence that I skipped the slide over, but there are extraordinary ones where it doesn't work, and I think that this had been thought to doom the project of using Boghossian continuum valued logic. And in a certain sense, it does doom it, but my point is there's still this fairly natural generalization of the Boghossians which seems to work. And it's also a generalization of the Kripke, and moreover, at least the proof that it works, which I've been able to discover, makes heavy use of Kripke's work.
Thank you.
Harty, you didn't say what you were taking to be the designated values of the new semantics. So what are you taking? Why do you take them or it to be that? And what happens if you sort of take a wider range of designated values, which might, say, include a fixed point for negation?
Okay. The semantics is completely neutral to that, as you were saying. So you could, for instance, take, if you wanted to be a dialethist, you could take, say, all the values from half up as designated, or all the values greater than 0 is designated. I mean,
so your values are functions from pi.
Yeah. So okay. So once you go to the function space, you could, for instance, take all values which assign to each ordinal a value greater than or equal to half. Now, I, following Boghossian, prefer to take 1 or the constant function 1 is the only designated value. I think you get nicer logical laws that way. I think actually if you I think if I were a dialethist and wanted to do something like what I'm doing, I think I would look for something other than Boghossian to try to generalize. I can't remember offhand, but I think that the laws just don't look very natural if you do it that way.
Any more questions? Okay, in that case, let's thank Harty Field one more time.
When I took his courses Phil 151 and Phil 143, in which he lectured on the topics that became naming a necessity, and later we were together at the Rockefeller University for 2 years, and then in Oxford, when Saul twice held a college visiting fellowship for a whole academic year and visited other times. Okay, Saul Kripke's second published paper after his epoch-making completeness theorem in modal logic was on Gödel incompleteness. It was written and published while he was an undergraduate with the title Flexible Predicates of Formal Number Theory. His next major work on incompleteness was presented in a lecture in Oxford in 1978 under the title A Model Theoretic Proof of Gödel's Theorem. Kripke continued to develop insights into the phenomenon of incompleteness in the 40 years after this, and in the last decade, 4 papers of his on incompleteness have been published, which I'm sure are down to the industry and expertise of the Kripke Center. In my talk today, I will survey these 6 contributions to understanding the incompleteness of formal systems. Kripke was 19 when he submitted Flexible Predicates of Formal Number Theory for publication and was published in 1962. In this short paper, it's 4 pages, Kripke extended Gödel incompleteness from sentences to predicates. It displays extraordinary mastery of Kleini's Introduction to Metamathematics, the Bible of the subject at that time, comparable accomplishment to Kreisel's mastery of Hilbert and Bernays' Grundlagen der Mathematik when he was an undergraduate. In a note written much later, Kripke remarks that as an undergraduate at Harvard, he was being discouraged from publishing his many further results on modal and intuitionistic logic, by Quine and Drebin, I take it he meant, and says that he published this paper almost to show that I could do something else. This paper remains relevant to current research, as in the work of Joel Hampkins. The paper itself has the following result. For a given base theory F, Kripke calls an M-place predicate P sub n of the variables x1 to xm in the language of F flexible for M-place sigma n formulas, if and only if for every sigma n formula Q of those variables, the sentence for all x1 to xm Pn, that particular predicate, if and only if Q of those variables, if that is consistent with the system F. That is to say, Pn can be consistently interpreted to have any sigma n definable extension. In this paper, Kripke proved the existence of flexible predicates. Moschovakis had obtained similar results at the time, but in a note, the note that I mentioned earlier, Kripke reports that when I met Andrei Moschovakis in 1962 at a conference on modal and many-valued logics held in Helsinki and told him of my proof, he said that I should have remarked that it was an essential improvement over his result because he could not get his result for arbitrary systems containing the theory R, while my version does so. Kripke also notes in that paper that Moschovakis' argument was much longer than mine. Joe Hampkins cites this paper in a number of Kripke's in a number of his papers, in particular his paper, The Modal Logic of Arithmetic Potentialism and the Universal Algorithm, where he generalizes this Kripke theorem to a uniform version. I won't go through what that says. Kripke spent the academic year 1977-78 in Oxford as a visiting fellow at All Souls College. On the 2nd of February 1978, he gave a lecture at the Mathematical Institute on a model theoretic proof of Gödel incompleteness. The lecture began at 5 p.m. and finished at 7:30 p.m., by which time much of the original audience had left. One of those who stayed to the end was Joseph Quincy, a graduate student in the Mathematical Institute Logic Group, who was inspired by that lecture to write his DPhil thesis on applications of Kripke's notion of fulfillment, supervised by Dana Scott and Robin Gandy. Another who stayed to the end and talked with Kripke afterwards was Jeff Paris, who Kripke had asked to attend. The context in which Kripke carried out this work was the then recent model theoretic proof of the incompleteness of piano arithmetic obtained by Jeff Paris and Leo Harrington in their paper Mathematical Incompleteness in Piano Arithmetic, published in the Handbook of Mathematical Logic, in which they showed by model theoretic proof that a variant of finite Ramsey's theorem cannot be proved in PA. For his own result, Kripke introduced his powerful technique of fulfillability, which applies to systems weaker and stronger than PA, as well as to PA itself. Kripke, in a 1982 joint publication with Simon Koshin, Non-Standard Models of Piano Arithmetic, refers to this work he presented at Oxford, but very briefly, but otherwise never published it. And so far as I'm aware, there's no definitive account of this result in print. Here's a brief sketch of it. Kripke's notion of fulfillability is defined in terms of the following game. It's a two-player game played with a sentence A in the language of arithmetic and a strictly increasing sequence sigma, which may be either finite or infinite. Since every formula in the language can be put in prenex form in which no adjacent like quantifiers occur, and we can put a vacuous universal quantifier at the beginning and a vacuous existential quantifier at the end if need be, we can assume that A is either sigma naught, has no unbounded quantifiers, or is of the form pi 2k, for k greater than or equal to 1, i.e. for all x1 there exists a y1, up to for all xk there is a yk, b of x1, y1, x1, xk, yk, where the B is a sigma naught formula. Player one picks a value, an element of the sequence that is being used in the play, and picks a value of the quantifier, the universal quantifier, less than that value in the strictly increasing sequence sigma. Player two picks a value for the existential quantifiers according to the rules of the game, which I've just started telling you what they are. The end of the game is finished when the players have picked values for all quantifiers. So the number of moves in a game is 2k, the number of quantifiers, for the formula in that pi 2k form. Player two wins if the sigma naught matrix of A instantiated with the chosen numbers is true. Otherwise, player one wins. And if A is sigma naught, has no unbounded quantifiers, player two wins if A is true. Fulfillability is then defined as the condition that player two has a winning strategy in this game G. And if we take the particular case of the formula A with that's pi 4, we can write it down as this sigma naught sentence, because everything is bounded. The first bound for all I less than the length of sigma. This is for all j less than the length of sigma. And then each of the quantifiers is bounded by values in the sequence sigma. And the winning strategy says that it always results in a true sentence. And if it's an unbounded sequence, then it can be expressed by a pi 1 formula. A very important lemma is that a sentence A in the language arithmetic is true if and only if some infinite sequence fulfills A, and we get a sequence which fulfills it by using the Skolem functions for that function, for that formula, defining the value of the successive value of the sequence sigma by being the max of these values of the Skolem functions, and plus and times for x1 and x2 taken from less than the previous value in that sigma sequence. And it's strictly increasing. Now, there's a technical notion which is crucial for the independence result, which is that a sentence A is nicely n-fulfillable by a finite sequence if and only some nice sequence of sigma of length n fulfills x. And being nice means that its initial element in the sequence exceeds its length. And piano arithmetic can prove that if from A we get that for every x there is a sigma such that the length of sigma is x, and sigma nicely x fulfills A. Kripke then constructed a true pi 2 sentence, which is unprovable in piano arithmetic. The informal meaning of the Kripke sentence is for every x there is a sequence of length x such that sigma nicely x fulfills the conjunction x1 to ax, a1 up to ax, where these are the first x axioms of PA in some given primitive recursive enumeration of those axioms. Now, this formula, this is not really a formula because we've got this quantifier x, and we have the subscript x on the axioms, and that subscript is not a variable. So the whole thing has to be expressed in arithmetized syntax, which I'm not going to do. Indeed, I haven't worked out all the details of that. And so far as I'm aware, that hasn't been done. Now, the proof is, I'm not going to go through the proof clearly, but the key point is you start with an arbitrary non-standard model of PA, and you then show how, on the assumption that the Kripke sentence holds in M, that you can define a a non-standard submodel of M in which if the Kripke sentence is true in M, then of course it's true in, which is a model of piano arithmetic, so the Kripke sentence would have to hold in M star as well. And the key trick is that you have a fulfilling sequence in M, and by the truth of K in M star, there's also a fulfilling sequence in tau in M star, but by a argument which I won't go through here, if we assume that the sequence the fulfilling sequence tau in M has a minimum value for tau of X, where X is this arbitrarily chosen non-standard element, then we get a contradiction that the sequence rho, which fulfills that, does the fulfilling in M star, would have to be less than it. And so there can't be such a, it can't be that K holds in M. And since M is a model of piano arithmetic, K can't be proved in M. It's a considerably simpler proof to show that K is actually true, that K is true. So therefore, if we can't have P of A can't prove not K so long as P of A is sigma 2 sound, because the sentence K is pi 2, so its negation is sigma 2. Okay, sorry, that's very fast, but anyway, that's the result. Now, the next paper that is of Saul's that's published is The Road to Gödel, published in 2014, given, I think, for the first time in a lecture at the University of Haifa in 1999, when there was a conference in honor of Saul Kripke on the occasion of being awarded an honorary degree. And he lectured under that title a number of times. He says that there are two things he wants to do in this paper. First, to present the Gödel theorem as almost the inevitable result of a historic line of thought. He says, I don't mean that it did happen that way. I mean that it could have and perhaps should have. Secondly, he says, I want to show that the Gödel statement, the one that Gödel proves to be undecidable in the first incompleteness theorem, makes a fairly intelligible assertion that can actually be stated. Now, the first point that Kripke makes is that the Gödel incompleteness theorem is actually an inevitable outgrowth of the inconsistency of the naive, unrestricted comprehension principle, and is indeed a special case of it. And this is the best way to understand Gödel incompleteness, rather than as an analog of the liar paradox, which Gödel had suggested. Kripke notes that it is a matter of pure first-order logic that the unrestricted comprehension axiom is inconsistent. Russell already realized this in his example of the barber who shaves all and only those who do not shave themselves. The interpretation of the epsilon relation is irrelevant. From this, Kripke derives a non-constructive proof of the incompleteness of formal systems of arithmetic containing plus and times. That is, he shows that there is an unprovable sentence without constructing what it is. He then goes on to show how consideration in terms of paradox rather than pure logic can yield a constructive proof of incompleteness. But rather than Russell's paradox or the liar, Kripke focuses on Kurt Grelling's heterological paradox, which he quotes from Quine. People will know it. A predicate, an adjective is autological if it applies to itself, like short or English, and it's heterological if it doesn't, like long or German. Kripke gives the following account of the heterological paradox, only replacing satisfaction or true of. He says replacing, how to use it for Gödel incompleteness, is replacing adjectives or adjectival phrases by formulae with one free variable, Gödel's class signs, gives us a class sign A of x is naturally called provable of a number if that numeral for it is provable, or we can do it by quasi-substitution, as that formula would be called. Then there's a particular formula PR of xy with two free variables that says x is provable from y, not PR of x1 is a class sign in Gödel's sense that says that a formula is unprovable of itself. And Kripke says it is an instance of a Grelling construction that is unprovable of itself, is unprovable of itself. This is precisely the statement G constructed, the G that was constructed by Gödel. Then another of these recently published papers, Gödel's theorem and direct self-reference, it's 5 pages long. It's a short technical result in which Kripke demonstrates that direct self-reference need not be contradictory and that it's possible to prove the first incompleteness theorem with a non-standard Gödel numbering, allowing a statement to contain a numeral designating its own Gödel number. And the trick is the following. We changed the Gödel's original numbering, but it's still here called Gödel, original in scare quotes, by not using the prime 2 in those representations. So starting with 3, so that Gödel numbers are always odd. He then assigns the Gödel number 2 times as the non-standard Gödel number, 2 times the original one for formulas which are substitution, or in this formulation, quasi-substitution of that number for into the formula A sub n. So this formula has in it its own Gödel number. Its Gödel number is 2k sub n. And the new numbering allows the formula to contain a numeral designated its Gödel number, and in that sense, it's a self-referential Gödel numbering. And so it's a technical result, but it's a fascinating construction. Mathematical incompleteness results in first-order piano arithmetic, a revisionist view of the early history, makes the, to me, incontrovertible point that the Paris-Harrington sentence was not the first case of a mathematically intelligible and significant sentence shown not to be provable, even for people who don't think that the Gödel sentence itself is a purely mathematical theorem. Kripke cites Gensen's proof that epsilon 0 transfinite induction is not provable in piano arithmetic, and then that requires a certain amount of coding, namely the ordinals less than epsilon 0 have to be coded as natural numbers. But equally in the formulation of the finite Ramsey theorem and its variants for the Paris-Harrington result, that also requires coding of finite sets of natural numbers. And then the Goodstein sentence actually even removes that need for coding at all. Kripke also mentions the work of Matiszewicz in 1970, which is slightly earlier than Paris-Harrington, showing that in any consistent recursively axiomatized system in which some weak theory such as R is interpretable, we can effectively find a Diophantine equation that has no solution, but where this fact cannot be proved in the system. And apparently Gödel somewhere remarked that there couldn't be anything more mathematical than Diophantine equations. The last of these 6 papers I'll talk about is the collapse of the Hilbert program, a variation on the Gödelian theme, published in the Bulletin of Symbolic Logic in 2022. And there was a detailed abstract published earlier in 2008. The usual view is that the Hilbert program was shown to be unrealizable by Gödel incompleteness. In this paper, Kripke shows that the impossibility of Hilbert's program was internal to the program itself. This new insight comes from Kripke's demonstration that realization of the Hilbert program for pi2 sentences can be expressed by a pi2 sentence, which is a statement about, or is a schema that applies, rather, to all pi2 sentences. And this self-application is contradictory. So I won't, well, let's see. I mean, the key point is that the Hilbert program was being realized by epsilon substitution, in which the existential quantifiers were replaced by the application of the formula to the epsilon term generated from that formula. And Kripke points out, I think it's often pointed out, that actually achievement of the Hilbert program establishes not only consistency, but sigma 1 soundness, because when you make these substitutions, you show that if there exists an x, a of x is provable, then in fact you have a true instance. Kripke also notes that in fact it proves even more than that. It proves pi2 soundness, since if t proves for all x there is a y b of x y, then for all n t proves this sigma 1 sentence, there is a y such that b of n y, and so by sigma 1 soundness that pi2 sentence is true. Now the key idea then is that you take an arbitrary pi2 sentence in the language of arithmetic and some theory T, and from the fact that it's provable in T, we get this condition you get this pi2 sentence, which is expresses the condition that the Hilbert program establishes the correctness of that pi2 sentence. For every x, if x is a proof of that pi2 sentence, then there is a y such that y is a proof of a substitution. You can substitute the number x that was the code of the proof of the formula itself, and some instance that's what is instantiating the existential quantifier. But this is itself a pi2 sentence, and so the demonstration, the schema of fulfillment of the program of the Hilbert program for that for this pi2 sentence leads you to the point where if you assume that the Gödel number of the proof is minimum, this application of the condition of fulfillment of the Hilbert program generates a smaller Gödel number, and which contradicts the assumption that it is the smallest, and therefore there can't be such a realization. Now, this proof is reminiscent of Kripke's model theoretic proof of the incompleteness of arithmetic, which I rushed through earlier. And Kripke remarks in this paper, I myself arrived at the present result through a circuitous route. I had already found a purely model theoretic version of the Gödel theorem and realized that it could also be carried out syntactically using appropriate finite approximations and semantic tableau. But then I saw that the latter could be kicked away, and that formulated in detail, the result the Hilbertians were attempting to obtain, in fact, implies its own impossibility. If I may be permitted an entirely personal remark, I'm very struck by an acknowledgement by Kripke related to this last remark. He says in this paper, I'm indebted to Burton Drebin for his insistence that the Hilbert program was not merely to prove the consistency of mathematics by finitary means, but was a specific program for interpreting proofs. Thus, as Drebin emphasized, It is a kind of constructive model theory, unquote. Over many years, from time to time, I heard Saul express resentment at Drebin as having been unsupportive or even discouraging of his work on modal logic when he arrived at Harvard as an undergraduate. That Saul writes with such warmth and appreciation of having learned something from an idea that was quite central to Drebin's thinking is very striking to me. And given my own affection for Drebin, who was my undergraduate tutor, and my affection for Saul, it's gratifying to me to see this rapprochement. In conclusion, let me say this. These 6 contributions by Saul Kripke to understanding incompleteness of formal systems of arithmetic and other systems are very rich. They're also very diverse and don't constitute a research program, I would say, but each one gives us a gem of new understanding. They differ one from another in the extent to which they are primarily mathematical or primarily philosophical. I would classify as primarily mathematical the paper on flexible predicates, the model theoretic proof of incompleteness, and the paper on Gödel's theorem and direct self-reference. The paper on the collapse of the Hilbert program obtains a result that's highly significant mathematically and philosophically. The revisionist view of the early history of incompleteness results is mainly philosophical. The mathematical results in these contributions display tremendous ingenuity. What all these contributions have in common is the uniqueness of their viewpoint, inviting us to think differently about each of these topics. Thank you.
If somebody wants to ask something.
Hi, Dan. So the way I was taught this stuff, not by Saul, is that a lot of, the fundamental feature of many of these sorts of results is self-reference and the diagonalization.
Right.
So do you agree with that? It sounds like maybe Saul didn't because of what he said in the
I mean, I think that I do agree, and I think Saul would too, in the sense that that's how the result was proved by Gödel, and in pretty much any usual exposition of it, the diagonal lemma is a key element of the proof. But the paper on direct reference that I gave the key definition from was an ingenious demonstration by Saul that diagonalization is not needed even for Gödel incompleteness. I mean, in a way, one of the arguments for the importance of Paris Harrington, and indeed, I think one of Saul's original motivations for his model theoretic proof of incompleteness was to obtain incompleteness without needing to use diagonalization, without using self-reference. Well, I should say without using self-reference. But this paper about direct reference is a demonstration. I take it that Kripke then showed that in fact that's not essential, and that in fact one can prove incompleteness without that kind of diagonalization.
Right. Thank you all for coming back for the last session of the day. We're happy to have Tim Williamson giving the next reminiscence. All right, whenever you're ready, Tim.
Okay, thanks. So I'm going to be talking about what Saul meant to me philosophically, rather than telling anecdotes. So, although this will be a bit anecdotal. So I heard about him in my first term as an undergraduate at Oxford in 1973, because my tutor told me that this rising star of American philosophy, something along those lines, he said, was going to be giving the John Locke lectures. So I went along to those and was really bowled over by the combination of clarity, logical rigor, common sense, and a very noticeable sense of humor, which I always tend to regard as a sign of intelligence. Obviously I couldn't follow that well, but I think that a lot of that was just not knowing what the hidden reefs were that he was avoiding, rather than having difficulty in understanding what he did say, which was mostly seemed crystal clear, and I find it very compelling. And I think from that, I took him as the nearest thing that I had to a model of how to do philosophy, and how to combine the formal and the discursive aspects of the subject. And I remember also as an undergraduate reading through the whole of the article version of Naming and Necessity in an afternoon, and it was just such unputdownable reading as far as I was concerned, but spending many hours poring over his 1963 paper about quantified modal logic. And in fact, I so much got the impression that he'd really sorted out all those issues, that it was a very long time before I realized that there might be room to do a bit more in that area, and then started the work that eventually led to modal logic as metaphysics. One paper of his that I've become increasingly intrigued by is a puzzle about belief, which actually I heard him give as a talk in Oxford in the late 70s. And actually, my main memory from that is some students giving sort of typical last-ditch defenses of a descriptive semantics for proper names of a kind which were implicitly already dealt with in Naming and Necessity, and the surprising patience that Saul showed in dealing with them. But the reason I've become particularly interested in that paper is because of what it explicitly sets out to do, but is an aspect of the paper that I think hasn't received the attention that it deserves, which is to argue that there's something implicitly inconsistent in our practice of using, well, proper names, but actually then that's generalized to other terms, and really turns out to be in the practice. Sorry, not misspoke there. It's not so much using proper names as the practice of ascribing beliefs, but beliefs involving proper names inter alia. And I think there's been a tendency to treat that paper as if it were just supplying some more Frege puzzles, maybe a little bit more recalcitrant than the usual ones. And perhaps the reason why the ostensible aim of it, which is to show that there's actually an inconsistency in the practice of ascribing beliefs, and therefore that that we can't really use any of these examples to refute any particular semantics for proper names or other terms. I think that may have come across as we're just too radical to be taken very seriously, so that people, I think, maybe have assumed that in fact somewhere in the small print of our belief ascription practices there must be get outs, and I mean, I guess that the way the paper is written, it does encourage the idea that there is that what he's aiming to show is something like an incoherence in the concept of belief, so that as it were, there isn't really a proper concept there, something along those lines, and that seems, as it were, over the top, because I mean, we obviously can understand the term belief by any reasonable standard, but it seems to me that a better way of articulating what he's in fact getting at, although I don't want to suggest that these are the terms in which he would have made the point, is that we ascribe beliefs on the basis of a number of what one might call heuristics, and that those heuristics are implicitly inconsistent. So, I mean, the point of calling them heuristics is that it's not that these were principles that pretend to be conceptual connections or anything like that, but these are simply some of the normal ways in which we ascribe beliefs, and I think these heuristics are actually behind the principles that Saul describes in the paper, what he calls disquotational principles, which really are principles for going from what sentences people are willing to say in some sort of way, and which ones they're not, and what they believe. And in fact, it seems to me that one can actually simplify those disquotational principles once one regards them as heuristics. But I mean, I don't want to go on about my my take on this. But the fact is that's a paper of his that I think has, although of course it's been quite widely cited, I think the real interest of it has been underestimated and missed, and I think that it is getting at something important about our practices of belief ascription, which goes well beyond just, as it were, variations on Frege puzzles. The final thing that I would like to mention is what I discovered was a surprising confluence between his thinking and mine in epistemology, because I think one of not the very last time I saw him, but one of the last times I saw him, it was at a book festival in Hay-on-Wye, and and to my surprise, he expressed sympathy for the sort of knowledge first approach that I was taking in knowledge and its limits, to the idea that that knowledge is something basic and unanalyzable. And so it certainly felt very, very satisfying to have Saul as an ally on that point. As I say, I've mentioned some specific points of contact, but I think that, you know, as a model for how to do philosophy, he's influenced maybe all of my work in one way or another. Right. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Tim. Next up, we have our final lecture for today, which is Possible Worlds and Conditionals, Bob Stalnaker.
We're contemporaries, born the same year, but he was my teacher. I was in my last year of graduate school at Princeton. I met him when we were both 24. He was visiting from Harvard, where he was a junior fellow at the time, and was teaching a seminar that I sat in on. Officially, the topic was Wittgenstein on following a rule. But the wide-ranging discussion of those issues mixed with the ideas that later crystallized in naming and necessity. In fact, in retrospect, I'm a little impressed by the amount that I assimilated from that seminar, because when I heard naming and necessity, read them and heard them as lectures, I had sort of the feeling I already know all this, and I learned it all in that seminar. Of course, a certain amount of false memory involved, perhaps. But anyway, during the time I was at Princeton, I had many very influential teachers, including Paul Benassaref, Peter Hempel, Alonzo Church, Dick Rorty, Stuart Hampshire, but none of them were as influential as Saul. It's not an exaggeration, I think, to say that he changed the direction of my philosophical thinking and set the agenda for my entire career. There's no philosophical project that I've worked on over this past almost 60 years since that time that has not been affected by Kripke's ideas. Mostly ideas that I first encountered in that 1964 seminar, though I continued to learn both from those ideas and from Kripke's later work, very little of which was published until much more recently, but I did have many opportunities to hear his work presented over the years. Anyway, my remarks today are going to focus mainly on my first project after I finished my dissertation, the project of developing a theory of conditionals, and on my retrospective thoughts about some of the ways that Kripke's ideas influenced it. Some of the things, that is, that I take myself to have learned from him and his work. It's not just that his ideas about modality got me thinking, and some discussions of hearing him react to some views about conditionals, got me thinking about counterfactuals, but they got me to think in a particular way about them, a way that I think is much influenced by his way of thinking about possible worlds. But I'm going to start with some thoughts about some ways I think Kripke's work changed our general way, or at least my general way, of looking at philosophical problems. The traditional strategy of philosophical explanation, or this is a little oversimplifying in some ways, but in the pre-Kripkean analytic tradition in the 50s and 40s and 50s leading up to Kripke's work, traditional approach was to provide reductive analyses of problematic concepts in terms of unproblematic concepts. Nelson Goodman, in his talk about the philosophical conscience, written in the 50s, set out sort of the idea, you know, I can accept certain things, other things I can't. The things I can't accept, but we need, it seems, I have to reduce to the things that I can accept. Other stuff I can just dismiss. But that's sort of setting the methodology as he saw it, which gave rise to his attempt to give a reductive analysis of counterfactuals. Of course, the X knows that P, the Gettier problem, was the most prominent example that took that specific form during the time I was in graduate school. The problem of, in that case, to break the concept of knowledge up into separate components that were either purely subjective, at least allegedly purely subjective, such as belief, purely objective, and independent of the believer, the knower, namely truth, and purely normative notions like justification. Analyses then of this kind were tested against counterexamples, examples that showed us the analysis had intuitively unacceptable consequences, and then often patched in ways designed to avoid the counterexamples. The counterexamples, of course, almost always won in these battles, or sometimes what happened was the patched analysis was shown or claimed to be circular by smuggling in notions that were almost or were as problematic as the ones being analyzed. Now, it's not just the post-Gettier project. Of course, as I said, Nelson Goodman's attempt to analysis acknowledged to be a failure. Roderick Chisholm, quite similarly, at about the same time in the 1940s, was proposed and did the counterexample game, and eventually said we just had to accept this notion of some kind of notion of connection, which was primitive. Now, the analysis that was the target of Saul's critique in Naming and Necessity fits this pattern. The aim of the project he was criticizing was to reduce singular reference to the meaning and reference of terms that were purely general. Kripke's response to this theory was, in part, the traditional one, to provide counterexamples, and he was a master, of course, at presenting apt counterexamples that got to the heart of the matter. But in addition, another side to the critique in the Naming Necessity was the assumption that the basis to which one claims to reduce is unproblematic in a way that that singular reference is not. The Frege-Russell reduction, even if successful, I think the suggestion was, would provide no account of how it is possible to refer to kinds and properties, which are also features of the world. So the more general problem is really the problem of intentionality that he was raising. How do our words and our thoughts succeed in being about something? And one can ask then, why is singular reference more problematic and more in need of reduction than general reference? A question which he made salient. But what was most distinctive about Saul Kripke's constructive response to the problem was that it did not consist of a proposal of an alternative reductive analysis, but instead was the development of some tools for a reformulation of the problem, tools that provided a way for a sharp and clear characterization of what was expressed with names, and a clear distinction between the question, what are names doing semantically, which the modal framework helped to sharpen and make clear, and the question, how are they able to do it, which is a different kind of question. The possible worlds framework and the technical notion of rigid designation that was defined in that context of that framework sharpened and clarified the terrain without trying to provide anything that like a reductive definition of anything. And Kripke, of course, explicitly emphasized, both in the preface to Naming Necessity and throughout the lectures, this feature of his approach. I'll just quote some things. I do not think of possible worlds as providing a reductive analysis of in any philosophically significant sense. That is, as uncovering the ultimate nature in either an epistemological or a metaphysical point of view of modal operators, propositions, and so forth. What is then this apparatus doing? It's helping to clarify the structure of modal notions that are relevant for understanding what's going on in the situation. Now, the more mundane point that he makes is that, of course, it makes possible, the more concrete point that makes possible the use of the set theoretic methods that have been so fruitful in explaining, in clarifying extensional logic. It makes it possible to extend these to these non-extensional notions. But he also points less precise, but still important. It helps clarify certain concepts. And that's brought not entirely by the formal apparatus, but by an interpretation of it. I think that Kripke's turning away from the reductive project is deeper and more significant than has been recognized, perhaps even by Kripke himself. I should say, just noting Tim's remarks just a few minutes ago with his sympathy for the knowledge first approach to epistemology, I think Tim's work is an example of someone who took the lesson that the more general lesson that I'm focusing on, is seeing there are other ways to clarify the issues besides reducing the concepts away. Anyway, quoting some little bits from Naming and Necessity, quote, in commenting on his general critique of the Frege-Russell view, quote, what I think the examples I've given show, and again, famous remarks, what I think the examples I've given show is not simply that there is some technical error here or mistake there, but that the whole picture given by this theory of how reference is determined seems to be wrong from the fundamentals. What I am trying to present is a better picture, which, if more details were filled in, might be refined so as to give more exact conditions for reference to take place. But I think the last part of this remark minimizes the way in which his better picture changes the character of the problem. The question, what are the conditions for reference to take place, is a fundamentally different kind of question from the question, how can one kind of reference, singular reference, be reduced to another? The first question is an external one. The question, what is determined reference? As Kripke's description of the picture in terms of links of a chain through a bunch of people back to an individual. The question, how reference is determined, is not a question about how the subject, by some kind of mental act or semantic stipulation, determines reference. Now, just after the remark quoted above about a better picture, Kripke goes on to say, quote, "We might never reach a set of necessary and sufficient conditions. I don't know. I'm always sympathetic to Bishop Butler's everything is what it is and not another thing. But one can't just cite that maxim to oneself and then turn the page." Unquote. So the general question that's implicitly raised by these musings at this point in the lectures is this: if there is no reductive analysis of some problematic notion, how do we solve the problem? Well, of course, the first question is, so what is the problem? And if you're doing a reduction, you don't need to worry about that, because if you reduce the notion to something else, then whatever was problematic about it isn't there anymore. But if you don't approach the problem in that way, then you have to look more carefully at the details of the case. And sometimes the source of the problem is with the picture that is guiding the theory being criticized. Now, one famous and controversial line in Naming Necessity, quote, "Frege should be criticized for using the term sense in two senses, for he takes the sense of a designator to be the meaning, and he also takes it to be the way the reference is determined. Identifying the two, he supposes that both are given by a definite description." Now, I know many of the neo-Fregeans around in the later time thought this was a kind of misinterpretation, a Carnapian interpretation of Frege, which and there are better ways to think about sense. And I think Kripke also did later work on sense and had more to say about it. But I think this particular criticism is really spot on in getting at the contrast between the two kinds of questions that are conflated in the project that he was criticizing. I think the general remark, this quote about Frege is really a general remark about what Kripke took to be wrong with the picture that was guiding the Frege-Russell project. And I think the reformulation of the issue that's implicit in his better picture goes some way toward resolving the problem, or at least sharpening and changing the questions that remain. Now, the clarifying power of the possible world framework was made vivid to me in the discussions in that early Kripke seminar. And this led me to think that it might contribute to a clarification of the structure of this framework, might help to clarify the structure of counterfactual conditionals, even if the old project pursued in detail by Goodman and Chisholm in the 40s of reducing them to something more fundamental was not in the cards. This influence of Kripke's ideas was clear enough to me from the start, both the specific framework in which to develop formal semantics for conditionals and the idea that we need not provide a reductive analysis or even a prelude to one in order to, for such a theory to be philosophically clarifying. In this way, my thinking about formal semantics for conditionals contrasted with David Lewis's, who also, I'm sure, what his influence and connection is with Kripke is interesting further question. They certainly knew each other at Harvard during that time. But Lewis did think of possible worlds analysis, the possible worlds analysis of modal concepts as a kind of reduction to something more fundamental. And he also thought that the additional functions and relations postulated in a formal semantics for conditionals could be reduced to something more basic. But there were also some other ways in which my early exposure to Kripke's ideas influenced my thinking about the conditionals project. In this case, idea influences that I came to appreciate only sometime later. In particular, the distinction between the a priori and the necessary, and Kripke's claim that there were necessary a posteriori truths as well as contingent a priori truths are ideas that emerged in the discussions in that seminar, along with the distinction between a reference-fixing and a meaning-giving definition. These were radical, total new ideas that really were, later on, when this is part of the philosopher's toolbox you're taught about after Kripke, the sort of shockingness of these ideas is maybe hard to appreciate, but they were really quite striking and new and utterly convincing to me. Now, the representation of necessity was well developed in the modal framework that Kripke was using formally. The notion of the a priori, much less so, as Kripke observed at the time. But it seemed to be central to Kripke's idea of the a priori that at least one way of knowing something a priori is by making stipulations about the use of a term, stipulations that ensured that things said with that term would be true, even though the things you were saying were true were contingent propositions. So the famous meter bar example illustrates this. And in general, Kripke talked a lot about stipulation in talking about possible worlds, and recognizing the kind of possibility that are brought out by the contingent a priori and the necessary a posteriori played a role in my thinking about the selection functions that were posited in conditional semantics, or the similarity relations in that version of the formulation of the theory. A conditional if A then B is true in a world X, if B is true in the selected A world, where you should think of, which is the one that differs only in ways that are minimally different from world X. The rough idea was that what we are doing with the antecedent of a conditional is to stipulate that a claim we are making in the consequent is true not in the actual world, but in a certain stipulated possible world, but stipulated as a function of the proposition expressed in the antecedent. I then asked, and this is getting at a problem, something that made conditionals problematic from an empiricist point of view, how can empirical evidence, which consists of facts about the actual world, be relevant to what is true in some non-actual possible world that you have stipulated? In answer, in that paper at the end, I observed that, quote, there's no mystery to the fact that I can partially define a possible world in such a way that I am ignorant of some determinate truths in that world. Giving the example of, say, I'm thinking of a possible world where the population of China is exactly the same as in the actual world every year. I say, in doing that, I have stipulated a possible world of which things are true, which I will never know. Empirical facts. But knowing empirical facts would tell me what they were. So, Kripke's talk, influenced me in this regard. It said, possible worlds are to quote some things, possible worlds are stipulated, not discovered by powerful telescopes. At another point, generally things are not found out about possible situations, they are stipulated. But the idea is we can use individuals that we find in the actual world to stipulate a fact about a possible world. That was the diffusing of the problem of identifying individuals across possible worlds. And that played a role in this way of thinking about conditionals and counterfactuals. So the idea, the resulting terms connected up with the ideas about analyzing necessary and sufficient conditions, the unanalyzed idea of similarity of possible worlds in relevant respects without saying more, that's a picture. And it's a picture that's sufficient to provide some diffusing of an empiricist's worry about counterfactuals. So it's an example of the kind of thing that I was picking up from Kripke's style of doing philosophy. So one final thought about the project of reductive analysis. There's no general question, can one give necessary and sufficient conditions for some concept? One has a well-defined question of this kind only if one has identified the conceptual resources of the base to which one is aiming to reduce this problematic concept. Sometimes the problem is not that there are always counterexamples to a reduction or an attempt to give necessary and sufficient conditions, but that one has not identified the base. As noted earlier, David Lewis thought that a reductive project was possible for the comparative similarity relations on possible worlds, or the corresponding selection function for possible worlds, used to interpret counterfactuals, whereas I rejected that possibility. Can one say more generally what distinguishes these two theses? That is, what's the philosophical issue about reduction, the possibility of reduction in this case? Here is at least one try. The question is there a clear metaphysical difference between the intrinsic properties of possible worlds and the relations between and the relational properties of possible worlds? A reductive project requires to be well-defined, a base to which the target notion is being reduced. For Lewis's project, as he clearly and explicitly recognized, we need to have a conception of the purely categorical properties of a possible world, which means to have the descriptive resources for expressing the properties that the individuals in the world have, independently of any causal features. Dispositional properties, for example, or properties that essentially have consequences for the ways with those properties interact, or the way they interact with things with other properties, cannot be among the properties used to characterize the intrinsic properties of a possible world. That electrical charge is the kind of thing where things with the same charge repel each other. That can't be an intrinsic fact about the world. It's got to be reduced to the intrinsic properties. And whereas I think Kripke's picture emphasized that counterfactual possible worlds we describe are identified by reference to the individuals we find in the actual world, and in some cases, and by the properties and relations that we find that things have, and they're useful for describing the things in the actual world, including dispositional properties and properties with causal consequences. Now, this does not entail, Kripke's way of thinking about it, does not entail that we can't give a more complete, give a complete description of the intrinsic properties of a possible world in terms of some kind of pure categorical properties. But it does seem that the fundamental properties of things are not properties of this kind. For Lewis, fundamental property, and this is something, one of the virtues of Lewis's metaphysical picture was everything comes out very explicitly, and he bites bullets all the time, not just the modal realism bullet, but other people have taken on many of his ideas about Humean supervenience and all without recognizing the consequences. On Lewis's Humean supervenience view, there can be no intrinsic relational structure in a class of purely natural properties. And Kripke criticized, there's one unpublished paper, which I think is one of the things I hope the Kripke Center will put into publication at some point. He has a paper where he criticizes what he calls the holographic picture, something like that. It's this idea that you can reduce everything to time slices. And this is close to the kind of Lewis picture. Now, Humean supervenience, in its initial iteration, namely Hume, was motivated by a picture of the foundation, which was phenomenal. But Lewis, of course, rejected that kind of foundation. So properties, fundamental properties on Lewis's picture are like bare particulars, except they're bare particular sets, in the sense that what the pure naturalness about them makes them wholly interchangeable with each other. So you could have a possible world where any fundamental property was interchanged with any other fundamental property, and that's a possible world, even if the laws that govern it are totally different. So I think more plausible is a picture of the idea that we develop a conception of a space of possible worlds and of what they are like, what those worlds are like, what the possible ways things might be are. We develop this picture at the same time as we are developing an empirically based conception of what the actual world is like and what the resources are available in the actual world for describing the merely possible worlds. So I took Kripke's picture of the role of possible worlds in determining the content of our representations of the world to motivate this kind of story. Thank you.
All right, we have time for a few questions, comments, if anybody wants to.
Well, I have a slightly technical question, since you talked about, namely that there is an axiom which you had, about which you and Lewis were in disagreement. You accepted the axiom, if A then B, or if A then not B.
Right.
Right? And Lewis rejects it. What is your view now?
I haven't changed my view about that. And I think it's very interesting. I mean, there's both interaction and distinction between the technical questions, say, that divide someone like Lewis and me, or someone like Kripke and Lewis on other issues, the technical issues and the philosophical ones. They can be divided in a way, but on the other hand, some of the kinds of intuitive arguments you might want to give for one or another of the technical questions will draw on your more general picture of what you're doing with possible worlds. I think the other sort of methodological thing, I think that you gotta bite some bullets to go either way, and which bullets you bite does relate to a lot of other things. But I think like you're forced to address certain further questions, and sometimes to introduce things that one might think of as ad hoc. But then you say, is there an independent motivation for those moves we have to make? So I think one of the things that emerges from, from the defense of conditional excluded middle is, first of all, one should think of possible worlds not as metaphysical universes, but as the cells of a partition, perhaps a very coarse-grained partition of logical space. And Kripke was very sympathetic to that view and says that at various points in Naming Necessity even, that you can apply the possible world framework to the mini-worlds, where there are just 36 of them, say, the tossings of the dice. Once you have a very coarse-grained partition of possibilities, excluded middle becomes much more plausible. The other thing, it seems to me, is that in the actual application of a theory of conditionals, only certain antecedents are sort of pragmatically acceptable. And the application, say, in a decision situation, it's actions that are, you can say, if I didn't do this, what would have happened? But if I said, if I didn't do either this or that, which one would it have been? That's a very different kind of question. You may say, well, that's really not a proper question on a certain kind of framework. So focusing on that part of it is thing that the excluded middle helps you to.
Next.
Other questions, comments?
Hi, thank you. So this might be a little, God, this microphone's really loud when you're using it. This might be a little far afield, but when you were discussing this reductionist impulse you were talking about in the context of semantics and metaphysics.
Yes.
And one thing that struck me is sort of in your own work on pragmatics, you seem to be sort of trying to do this sort of reductionist project of reducing these various pragmatic notions in the Gracian way to like intentions and mental states. I was just curious sort of how you see the connection between this sort of anti-reductionism you were suggesting about the sort of semantic and metaphysical questions versus what seems like a sort of reduction you're doing in the pragmatic case.
Yeah. Good. Good. Okay, so one thing is reductionism can rear its head at various different points. And I'm very much of a contextualist with respect to what are the resources you have available to you. So what I was focusing on in talking about Lewis is a very metaphysical notion of what is your ultimate picture of what the world, what the distinctions there are to be made in our metaphysics between possibilities. But I also, when you're turning to a different kind of question, like in pragmatics, where you want to give a notion of a context in which the topic you're talking about might be mathematics, or it might be physics, or it might be action, or it might be anything. So the way you divide space up will be different for the different situations. And so you can set aside the metaphysical questions to some extent. You can divide a space of possibilities, and it can turn out that it's a pseudo-partition of the possibilities, where some of the possibilities represent empty parts of logical space, but you don't know which they are, and that's the problem. So you can use the resources of possible worlds to talk about things that are not metaphysically possible, I think. And I think that's an important application, and there still remain great mysteries. And I mean, Kripke was very worried about how we understand epistemic content, and that's part of what Tim was mentioning in focusing on the problem about belief. And I think those are problems that I think the general abstract structures are very helpful for addressing, but they don't themselves provide solutions to it.
I have a question about counterfactuals and counterpossibles. I remember when Zooming asked Saul a question about, Post had gone to talk to Gödel and say, he had discovered Gödel's incompleteness theorem years before, and then afterwards was embarrassed and wrote an apology note in which he said, I would have proven Gödel's incompleteness theorem if I had been Gödel. So then Kripke said something that just a difference between a counterfactual and a counterpossible. And when he was giving the naming and necessity lectures, Gilbert Harman wrote a letter in which he proposed that distinction. I was wondering if you have any thoughts about counterfactuals versus counterpossibles.
Yeah, good. No, I think, of course, the semantics that both I and Lewis and many other people of different variations give, all counterpossibles are true. that is, if the antecedent is impossible, the conditional is true. But in application, it seems there is a room for distinction between true and false counter-possibles, and one has to explain that. And I think it is true that you get extremely local context sensitive with conditionals when you're dealing with particularly manifest counter-possibles, such as if I were Gödel, right, or something like that. You've got to but you've got to find some kind of possibility that's a possibility in some sense that you can make sense of in order to, I think, so I want to stick with, you need possibilities, even if they are counter-possible possibilities, in that they are not real metaphysical possibilities. And all this, counter-possibles are all over the place. If you look carefully at Peter Inwagen likes to make the point, that all these things like, it couldn't possibly be a purple cow, because not one that's painted purple, but one that's really purple, or something. I don't know whether that's true or not, but snowmen, can snowmen dance? No, right? Nothing made of snow can dance. And you can still tell stories and understand them, and in understanding them, you have to make sense of some way in which you're describing something possible, even if it's a kind of possibility that's like a soap bubble, and if you look too closely at it, it's going to pop and disappear. So I think, I don't think the idea of trying to find a logic of counter-possibles that's different is a fruitful operation, although, you got to look and see. I think one does it by constructing some kind of notion, something that's playing the role of possible worlds, even if it's not a metaphysically defensible conception of possibility.
One last question.
Yeah, this sort of relates to the last question. By the mid-70s, the power of possible world semantics was becoming really evident. The things you could do with them, their versatility and so on. But around the mid-70s, the use of what we now call impossible worlds were also starting to receive the same kind of development. For example, in the semantics of relevant logics and in hyperintentional contexts. I don't think people thought of them. They didn't call them impossible worlds in the mid-70s, but that's effectively what they were. Now, it's my impression that the use of impossible worlds was taken much more seriously outside the United States than inside the United States. They were used quite regularly in Australia, for example. But I don't think people in the US thought very well of them. And in some sense, that's surprising because impossible worlds go back to the original Kripke papers on worlds, where he proposed the semantics from the non-normal order logics. So that strikes me as a slightly curious situation. I wondered if you wanted to comment on it.
I don't want to comment on the sociology of this, but I do. The very idea of an impossible world, I think, needs unpacking. And there may be very different ways of doing it, but I think one can see some dangers of problematic equivocation that are made easier when you talk about impossible worlds. But I'm open to the idea that you can make sense of this notion, but I think it needs a lot of careful clarification and distinguishing from various different things. But this goes with the idea that I think if you say we want to talk about discourse that is which involves contradictions and implicit that are not recognized and things, and the possible worlds framework is so useful for trying to understand these things. So if impossible ones could help, then that's great. But I think whether you're getting at the relationship between words, representations, thoughts on the one hand, and what they're about on the other hand, whether impossible worlds help you with that problem is what I at least need to hear a lot more before I'm going to get there.
All right, let's thank our speaker one more time.
Thank you.
And next up we have James Burgess.
All right, let me see how, yeah, okay, that's good. I was Saul's roommate in college. We were an improbable pair. I, an aspiring artist, Saul, a mathematical prodigy. But we soon established an enduring rapport that has lasted a lifetime. I'd like to read an account of a memorable visit from Saul to my New York loft, which became a manic episode of almost continuous activity in which Saul's excitable, exuberant energy and eccentric self-delight were in full flood. He arrived promptly at 6, dressed like a lumberjack in a cotton shirt, a leather jacket, and a pair of coarse, baggy jeans. Moments before setting out for dinner, after some high-spirited raillery, Saul asked, did I have a magnifying glass? Producing one from the studio, we spent 30 minutes scanning the newspaper and assorted magazines to detect an oddity Saul had previously noted, that to the impression of three-dimensionality, both of text and imagery, the eyes seemed to contribute an extra, unexpected measure of depth perception, a sharper and enlarged view. And the simple magnification of such effects appeared to further accentuate this peculiarity. Saul was half convinced he'd hit upon an undocumented optical curiosity. He had consulted a text on optics and was relieved to discover no reference to his finding, on the chance he might eventually gain notoriety for his observation. I allowed somewhat for the possibility of so-called discovery, but with considerably less enthusiasm. Finally, we departed for the restaurant. About to hail a cab, Saul couldn't recall the address. We returned to the loft to consult a phone book, predating the arrival of the cell phone. There we dallied while Saul gathered still more proof of his likely phantom revelation by poring over additional material, which included a copy of The New Yorker he'd bought for its article on depression. We took the magnifying lens with us. Saul required no eyeglasses. On our way to dinner for the second time, a stunning young fashion model boarded the elevator. Dazzled and emboldened by her presence, Saul greeted her with a welcome smile that soon morphed into a persistent, benign grimace and asked her opinion of what we'd been discussing. She bashfully admitted she'd not been listening. To this, Saul responded with a flurry of silly banter, chatter meant to capture her interest. But alas, the elevator stopped before his charm could take effect. The model walked briskly through the lobby and disappeared into the night. Her departure was scarcely noticed by Saul, whose daring enterprise left him feeling altogether triumphant. I suggested before dinner we cab to the bookstore at Columbus Circle to pick up the newly published White House tapes he wished to buy of President Johnson's phone conversations. From here, we would walk to the Le Marais restaurant. At the bookstore, Saul's behavior immediately attracted notice. He ranged across the floor in great haste, commanding several salespersons directions to the book, but not without once suddenly pausing, as if transfixed, to deliver his familiar groaning ahs and hms, a signal that his mind was jamming with synaptic overload, that his brain had switched off or elsewhere. Two salespersons promptly advanced to assist him. Saul's behavior at the time was so engaging and eccentric, so intense and single-minded, and at the same time so distractedly self-absorbed that faced with such bizarre conduct, no one had the inclination or presence of mind to take offense. Having bought the book, Saul suggested on the way to the restaurant we briefly inspect a nearby newsstand with the magnifying glass. As it turned out, there was very little to inspect but sex magazines, and we drew strange looks from the vendor, witnessing the spectacle of two middle-aged men intently peering through a magnifying lens, comparing remarks on female pulchritude. Soon after, within sight of the restaurant, Saul suddenly realized he had forgotten his bag of belongings he'd left at the bookstore. We walked back the 10 miles to the bookstore, retrieved the bag, then walked back 10 miles back to finally reaching the restaurant. After dinner, we again walked at Saul's breakneck pace to Penn Station. Saul was distressed to learn he had to wait 40 minutes for his train to Princeton. Wishing me to wait with him, he tried to forestall my departure with a long, drawn-out description of a gruesome homicide he'd been following in the papers. But I was thoroughly played out, and with a warm embrace bid him goodbye. On reaching home, I found lying on the kitchen counter his forgotten copy of the New Yorker. During the past 10 years, Saul and I had grown quite close, enjoying frequent phone calls, evenings at his Manhattan apartment, and days spent on the magnificent horse farm in New Jersey, the creation of Fernando Birman, Romina Padro's husband. All these various occasions were greatly facilitated by Romina, who oversaw all the necessary arrangements, large and small. I owe her a great debt of gratitude for her assistance in making possible the final deeply rewarding years with my incomparable, unforgettable friend. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Now, our last talk for the day is from Margaret, who will be joining us via Zoom.
Hi. Thank you very much, James, for that very moving rendition. I think that you're a hard act to follow. I have a few notes written down. Let me just get them. Just 1 second. The memories of Saul. Saul's life could be divided into these 3 parts: premarital, marital, and postmarital. These parts are roughly the same in length. The marital part beginning in 1973, when we met, continuing through 1976, when we married, to 2000, when we divorced. The marital part lasted then for 27 years. Saul was 33 years old when we met and 60 years old when we divorced. Given only 10 minutes for my recollections of Saul, I can clearly share only a few brief anecdotes. I met him when I was a research fellow in philosophy at St. Hilda's College, Oxford, whence he'd come to give the John Locke lectures. While we were getting to know each other, he asked to see something I'd written, something philosophical, and I gave him a copy of an article of mine in the Journal of Philosophy. That satisfied him that we were on the same page philosophically in a general sense. Saul was undoubtedly an unusual person, eccentric if you will. Nonetheless, he seemed quite familiar to me, perhaps because he shared some salient characteristics with my father and brother. All had dark, relatively curly hair and a lively intensity, laced particularly in my father's case with humor. From the start, I was very much taken with Saul's ability to make people laugh while expounding the deepest philosophical ideas, his jokes being integral to the philosophical point. Saul was at Rockefeller University in New York when we met, but shortly after we married, they closed down their very distinguished philosophy department. Saul received very many attractive job offers, and after extended and somewhat agonizing deliberations, we moved down to Princeton. In 1977, Taylor Branch came to our home on College Road West to interview Saul for an extensive profile that appeared as the cover story of the New York Times Magazine. And I recommend it. It's still in the archives. I played a minor role in this piece, and shortly after received an invitation from Vogue magazine's features editor to write 1,000 words expounding, and I quote, the secrets of the boudoir for a fee of $1 per word. Though impressed by this opportunity to enter the world of journalism, I immediately declined the invitation. Those of you who've only met Saul in relatively recent years may have no idea that in the years of which I'm speaking, he was an incredibly fast walker. I was the victim of this speed when we took walks in the woods by the Institute for Advanced Study, which lay near our house. We would start off down a path together, but Saul, most likely beginning to think about some philosophical or logical matter, would gradually forge ahead to the point that I lost sight of him. Given the many paths in the woods, this meant that we might never meet up before going home. So I devised a plan. If and when Saul realized that I was no longer with him, he was to turn back and retrace his steps. I believe this worked much of the time. Of course, there were no cell phones in those days, as James has mentioned in his discussion. One of my most cited papers is called Walking Together, a paradigmatic social phenomenon, published in 1990. A central observation in this paper is that when two people are out on a walk together, each has an obligation to the other to act appropriately to this joint project, if necessary, rebuking the other for drawing ahead. Quite possibly, the example stems from my experience of walking in the Institute woods with Saul. After we moved to 11 Lake Lane, we took our walks along the towpath of Lake Carnegie and were no longer faced with the problem of multiple paths. We had many interesting visitors to our home. One of these was Stephen Hawking. He and I had met when I was an undergraduate at Cambridge in the early 1960s, and he was a beginning graduate student. When I was a visiting member of the Institute for Advanced Study in 1978-9, Stephen came to lecture at the Einstein Centennial celebrations held there. He was still able to speak, if very haltingly. I went up to him, and he distinctly remembered me. I invited him to lunch at my home to meet my husband. Stephen took to Saul, and vice versa, and we continued to meet and share meals together when we were in the same town. The towns including Princeton, Cambridge, and Oxford on different occasions. When possible, I attended Saul's graduate seminars in Princeton. These were given without notes. Indeed, Saul much disliked the physical act of writing. He wrote practically nothing down, thinking things through entirely in his head and usually walking about while doing so. Sometimes at home, he would break into a run as if propelled by the force of the ideas that moved him, and this was rather a charming thing to see. It was hard to take good notes as Saul carefully developed his points over the course of a semester. There was a danger then that there would be no reliable public record of all this work. I urged Nathan Salmon, who was on the faculty and a friend of Saul's, to arrange for recordings to be made, and he did so. These recordings are now in the safekeeping of the Saul Kripke Center, their contents gradually being transcribed for eventual publication. I was once asked if Saul and I sat down to dinner each night and discussed the work we'd done that day. The answer is that we did not. Our philosophical exchanges were sporadic, as when he might be moved to run something by me or vice versa. One time when I identified some mistakes in David Lewis's use of game theory in his book Convention, I couldn't wait to share this with Saul, who happened to be taking a shower. I ran into the bathroom and shouted my thoughts over the sound of running water. Saul was interested in this part of my work and contributed some related game theoretical points that I've referenced in various publications. He also developed a set theoretical version of an intuitive idea I had about common knowledge, the idea of common knowledge that David Lewis introduced into philosophy. Saul also developed a set theoretical version of an intuitive idea I had about common knowledge, which appears in my 1989 book on social facts. I somewhat regret that this version appears in the text rather than the notes, because my readership might well have preferred a more informal presentation. Saul and I talked about co-authoring a paper on common knowledge, but sadly, this never happened. Outside the courthouse, after our divorce, Saul and I gave each other a big hug, to the surprise, I think, of the surrounding lawyers. In recent years, our infrequent but long conversations on the phone have been warm and mutually supportive. The last time I saw Saul was on Zoom, when I was privileged to give the 5th Saul Kripke lecture at the Graduate Center. The last words that I heard him speak were at the conclusion of that session. "That was a good discussion," he said. "That was good to hear." Thank you.
It's my pleasure to introduce the first speaker for today, David Papineau.
Thank you very much. I'm pleased and honored to be asked to speak here. I came to know Saul as a colleague in the 6 years I was visiting CUNY from 2015 to 2020. And I'll say a bit about that later. But in fact, that was by no means the first time that I'd seen Saul. I wouldn't say I'd met him before, but I'd seen him a few times. Graham mentioned yesterday, Graham Priest, that Saul gave a lecture in London in the 1970s. And in fact, I missed that. I'm not quite sure why. I must have been around in London at the time. I went off to work in Australia in 1977, but Graham went off to work in Australia in 1976. So Saul must have been speaking in London before that. And I'm sorry I missed that. But I did see him quite soon after. I went to lecture in UCLA in about must have been 1978. I was at the PSA in San Francisco, and Harty invited me to come down and give a talk at USC, where he was with Brian Law and others. And they said, "Look, there's this interesting talk at UCLA." So I went along, and it was a puzzle about belief, and a great talk it was too. And then there was another occasion at the APA a couple of years later where I heard him give the rotating disc argument against endurance, and both wonderful lectures, clear, slow, long, both best part of 2 hours, but it wasn't something you wanted to leave. Saul carried you along. You were exactly clear where you were going. It was great stuff. At the time, I observed this and I felt, well, that's all very interesting, but not really my stuff. I wasn't working anything like that. And I thought, well, you know, I haven't got any close contact with his ideas. I'm working on different issues. But of course, in retrospect, I, like everybody else, was already doing philosophy in a different way because of Saul's achievements. Let me digress a bit. There's a point in the early 2004, it was, when Michael Devitt asked me to write a reference for Saul. It was when Saul was coming to CUNY, and there needed to be some paperwork to confirm his appointment as a distinguished professor. And I said at the beginning that this is not a hard letter to write. And I can't remember exactly what I said, that probably come to be seen as the greatest philosopher of the 20th century. And I mentioned in particular 2 ideas that were in Naming and Necessity: the distinction between the necessary and the a priori, and the idea of semantic externalism. I mean, as corollary of the causal theory of reference. Two subjects can be intrinsically identical, yet their matching thoughts have different truth conditions. And I said in the letter, those ideas were new. I'm old enough to have done philosophy before Naming and Necessity the original lectures were delivered, and those 2 ideas kind of just weren't available to me at that time. But by the mid-80s, I, like everybody else, was using them without thinking. I can remember I wrote a paper on causal asymmetry and nature of causation in the mid-80s, and analyzed causal asymmetry in terms of a kind of thermodynamic asymmetry, and there was a response by Doug Ehring saying, no, that can't be right, because I can imagine a world in which there's no thermodynamic asymmetry, but one billiard ball comes along and causes another one to move. And it was obvious to me what to say. You know, you can imagine that, but you're imagining an impossibility. My theory is supposed to be an a posteriori reduction, not a conceptual analysis. Merely conceptually possible thought experiments cut no ice. Obvious thing to say, and I said it. Another area, I was working on early versions of teleosemantics, and people said, well, that's a pretty funny theory. It's going to make the content of your thought depend on what environment you're in. And of course, we were then able to say, of course, that's what you'd expect. That's what externalism tells us. So there I was working in other areas, but without really being aware of it. The whole way I and others could do philosophy was already shaped by Saul. Let me come back to the present. I got much more closely involved with some of Saul's work more recently. A couple of issues. I mean, one was to do with the mind-brain argument, that the anti-identity argument that comes at the end of Naming and Necessity. And as a staunch identity theorist, physicalist, I had to engage with it, and I said various things about it. But I'd always understood the argument in the standard way, in what Stephen Yablo has called textbook Kripkeanism, kind of making Saul out to be a kind of two-dimensional semanticist. I mean, putting the argument so understood in contemporary terms the thought would be that phenomenal concepts are referred directly, so mind-brain identity ought to be a priori, if true. The underlying thought is that if you're thinking using directly referring concepts, then all necessities will be a priori. I mean, of course, as a physicalist, I denied this premise, but I went along with the idea that that's what Saul thought. But then, I can't remember why. I was in a reading group in London and somebody queried it. And I said, well, can that really be the right interpretation of Saul? That if terms are semantically direct, they're going to be epistemically transparent of all necessities? Come on, what are the two most obvious doctrines in naming and necessity? Proper names refer directly, but some necessities involving proper names are a posteriori. I mean, those are the two things that jump off the page from naming necessity. And you think if Saul was in fact a textbook Kripkeanism, he would have said something about how the textbook Kripkeanism was consistent with those two thoughts. And so I developed a different understanding of Saul's argument at the end of naming necessity, paying attention to that point, which didn't commit him to any general two-dimensional principle, but made the argument much more ad hominem, trying to show that materialists get into a kind of tangle. The other issue I got more closely involved with was also to do with metaphysical necessity. So Saul didn't just think that identities were a posteriori necessities. He thought various other a posteriori properties could be essential to various items. And many people are suspicious about these essential properties, but I got interested in working with students Marion Godman and Antonella, who's speaking in a moment. And they came to the view that we could understand that the source of these essential properties in terms of their special explanatory status, their kind of super explanatory properties, and that's what makes it appropriate to treat them as metaphysically necessary. Okay, so here I was. I had two quite definite views about what Saul was really up to in various parts of his work, and I debated them with various people. And I can remember an occasion in Berlin where Dave Chalmers and I had a public discussion of which was the right way to interpret the mind-brain identity argument, anti-identity argument. And afterwards, somebody came up and said to Dave and me, but this is pretty weird. I mean, here you are talking about what's the right way to interpret Saul, and come on, guy's still alive. Why don't you just ask him? He'll tell you. And Dave said, well, yeah, it's not actually quite that simple. And so I discovered. So I came to CUNY, and I had the chance to find out what Saul really thought about these matters where I was interpreting him. And so I went to seminars. I think I went pretty much every year on Wednesday afternoons, and I learned a lot, but I didn't learn what I was actually curious about on these two matters. I mean, the issues came up. The issue of what did these arguments mean? Saul's an argument, and you'd think he'd be interested, and he was interested, but he didn't really give me the answer. He made some helpful comments. He was sympathetic. He said, "Yeah, you could think of it like that," but kind of frustrating. I never found out what he had originally intended. And it's kind of puzzling, isn't it? That, I mean, Saul, I mean, intellectually penetrating, not short of curiosity at all. Why would he be so reticent on matters so close to his own work? And I think something Graham said yesterday suggests a possible answer. Graham Priest said yesterday that as he saw it, nearly everything in naming necessity is just read off from the mathematics. That once Saul had developed a formal semantics for quantified modal logic, the philosophical morals were just obvious. All the morals in naming a necessity, all those wonderful insights were just a corollary of the underlying mathematics. And you can see if somebody had found that kind of philosophical motherlode, they perhaps wouldn't find it that satisfying, entering more confusing, less clear-cut philosophical waters. I mean, it might be frustrating for us to not have Saul give definite answers beyond what he is prepared to, but you can see why he might prefer to hold his counsel. It just wouldn't be as tight, as clean as the stuff that he'd given us. Now, I think if that's right, we should be pleased. It's a cause for celebration, not for complaint. What Saul did say, what he was clear about, what he was categorical about, is all beautifully tight and clear. If he leaves us with muddier waters that we have to navigate ourselves, I think we should just be grateful that he took us as far as he did. Thanks, Saul.
Okay, next up we have Carl Posy.
Well, I want, as have previous speakers, to thank Romina and to thank Yale and to thank the Saul Kripke Center for this invitation, for the opportunity to speak here this morning. I'm honored to participate, but of course, no less deeply saddened by the occasion. I'm going to talk to you about Saul Kripke's contributions to intuitionism. Intuitionism is a revisionist movement in the foundations of mathematics. It was founded in 2007 by L.E.J. Brouwer. That's the same Brouwer of the fixed point theorem about which we heard yesterday, but wearing a very, very different hat. It was carried on by his student Aaron Heiting and by subsequent generations. Most philosophers who know about intuitionism know about intuitionistic logic. But in fact, Brouwer's ideas and his revisionism were first and foremost focused on mathematics. And that, in fact, makes this talk a little bit difficult for the following reason. Saul had what I call a bivalent, not ambivalent, but bivalent attitude to intuitionism. He swam comfortably and was completely at home, and one of the great architects of the modern study of intuitionistic logic. But like many mathematicians, he was absolutely no fan of intuitionistic mathematics. Nevertheless, Saul Kripke contributed not only to the study of intuitionistic logic in a field-defining way that we'll talk about in a moment, but also to the core of intuitionistic mathematics and to its philosophical foundations. And what I want to say is that the interest to this group of talking about Saul's contributions to intuitionism in the end is that the sum of these contributions is a remarkable window into Saul's intellectual personality. Let's see how this goes. Today I'm going to give, in order to give you background and to know about what we're speaking, a tiny taste of Brouwer's intuitionistic mathematics. And then I'm going to tell you about Saul's technical contributions, something called Kripke schema in intuitionistic mathematics itself, and of course, Kripke models in intuitionistic logic. But then I'll also tell you about his philosophical contributions, about his interpretation, what he called his intuitive interpretation of his own semantics, and a foray, really at the very recent by our standards, a 2019 paper about something that he called free choice sequences, a temporal interpretation compatible with the acceptance of classical mathematics, something that, together with the other things, really gives that window into Saul's intellectual personality. I'm going to cut corners. I'm going to paint things with broad strokes. Experts among you will recognize the shortcuts that I'm taking, but they won't affect the points I want to make. There is a handout, and that handout can provide some of the background and details that I'm skipping. Okay. I'll start with an off-used, probably overused, quotation from the Republic. Plato says, "In this respect, then no one who has even a slight acquaintance with geometry will deny that the nature of this science is in flat contradiction with the absurd language used by mathematicians for want of better terms. They constantly talk of operations like squaring, applying, adding, and so on, as if the object were to do something. Whereas the true, there's this typo there, there are many typos, I'm afraid. The true purpose of the whole subject is knowledge. Knowledge, moreover, of what eternally exists, not of anything that comes to be this or that at some time and ceases to be." Brouwer is the targeted enemy here. Brouwer, in fact, completely turned the tables on this Platonic doctrine. For him, mathematical objects are constructed. They are what he called mental mathematical constructions. They're constructed by finite human beings, and they are finitely graspable, and if not, then they are not. When an object happens to be infinite, we can then only grasp how and when it grows over time. And that's all there is. There are no inaccessible truths beyond what is finitely verifiable. This view of Brouwer's plays itself out prominently in the theory of real numbers and functions over real numbers. So let me tell you just a little bit about that. Consider the number 1. Now, you all know that this number has 2 decimal expansions, 0.99999 forever and 1.0000 forever. Technically, these are what we call coincident convergent infinite sequences. 0.99999 is really the sequence 0, 9/10, 99 100ths, 999 over 1,000, etc. And 1.0000 is 1, 1.0, 1.00, etc. Technically, to say that they're convergent means simply that from some point onward, the components of the sequence get closer and closer to one another. And they are coincident sequences because from some point onward, the corresponding components get closer and closer to one another as the sequences progress. Technical definitions are in the handout, but this is all you need, in fact, more than what you need. The continuum is simply the uncountably infinite collection of all real numbers. And so for the classical mathematician, one thinks of the components of a real number, one of these infinite sequences given by a decimal, as all simultaneously present. The decimal is like an infinite string of digits, and the continuum is the collection of all of these together, the infinite cable of these. The intuitionist doesn't buy this. A finite intelligence, the intuitionist says, such as our own, cannot properly grasp such things. An infinite sequence given all at once, how could you grasp that? And a double-decker, two-layer cake, where you make infinite collections of these infinite sequences, simply out of the question. Intuitionistically, a real number is what Brouwer calls an infinitely proceeding sequence. It's something that grows over time. It is produced by a process. I like to think of the Nokia game of Snake, where as you proceed, the object of the game gets longer and longer as it moves along. That's what an intuitionistic infinitely proceeding sequence is, and that's how we have to view things like decimal expansions. Brouwer says processes. He says an infinite sequence is something that proceeds. It's given by a process. Well, what kind of processes are there? Certainly there are algorithms. The real number that I call alpha is given by the algorithm for 0.9999 with nines all the way. This is the real number that we call 1 and given by the decimal expansion 0.999. But remember, it's really an infinitely proceeding sequence of rational numbers. And we get lots of real numbers in this algorithmic way. We can get the decimal expansion of pi. We have an algorithm for that and for many, many other numbers. But there's a problem that Brouwer points out. The collection of all algorithms is countable. There's a very simple argument for this. An algorithm is expressible by an expression in language, and there are only countably many expressions in the ordinary languages that we use for doing mathematics. And so if we were to restrict attention only to real numbers whose decimal expansions were given by algorithms, the continuum would turn out to be countable. And so Brouwer generalized the notion of process and supplemented the algorithmic real numbers with numbers generated by non-algorithmic methods, non-algorithmic processes. And I'm going to tell you about two of them. One, perhaps the most notorious, is simply free choice. Okay? And here's the definition of a real number. Delta, okay? For each n, you simply freely choose the nth decimal digit in delta, okay? And so you've got the preceding n digits, or n minus 1 digits, and then you simply either add 0 or 1 or 2 up through 9. And you can do this freely choosing each digit, okay? That is a way of generating a decimal expansion, of generating a real number. Of course, if at any point you choose to append something other than a 9, you'll get a decimal expansion that isn't all 9s, and you will have generated a number that is less than 1. Here's a second method, the method known as the theory of the creating subject. Okay, sequences that are generated based on the solving of mathematical problems. Take some undecided mathematical proposition. I suggest Goldbach's conjecture, which is the standard one to take nowadays. The idea that the conjecture that every even number is the sum of two prime numbers. You might be surprised to hear that. In fact, that has been verified up through the trillions. It has never been proved or refuted. as a general property of the natural numbers. So take that conjecture or any other unsolved or undecided mathematical proposition, and define a sequence by the actions of what Brouwer calls the creating subject, an idealized mathematician who's working on that problem. And at predetermined stages, or at some stages, define the nth component of the sequence in accordance with whether the creating subject has solved the problem, whether he's proved or refuted Q, whatever that might be. And so you get the real number zeta. You've got this unsolved problem, Q, maybe Goldbach's conjecture, and you generate zeta by giving nines all the way, 0.999. And at each stage, if at that stage the problem remains unsolved, the conjecture undecided, you put down a 9. But if at some point n, at some point k, you actually prove the proposition, you prove Goldbach's conjecture, then you put down a 1 and you continue putting ones forever. If at some point you refute it, maybe you find what they call a non-Goldbach even number, an even number that's not the sum of two prime numbers, well, then you put down a 0 and you continue putting zeros from then on. Okay? Now, by my definition, delta, the real number that's proven, that's generated by free choice, it actually converges. The elements do get closer and closer together as, because you're generating a decimal expansion. And though we don't know the further components, we do know that they're getting closer and closer. And I built zeta in exactly the same way. So we have here two real numbers. But we can't say whether they coincide with each other, nor can we say whether either one of them actually will ever go on forever with 9s and coincide with alpha, with 1. All right? So those are two examples of non-algorithmic ways of generating real numbers. And now, I just want to point out that not every way of generating a decimal is, or every way of generating an infinitely preceding sequence of rational numbers will count as giving you a real number from the intuitionistic point of view. Here's the sequence tau, okay? It starts by giving 1.000 all the way, okay? And you continue to give zeros while checking the decimal expansion of pi. You can do that. It's actually an algorithmic number. If at some point you come up with 1,000,000 consecutive 7s in the decimal expansion of pi, at that point, after the last of those 7s, okay, so long as you don't, you keep putting zeros. If at some point you do, then at point k, you jump to k, and then you give zeros. So it's 1.000 all the way until you get to the million. By the way, pi has been calculated to tens of trillions, tens of billions of decimal places, and we haven't found that yet. You then jump to that point k, and then you continue giving zeros again. From a classical point of view, either you jump or you don't. Either there is such a run or there isn't. And so in either case, tau is a perfectly good generator of a real number. It converges, and it's a perfectly good real number. Intuitionistically, it's not. We can't tell, we can't provide a point n at which that will happen, and we can't even tell whether it will ever happen. So from where we stand intuitionistically, we cannot say that this sequence satisfies the condition of convergence, and we can't say that it's a real number. All right? I'm going to come back to tau a little bit later. But with these things in hand, I've already got enough machinery to show you two places where intuitionism deviates from classical mathematics. First, classically, the continuum, the set of all real numbers, can be split at any point. You can divide it evenly between all the numbers to the left and that number plus all the numbers to the right. Okay? In particular, at 1, at the number 1, which was given by alpha for us, the continuum is the set of all real numbers less than 1, together with the set of all real numbers that are greater than or equal to 1. Makes perfectly good sense. Here's a picture, right? The blue are all to the left, then you have 1, and the red all to the right. But from an intuitionistic point of view, the continuum cannot be split in this way. I like to say it's viscous, it's unsplittable. For right now, we cannot put our friend delta, the free choice real number, into either half. We don't know whether it's equal to 1, we don't know whether it's less than 1, nor do we know if we will ever be able to do so. Okay? The precise location of delta is indeterminate. That's a number that can't be put in either side. From an intuitionistic point of view, the continuum cannot be split. Nor can it be totally ordered. Classically, given a pair of numbers, they're either equal or one is greater than the other. In particular, classically, we can say, given x and y, either if x is not equal to y, then it's either greater than y or less than y. But Brouwer argued that that proposition is not true intuitionistically. And our number zeta, okay, the number that comes from tracking the creative subject's work on Goldbach's conjecture, that gives a counterexample. Clearly, the way I build zeta, it's not greater than 1, okay? You're giving a decimal expansion that always approaches 1 from the left. And the status of whether it's equal to 1 is indeterminate. Once again, we don't know. We can say nothing about it. But even more strongly, Brouwer claims that, in fact, zeta is positively not equal to 1. It is outright false that zeta is equal to 1. Okay? So there are two counterexamples. There are lots more. There are counterexamples about functions and continuity, but these two will suffice. And so that's our little taste of intuitionism. Now I want to talk to you about Saul's contributions. And there are two sorts of considerations. There are logical considerations that figured into already these examples about when an implication holds, when a disjunction, and certainly when a negation holds. There are conceptual problems or conceptual considerations about this notion of a creating subject. Saul contributed to the elucidation of both. I'll start with the creating subject. Our number delta, no, there's a mistake here. It was zeta. I'm sorry. That was generated by the activity of the creating subject, something Brouwer explicitly introduced in 1948. And the notion generated worries from the start. The subjectivism, maybe even solipsism. What do you mean by a stage? How do you know when you should be asking whether or not we have found a solution to our problem? Does the creative subject operate one proposition at a time? Well, it turns out that that can be generated into a paradox, a sort of something called Trollster's paradox. And if not, when do you stop? There are questions of logical omniscience. And of course, there is the question of why is zeta not equal to 1? Why did Brouwer make that strong claim? Well, here's the reasoning. If zeta were equal to 1, remember zeta goes around giving 0.999 and stops and gives either a 1 or a 0 as an output if the proposition is either proved or refuted. Well, to say that if zeta were equal to 1, that means that it goes 999 all the way. But if that were true, we would have to be able to know that. There are no unknowable truths. All right? And so then we would know that Q will never be proved. And we would also know that not Q will never be proved. Q would never be refuted. But the conjunction of Q will never be proved and Q will never be refuted actually entails not Q and not Q, a contradiction. This entailment is a thorny issue in its own right, and I may have a chance to come back to that. But at any rate, there's a lot of noise, a lot of trouble around this, and Kripke simply cut the Gordian knot. He said, in a letter that he wrote to Kreisel sometime in 1965, and to the best of my knowledge, we don't have a copy of that letter, is that right? Let A be any proposition, then Kripke's schema simply says, there is a sequence, call it sigma, such that if A is false if and only if sigma is uniformly equal to 1, and if there is some point at which sigma is not equal to 1, if sigma at some point gives an output other than 1, then A must be true. This is all that is needed to run Brouwer's arguments. No talks about subjects, no talks about solipsism, no talks about stages. Just this little fact, just this little proposition is enough to run all of Brouwer's arguments. It was a sharp logician's insight, and it had several spin-offs. It inspired axiomatization of the theory of the creating subject by Troelstra and Kreisel. It gave element arguments about ordering of real numbers. It gave a refinement about the viscosity of the intuitionistic continuum. It gave a proof that choice sequences can't be limited to recursive sequences, something called the refutation of the intuitionistic Church's thesis. And it led to restrictions on the notion of a continuity of functions and on the definability of functions. Lots of mathematical consequences from simply looking sharply about what it is that you need in order to run Brouwer's arguments. All right, Kripke models. There's some backstory here. Brouwer's refutations of classical principles, there's first the intuitionistic backstory. Brouwer's refutations rested on lots of assumptions about classical logic, about classical logical principles. Some may be valid, some may be not. And he proved as individual mathematical theorems. He refuted the law of excluded middle. Our sequence, it's not gamma, it's delta. Again, sorry for the typos. Is indeterminate. We can say nothing about it. That's the one given by free choices. And thus we can't assert that it's equal to 1 or not equal to 1. That invalidates excluded middle. But you can't deny excluded middle, Brouwer proved. You can prove the double negation of excluded middle, and therefore cannot prove the law of double negation elimination. But you can prove double negation introduction. Okay? Lots of individual logical principles that Brouwer harvested from his mathematics. Then in 1930, his student Heiting gave a full-scale axiomatic system for intuitionistic logic, which codified these, and lots of other results. This initiated large industry studying the properties of the system and its relation to other systems and industry ongoing today. The first studies were syntactic. Various properties of the system were proved. Something called the disjunction property. You can only prove a disjunct if you can prove one of the you can only prove a disjunction if you can prove one of the disjuncts, something you would expect. There were early semantic studies that were algebraic and topological. None of this is of interest to us today, but it's the history of intuitionism. There was some model theoretic work, and then in 1965 came Kripke's model theory, which simply redefined the field. It was powerful, it was elegant, and it shaped the field. I'll tell you about it in a second, but there's another piece of background that I want to give you, the relation to modal logic. Here's some well-known modal systems. Those of you who studied modal logic know about the system T, which is given by two axioms, one of distribution and one box P implies P. Then there's the system S4 you get by adding what's called the S4 axiom, box P implies box P, and the S5 axiom, diamond P implies box diamond P. You add these, you get the well-known modal systems. Kripke gave a model theory which simply made this completely systematic. Just remind you, for those of you who know about it, and tell you briefly for those who don't, a model is what we call a model structure. It's a collection of nodes, worlds, models, ordered by a binary relation called the accessibility relation, with a designated actual world. And then the propositions are evaluated at each world. The truth conditions at the world for an ordinary proposition with a modal operator are the standard truth table ones. If an operator has an initial diamond, then it holds at a world. If it holds at some accessible world, if it has a box, it holds at a world. If it holds at all accessible worlds, okay? And it's true in the model structure if it holds at the base world, at the actual world, okay? That's Kripke's semantics for modal logic. I imagine that to most people in this room it is completely familiar. The connection to these modal systems was nothing if not miraculous, eye-opening. It turns out that you get the set of valid formulas for a given modal system depending on what structure you put on the relation M, the relation R. A reflexive structure characterizes T. A reflexive and transitive structure characterizes S4. An equivalence relation characterizes S5, okay? This was simply the product of a 16-year-old mind turning a field upside down. Two more little facts. Back to 1930, the philosopher and logician Oscar Becker suggested that there is a principle that characterizes intuitionistic logic. It is the principle that we now call B for the Brauerische axiom. It says P implies not possible P, and it's roughly equivalent if you think of intuitionistic negation as somehow necessary negation or impossibility. It looks very much like the principle that Brouwer showed to be true. P implies not P. Gödel, when he reviewed this article, says, doesn't smell right, doesn't look right, seems doubtful that this is what intuitionistic logic is. Characterized by, and in fact 2 years later, he provided the correct characterization, a translation between a system that he devised, which is effectively S4, and intuitionistic sentential logic. And that is the cue that led Saul to his semantics for intuitionistic logic. He simply folded the accessibility relation into the conditions for the sentences as at a node for the ordinary logical constants, not merely for, and there is in the language no necessity and possibility. Simply, he took the S4 semantics with a reflexive and transitive accessibility relation, translated that into conditions for ordinary sentences, and got a semantics for intuitionistic logic. I'll give you one example, and that's semantics. Okay, a disjunction is true at a node if one or the other of the disjuncts is true. A negation is true at a node if it is never true at that node or any accessible node. Well, here's a simple two-point model in which the proposition A does not hold at the base node G, but it does hold at the accessible node H. Well, at G, you can't assert A, and you can't assert not A because there is some accessible node at which A does hold, and therefore you cannot assert the disjunction A or not A. A beautiful, very small, very clear refutation of the law of excluded middle. Okay, here too, once again, Saul provided a completeness theorem, and here too there grew an industry of spin-offs in intuitionism and beyond. Okay, that's what I want to say about Saul's technical contributions to intuitionism, and I want to turn at the end to some philosophical considerations. First, what he called his intuitive interpretation of these Kripke models for intuitionism. The backstory is that Heiting, at the time that he gave his formalization of intuitionistic logic, also provided what was called the proof interpretation of the logical constants, subsequently called the Brouwer-Heiting-Kolmogorov interpretation, and it again, it's probably familiar to most people because of its adoption by Dummett. It says that a disjunction is proved in a situation if the situation is sufficient to prove one or the other of the disjuncts. An implication is proved if, in a situation, if the situation contains a method for turning any proof of the antecedent into a proof of the consequent. And a negation is proved if that situation contains a guarantee that the proposition will never be proved. What Saul did in his paper on intuitionistic logic was he built on this Heiting interpretation, but modified it. In his story, we're concerned with gathering knowledge, and the nodes of a model structure represent what he calls epistemic situations. We say that an epistemic situation, H prime, is accessible to some situation H, if, when we're standing at H, as far as we know, we may later get enough information to advance to H prime. Now, Kripke points out that this advance might be tracking the development of an infinitely preceding sequence, but it might be tracking some other means of accruing knowledge. And in particular, he insists that the information we have at H may be all the knowledge we'll ever get. We may have to wait arbitrarily long in order to move out of some node H. In some cases, we may be tracking a situation, tracking something where we will never advance. That's his intuitive interpretation of the reflexivity condition. You stay at a point, and that point is already maybe all the information you're going to get. Now, I'll return to this in a moment, but first, I want to finally talk about this paper of Saul's in 2019, Free Choice Sequences, a temporal interpretation compatible with the acceptance of classical mathematics. The starting point is that classical mathematics differs from intuitionism by accepting sequences like that tau that I introduced at the beginning. So we begin with the collection of classically acceptable sequences with strings, not snakes, okay? And the mathematics of those sequences is, of course, classical. But now we supplement that class of sequences with intuitionistic choice sequences, just the way Brouwer supplemented the algorithmic sequences with non-algorithmic sequences. They may be generated by choice or by some other Brouwerian method. These sequences grow in time. These are snakes, not strings. And finally, we note that there is no end to time. We can't say that by the end of time, things must be decided and will turn out either this way or that. There is nothing more to these choice sequences that we use to supplement than what we eventually discover if we do. We might wait forever to determine the property of a sequence. To use one of my examples, whether delta equals 1, or in terms of Saul's interpretation, we might stay at some node forever. But the bottom line is that the logic for dealing with such sequences is intuitionistic. Saul's paper is peppered with philosophical insights about idealization, about probability arguments, and much more. But I'm going to focus on just one, the grounds of intuitionistic logic. For Saul says that in this case, the logic for these sequences is intuitionistic. There's no semantics here, no formal or informal semantics, no sweeping disdain for classical mathematics. Indeed, we incorporate classical mathematics or for classical logic. There's no account of scientific simplicity or subtlety, nor is Saul's proposed mathematician acting on some preset collection of axioms and rules. There is simply a story explaining why some claims are indeterminate, and thus why the mathematician will refrain from asserting them. And that, says Saul, is the way he thinks intuitionistic logic should be motivated. That's how things should be. That's all I'm going to say. One closing observation and a personal remark. As I said, this package of Saul's contributions give a window to his genius. Okay, brilliant logical imagination, sharp observations, meticulous precision, all bound together with profound philosophical insight in a single package. Last point. This talk was not about my work, and so I can't tell you how deeply he influenced it. But I will end with one personal remark. I met Saul in 1974. I was in the audience at a lecture that he gave at Pitt, and though I was just a fledgling assistant professor, because we keep kosher, I had the honor of hosting the dinner from him. I took him to the airport the next morning, and we began to talk. And we discovered how many common interests we had. That's a conversation that we continued for almost 50 years. At my home, at his, at outings together. Yes, there was philosophy, but there were also many Jewish topics, talking about movies, about books, old and new. Like others, I saw Saul's foible, and like others, I forgave them, because I was always aware that in the realm of intellect that we inhabit, I was dealing with royalty. But he's not like other sorts of royalty. There is no single heir apparent. No one in sight who can take Saul's place. And I'll end by paraphrasing something that Paul Boghossian said at Saul's funeral. We are unlikely to see another like this for a long time to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. We have time for one question, I think.
Thank you for the talk, very nice. You didn't mention anything of Beth's semantics, which preceded Saul's. I don't know if what influence there was there. Do you know?
Yes. Actually, I may even have here. Saul was well aware of Beth's semantics. Saul had a previous interaction with Beth. Saul showed his semantics for modal logic to Haskell Curry. Curry wrote to Beth and said, he may be 16 years old, but there's something very special here. I think you should show him your semantic tableau. And Beth sent Saul his paper on semantic tableau, and that was the basis for Saul's completeness theorem in modal logic. Saul also became aware of Beth's semantics for intuitionistic logic, initiated in the middle 40s, finished in the early 50s. And in his paper, he actually has a section devoted to a careful translation between what can be done in his semantics and Beth's semantics. As I said, there were model theoretic semantics and modal logic before Saul. There was this model theoretic semantics and intuitionism before Saul. Saul's ability to present something elegant, simple, powerful is what won the day. He was not one to, as we heard yesterday, and we've seen many cases, to cover up influences. Beth he knew about. The difference was profound. And in fact, the difference in this case is that in Beth's semantics, you don't stay at one node. You're forced to move forward, and therefore you can't give the sort of analysis that Saul was able to give about the role of knowledge and the possibility of an infinite weight. Okay.
Thank you. Let's just thank our speaker one more time. Okay, it's a pleasure to announce the next speaker, Antonella Mallozzi.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much to Romina, Yale, for organizing this great event, and to the Saul Kripke Center. I'm honored to be here and excited. So I met Saul through Naming a Necessity. I read it for the first time back in 2009 as a student at Sapienza University in the original English when I enrolled in a course that was completely dedicated to the book. And that was the door through which I entered analytic philosophy. It was like nothing I read before, a bit of an intellectual shock. It was challenging and still so straightforward at the same time. And like many others have reported here, it made me change my philosophical interests and redirect my goals. Only a couple years later, to my own amazement, I was on this side on the pond, here in New York City, sitting in Saul's course as a PhD student at CUNY. I remember I was feeling very shy and intimidated by the genius of what I had read back in Italy. One of the very first few memories I have of Saul was here at the GC. Me and a few students sitting in one of the rooms upstairs, waiting for class to start. It's just an image. He was coming into the room surrounded by the Kripke Center crew. So it was Romina, Gary, Jeff, and Monique at the time. Rosie and Oliver might also been there. I didn't know anything about them, but I remember vividly thinking they were such a cool gang, busy in what looked like a big production centered around Saul, getting him there with his books, papers, the Earl Grey tea with lemon, all these things, and the recorder, of course. And they seemed to be friends more than just colleagues and having a good time together with Saul. I remember Saul's curiosity for what seemed like just about any topic, not only philosophy. He would listen carefully and always have something meaningful and witty, usually, to contribute to the conversation. His memory, like many noticed, was also astonishing, so sharp, extraordinary. I remember how amused we all were when in telling one of his many stories, he'd mentioned so naturally and effortlessly
specific dates, digits, names, stock titles, geographical locations, and so on, maybe from 30 or 40 years before. And those stories themselves were one of Saul's own special highlights. His lectures and talks were sprinkled with anecdotes, fun facts, personal experiences that would pop up all of a sudden. Saul would lead the audience away with his memories for a bit, often cheering everybody up with a closing joke or funny remark, and then back to the main topic, usually helped by Romina gentle poking. That was all part of Saul's brilliant thinking. And I remember how he would almost casually throw out some amazing, insightful philosophical remark that would strike you and get you thinking for days after. The stories might make you space out for a second, but you had to be focused and ready to jot down such gems that Saul would give out. And while he was totally aware of his genius and celebrity, I never perceived arrogance or presumption in him. He was warm, gentle, and indeed fragile, especially after his hip injuries. Moving around with the walker, I remember the way he would look at Romina and how he would seem a little lost when she was out of sight for a second. A few times I happened to be there next to him and offered to help getting up, putting his coat on, whatever. And that was just so heartwarming. Here's this giant of philosophy and math holding onto my arm and thanking me and looking so vulnerable and sweet. I remember he was a bit frustrated with the diet he had to follow, doctor's orders, but he had a sweet tooth. And so I would sometimes sneak a glass of wine or a little chocolate for him when nobody was looking. Sorry, Romina. When I was visiting the farm in late February last year, I had the opportunity to spend some time with him at his home with Romina and Fernando. Saul would strictly observe the rules and routines of Shabbat. Then I remember early in the morning the next day, I saw him sitting by the window in his robe, engrossed in reading the newspaper while sipping his tea and petting the dog. To me, it was just so fascinating simply to watch him. I was aware of how private and special those moments were, and I didn't want my presence to disrupt any of it. I asked how he liked life at the farm. He said he missed New York City's skyline. By living out there in the countryside and having that view and the nature every day was just wonderful for him. We also had some good, fun chats all together with Romina and Fernando about news, politics, philosophy, of course. Maybe we gossiped a bit. One night with Romina, we managed to get Saul to talk about the metaphysical possibility of unicorns while having red wine and a big board of cheese. That was so much fun, so stimulating. Someday, Romina and I maybe will write a paper on unicorns. That was one of those gifts from Saul I mentioned above that you had to be ready to seize and keep. And then there's a funny episode that happened there at the farm. One of Saul's little peculiar things that I found so amusing. They have this beautiful white couch in the living room, a big U-shaped couch. You could sit comfortably, maybe 12 people. Anyway, one morning, I was watching the news on this couch and Saul walked in. I could tell he was in a bit of distress, but it took him a little while to finally let it out. That was his seat. I was peeing on the couch. How very unfortunate. And actually, I had to move. I just thought that was so funny, hilarious. I did move, and eventually we both watched the news cheerfully after. I'll miss Saul and never forget him. I felt so lucky I got to be around him during those years at the GC, and then later, all along till Hudson last year. And that was the last time I saw him. I'm so grateful I would enjoy some of his delightful company and extraordinary mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Antonella. Let's get started with the second session of the morning. I'm very pleased to introduce Gary Ostertag, who will be our next speaker.
Okay. Errol Morris had been an admirer of Saul's for a long time, even providing an exposition of his theory of reference in a New York Times opinionator column. So now as director of the Saul Kripke Center and seeing reference in existence through publication, I thought it would be a nice idea for the editor, Peter Oline, to approach Morris for a jacket blurb. Given that the book was concerned with the nature of fictional discourse, it seemed appropriate for someone of Morris's stature and background, a world-famous filmmaker and writer and former student of philosophy of science, to weigh in on it. And Peter agreed it was a good idea, and Morris, it turned out, was happy to do it. And indeed, the blurb was a gem. I'm quoting, Saul's writing, even though it has often come in part from spoken lectures, is like no other, equal parts perverse, funny, brilliant, and surprising. I think of him as not so much an heir to Russell and to Wittgenstein, but to Poe and Twain. I love the idea of situating Saul in another tradition, one outside of philosophy. Still, I'm not entirely sure about the choice of Poe and Twain as his literary progenitors, nor for that matter do I agree with the assessment of Saul's writing as perverse, certainly not as perverse as it is funny, brilliant, and surprising. But the upshot is worth attending to. Saul's works, I'm focusing here on the ones that consist in the transcription of the spoken lectures, form a part of American literature broadly construed. And I don't think this is overstated. The interplay between form and content of what is being said and how it is being said in, say, Naming a Necessity or Identity and Necessity, or the unpublished 1974 lecture that Carl Posy just referred to, The Nature of Logic, is singular and singularly effective. Tyler Burgess said, I'm drawing on another book jacket blurb, that Naming a Necessity, quote, has a good chance of finding a place in the permanent canon of the history of philosophy, close quote. I wouldn't go so far as to say that the ideas could not have been expressed in a different way, because, well, that's false. But it's hard to imagine a more effective, focused, and compelling expression of its complex mixture of metaphysics and semantics, which leads one to the thought that maybe, just maybe, the form of composition was not merely incidental to its success, that this slender volume could not have been produced at a typewriter or in a notebook, even by its author. And of course, obviously anybody who's seen Saul's handwriting realizes that would be hopeless, because if he wrote it, he wouldn't be able to transcribe it, let alone anybody else. So that's sort of not even an option. Now here, I'm gonna allow myself the luxury of speaking in the expansive terms of more appropriate to someone like Morris than an academic drone like myself. But I'd say that Poe and Twain are less relevant than a figure like John Coltrane. That might seem a stretch, or worse, a desperate attempt to appear eclectic or with it, but bear with me. Anyone who has seriously listened to or studied Coltrane's work has had to marvel at the sheer richness and complexity of his improvised solos. I'm thinking Giant Steps or Countdown or Live at the Village Vanguard. Coltrane would rehearse over the relevant harmonic patterns, but repeatedly, obsessively, as his biographers would note. And when it came time to improvise, he had a vast melodic library to draw from. Still, the overall structure of the improvisation, the choice to insert this pattern just here, to frame it just so, not to mention the musical connecting tissue, were all decided on or created on the spot. To have made these choices beforehand would have resulted in something very different and doubtless less exciting and thus less successful. As Romina will attest, Saul would say about the content of his lectures, it's all in my head. And I would argue the optimal way to get it out of his head and ultimately onto paper was, a la Coltrane, to deliver it in a performance. As James Burgess mentioned to me last night, Saul's roommate and friend for 60 years, Saul couldn't write as fast as he could think. So in a way, the form of expression of giving a delivered lecture was optimal. So it's widely acknowledged that we can't score a jazz performance. It's doable in theory, but the result is sterile. And the same would be said of a Naming a Necessity conceived in the study instead of in front of an audience. The arguments would be there, sure, but they would not have had the same grip on us. Imagine the Humphrey objection without Humphrey, or the Gödel-Schmidt case without Gödel, not to mention poor Schmidt, slain by the man himself and robbed of his proof. So I want to close with some words about Saul the person. I came to know Saul when I took over the directorship of the center in 2009. I was director for about 4 or 5 years. The relationship was formal at first and had some minor ups and downs, with Saul frustrated with me for scheduling events and meetings during various holy days he observed in September, and I'm still kind of fuzzy on those things. But it gradually became friendly, indeed a friendship. And while I became less and less inhibited in talking philosophy with Saul, I also learned that he liked to talk about things other than philosophy, lots of things, as some people have mentioned. You could talk for hours at the kitchen table in Stockton, and philosophy would not come up at all. And if it did come up, it would be welcome, but he was not a philosophy geek. Someone who would fall silent if we stopped talking about intuitionism or this or that. He would want to talk about anything. His range of interests was vast and his knowledge encyclopedic. So he could be really interested in anything. And the one book he actually suggested, almost insisted I read, was not some obscure book on number theory or, higher mathematics, not that I could get it, but was Agatha Christie's Who Killed Roger Ackroyd. And when I next saw him, a few weeks later, he asked me, well, at what point did you figure it out? And I'm like, yeah, I didn't figure it out until I read it, the last page, right? And he seemed, I felt like an idiot. But a few months later, we were watching TV in the den in Stockton, and right at the end of this, I forget what, some crappy movie, and right at the end, Romina and I, oh yeah, so that's the guy. And Saul was like, hey, what did you figure out? And like, Saul, you were the one who told me to read that Roger Ackroyd book. How could you not figure it out? So I got even a little bit. This is a sad event, but I want to end on an upbeat. While the pandemic was a difficult time for everyone, and not least for Saul, who lost his sister, Madeline, early on, a bright light was cast by Saul and Romina's weekly seminars. Every Wednesday at 2, 50 or so people from around the world would tune in via Zoom, either to a lecture by Saul or more often a guest lecturer who would speak for an hour and then be subjected to questions by Saul and the other participants. Now, many of you participated in these seminars in one form or another. Saul and Romina, they were like, I guess, like a philosophy's Regis and Kelly, if that rings a bell. A set worthy of a talk show, some good-natured, mostly banter between the host and, Romina saying, Saul, nobody cares about that, when he would go off on a Polanski thing or something, right? Then you have a gentle grilling of visiting celebrity. It was a brilliant formula, and it really it made a dark time brighter. It really did. Which brings me to Romina. Saul would have wanted me, some people have mentioned Romina, and I would just want to say my words about that as well, because Saul would have wanted me to say something about this, or someone to mention her part in all of this. She worked tirelessly to make sure that books and papers were published, that seminars were held and prepared for, talks were given. She was so good at concealing her role that some people thought she was just along for the ride, that Saul somehow, of his own accord, would show up in a Zoom seminar, camera ready and complete with funky glasses, fully prepared to engage with the current week's speaker. Okay, a moment's reflection would dispel that thought. Without Romina, the last 17 or so years would have been a sad footnote to a brilliant career. Instead, it was a new golden age of Kripke studies, with Saul traveling the world, making new contributions and interacting with a new generation of students and teachers. Saul benefited enormously from this, as we did all. Saul was a philosophical and a mathematical giant whose contributions to 20th and 21st century thought will be remembered when much else is forgotten. But he was also funny, quirky, warm, and charming. I honor the genius, but I miss the man.
Well, I'm very pleased to introduce Paul Boghossian, who's going to speak to us about Kripke on intuitions.
Thank you, Anandi, and thank you very much for holding this event. I first met Saul in 1978 when I arrived in Princeton as a first-year graduate student. Yes, I am that old. I have to just say this a wonderful remembrance from Gary that vividly captured much of what we knew about Saul in his later years, but I have to tell the people who only knew him from the CUNY days onwards that you have a very partial view. I mean, the Saul of the 1970s was a philosophical hurricane. I mean, the hours-long lectures without notes, without interruption, the intensity of the concentration, the range of things on which he was expert, from the technical to the political, to the cultural, to the historical, and of course the occasionally really brutal interrogation of some hapless visitor or student. I mean, he was, let's say, gentle wasn't the word that would first come to mind for the Saul of the 1970s. And of course, that's part of what made him so impressive. I mean, you know, Gary says, yeah, it's like an essential attribute, really, of Kripke's writing, that they were delivered and that they are recorded and transcribed, and that's very, very much a part of their, both their appeal and their character. But the thing is that it's something of a miracle that someone could do that, could do lectures 1, 2, and 3 of Naming and Necessity without notes and just speaking out. It's phenomenal. So part of the effect of this very impressive brilliance is that, you know, you really wanted Saul to agree with you on some philosophical debate. Because you thought if he agreed with you, you were much more likely to be right. Paul, are you having trouble hearing? Shall I use the other microphone? I was asking Paul Horwich. You cannot hear it, yeah, so maybe I should. I was asking whether I should switch to this microphone because I'm having trouble hearing. All right. Andy, how do we do that? Turn this off. Is this better? Okay, good. So you wanted Saul on your side, and one of the debates that has been raging within analytic philosophy over the past 30 years or so is a debate about the role of intuition in philosophy, where intuition is understood not in some deflationary way, but as something genuinely continuous with the rationalist idea of an intellectual impression of truth, where such an impression would count as evidence for the truth of that proposition in something like the way in which the sensory impression of the truth of a proposition counts as evidence in favor of the truth of that proposition. And so the friends of intuition say we obviously do appeal to such things in doing philosophy and that we are right to do so. And then we have skeptics like Tim Williamson or Herman Kaplan, Max Deutsch, who say that there are no such states to appeal to and that by and large, when philosophers use the word intuition or intuitive, they're not appealing to the rationalist notion at all, but are rather doing something else. And that in any case, something that's added, whatever position a philosopher is trying to defend, it will stand or fall by the quality of the arguments that are presented for it, not by whether it is or is not supported by intuition. That's the skeptical line. Now, naturally, both sides to this debate would like to have Saul on their side, so the question is, which side was he on? And the reason why this is, it's not that he wrote explicitly about this methodological dispute, but his writings are so infused with the idea of the intuitive and intuition. I mean, that word shows up sometimes several times per page in Naming and Necessity and elsewhere in the later writings. And even when the word isn't showing up, it's quite clear that he's appealing to intuitions about this or that thought experiment, this or that question. So, he very much seems to have been on the side of the friends of intuition. And some of this evidence that he was is that in the form of praise that is heaped explicitly on the notion of the intuitive or being backed by intuition. And not only was there a lot of explicit praise, but maybe the strongest possible praise that anyone has ever had for intuition can be found in the passage in Naming and Necessity, and I have that on the handout. So the context is the distinction between an object having contingent versus necessary properties, but independently of any description that you might give of the thing. And he says, it is even suggested in the literature that though a notion of necessity may have some sort of intuition behind it, We do some things could have been otherwise. This notion of a distinction between necessary and contingent properties is just a doctrine made up by some bad philosopher. But, he continues, it is very far from being true that this idea that a property can meaningfully be held to be essential or accidental to an object independently of its description is a notion which has no intuitive content, which means, it's very far from being true that such a distinction doesn't have intuitive content, which means nothing to the ordinary man. Suppose that someone said, pointing to Nixon, that's the guy who might have lost. Someone else says, oh no, if you describe him as Nixon, then he might have lost. But of course, describing him as the winner, then it's not true that he might have lost. Now, which one is being the philosopher here? He says, the unintuitive man? It seems obvious to me that it's the second man. The second man has a philosophical theory. Skipping to the final bolded sentence, he says, of course, some philosophers think that something's having intuitive content is very inconclusive evidence in favor of it. I think it is very heavy evidence in favor of anything myself. I really don't know, in a way, what more conclusive evidence one can have about anything, ultimately speaking. And that's the really extreme sentence that I had in mind. Now, on the surface, this passage, along with many others I could cite, suggest three commitments that Saul seems to have had. One of them is that some propositions are intuitive. 2, this is on the handout, being intuitive counts heavily in favor of a proposition's truth. 3, indeed, this last claim, it's hard to see what more conclusive evidence there can be for anything, ultimately speaking, than being intuitive. Now, you might think, look, yes, Saul did say these things, but as we all know from the recent work by intuition skeptics, intuition talk can be quite loose. Just because someone uses the word intuition doesn't necessarily mean that they have the rationalist, impression of truth that counts as evidence in favor of a thing in mind. And it's true that in the 1970s, when these words were spoken, there was much less reflection on the different ways in which this word could be used and of the role that it played in philosophy. Since then, there's been a lot more work on this subject, in particular these 2 books by Deutsch and Kaplan. And what we have found out is the following 2 things, A and B, or what they claim, most of the time when philosophers say that something is intuitive, they do not mean that it is backed by an intellectual impression of truth, but something much more mundane, typically that something is commonsensical or part of ordinary thought. And B, that if they did mean the ambitious rationalist thing, then so much the worse for them, because these rationalist things either don't exist, or if they do, they don't justify belief. They certainly couldn't be the most conclusive evidence for anything, ultimately speaking. Now, I think that if we look at that passage, there's no question that there is much truth to the claim that a lot of the time, I don't think say all of the time, but a lot of the time, when Saul says that something is intuitive, it wouldn't be distortive to say that he meant it was commonsensical. For instance, what he's emphasizing in that passage is that even people, ordinary people, without a philosophical theory that makes it hard to see how this could be so, will acknowledge that the winner might not have been the winner, but maybe also claim that, no, Nixon had to be Nixon. Nixon couldn't but have been Nixon. So he is definitely praising some things for being intuitive by saying that being part of ordinary thought and talk is an epistemically positive attribute, one that's to be valued and perhaps valued more than any concocted philosophical theory which might go against it. And I think in this respect, there was a strongly Wittgensteinian element in Saul. Okay, there was this suggestion that things that were understood well in ordinary thought got distorted and maybe unnecessarily made a puzzle of in philosophical theorizing. I mean, I think this too is connected to two other very important attributes of his thinking, which have mattered a great deal to me. One of them is that he was not about building a system. Of course, it comes with what I've just been saying, that he was very suspicious of philosophical theory and thought that's why he says in Naming Necessity, I won't put this in the form of a theory because if I did, it would be wrong, like every other theory. And so he stuck very close to the issues he was studying without worrying about whether they fit into some whole system, which would sometimes force you to take shortcuts with the phenomenon that you're studying because it doesn't quite fit. So one of the great luxuries of not aiming to have an overall system is that you don't have to deny the data. You can follow the data wherever it may lead. And the other, of course, was that despite being maybe the most brilliant technical mind in philosophy, he never conflated a technical issue with a philosophical issue. And that's part of what's going on in this emphasis about the value of ordinary thought. But that being said, I think two questions remain, and they're on the handout. One, can everything Saul says about in the intuitive be reduced to something like commonsensical? And two, is it true in any case that if intuitive means commonsensical, then that implies that we have got rid of the need to appeal to the rationalist idea of an intellectual impression of truth, right? In other words, let's even concede that intuitive nearly always means commonsensical. Does that mean that, therefore, we have got an explanation that can dispense with the idea of an intuition in the rationalist sense? And I'll start with the second question and tell you why I think that the answer is no. Ask yourself, what does it mean for something to be commonsensical? Well, when something is common sense, it doesn't just mean that it is and has always been widely shared among folks. I mean, religious belief meets that description, but is not common sense. Lots of possibly dumb things have become entrenched in our belief systems over the millennia. It's hard to believe that their being so counts as very heavy evidence in their favor, still less that we can't imagine anything more conclusive. Common sense is actually, as a conceptual matter, something more like this on the handout: a belief, commonsensical belief, that is and has always been widely held because it is somehow open for all to see that it is true. Something that seems obviously true without any specialized knowledge. And that's why you have Merriam-Webster define it as sound and prudent judgment based on a simple perception of the situation or facts. Lovely thing. And Wordnick, sound judgment not based on specialized knowledge. Now, if that's what common sense means, then it's not clear that saying that a belief is common sense precludes the need to appeal to the idea of an intuition or an intellectual impression to explain that belief. Of course, many common sense beliefs might be based just on perceptual seemings and so not on intuition. It's commonsensical to believe that I have hands and that there have been dogs. But it's also common sense to believe, one, that it would be wrong of you to inflict severe pain on a child just for your own amusement, or two, that necessarily, if A is taller than B and B is taller than C, then A is taller than C, and so on. Now, in the case of these latter two things, what is the plain perception? You know, the one that's mentioned in Merriam-Webster definition. What's the plain perception on which these seemingly obvious beliefs are held? It's not, of course, sense perception. What could it be other than the idea of a proposition seeming true to you when you understand it and consider it? Of course, you may think that in the case of two, that is the taller than thing, that it's just part of your competence with the concept taller than that you can see that two is true. But even if this is so, that doesn't necessarily mean that there is no need for the notion of intuition. Intuitions may reveal to us what is stored up in our concepts, just like intuitions of well-formedness reveal to us what is stored up in our syntactic rules. You don't get to just know what the rules of syntax are, even if you consider the matter. You draw out what's in them by considering whether certain constructions strike you as well-formed. Similarly, you may not know exactly what is essential to some concept that you have, except by considering how it may apply or fail to apply in some imagined and possibly quite remote counterfactual scenario. The only time you may not need intuition to explain why everyone holds a given sentence true is if holding T true, that sentence true, is constitutive of its meaning what it does. So for instance, I don't think you need intuition to explain why a square is a plane figure with 4 equal sides and 4 right angles, because, as it were, that's what you have to hold true to count as having the concept, so you don't need to explain. But things that are downstream from having the concept may very well be mediated by intuition. In any event, I think it's very clear that proposition 1, the one about the normative moral proposition about not inflicting pain, cannot be explained just by invoking conceptual competence. Someone could understand 1, that is, don't inflict pain on a child just for your own amusement. Someone could understand 1 and wonder whether it's true, and maybe even if they are Caligula, deny it. In general, fundamental normative propositions are not analytic. So we have I take it that's the moral of Moore's open question argument, but I won't go into that here. So we have 2 kinds of proposition that we might need intuition in order to explain why we believe them as confidently as we do, distinguished on the handout. A priori propositions can be seen to be true merely as a result of our conceptual competence with them, but where intuition may be needed to access that competence. And 2, a priori propositions that seem strongly true, but which cannot be seen to be true merely as a result of our conceptual competence with them, as in these normative propositions. And do we find examples of these 2 kinds of proposition at work in Naming a Necessity and in Saul's other writings? Of course, the answer is definitely yes. But the A-type cases, we mentioned Gödel-Schmidt, Twin Earth, Gettier cases, so many of the thought experiments in Naming a Necessity have this quality. They may be illuminating common sense facts about how the notion of name reference works, but this is not, I think, just the unspooling of dispositions to say this or that acquired when you understood the concept of reference. The situation described is quite remote from ordinary experience. The question of how to extend our concepts to the situation in question is mediated by intuitions about what is true in the remote counterfactual scenario. That's why it can come by way of it can come as seem like a discovery. And even if we were to allow that you did acquire the disposition to say such and so in this remote scenario when you acquired the concept, you can always step back from your dispositions and ask whether they're correct, because you're able to see the alternatives and ask whether the thing that you're inclined to say really is the thing you ought to say. So it doesn't even matter, I think, if you think of them as somehow or other laid up. What about a priori propositions that strike us pre-theoretically as true, but which could not be taken to reflect mere conceptual competence? Now, I think here we enter into more contentious territory, but my own view, as I said before, is that all substantive normative propositions that we find compelling, like one above, are like that. And as I say, that to me is the lesson of the open question argument. But we don't need to appeal to the difficult domain of the normative to secure this point. A rich sort of examples of a priori truths that strike us as true, but which are not sourced merely in our conceptual competence, is to be found in the domain of de re essence, a domain, of course, for which naming a necessity is justly famous. So the quote about the cats, is this truth a necessary or contingent one, that cats are in fact, suppose we find that cats are in fact animals, it seems to me that it is necessary. Consider a counterfactual situation in which in place of these creatures, these animals, we have in fact little demons, and so on. The demons are not cats. Here the situations are not merely about linguistic matters, what refers to what, but about the natures or essences of things and kinds. Cats could not but have been cats. Socrates is essentially a human being. This table could not have been made of another block of wood, and so on. I think there's no escaping the conclusion that, just as it has always seemed, Saul Kripke was a very big friend of intuitions in philosophy. He appealed to them in multiple ways and clearly placed great weight on their probative value. As he said, being intuitive counts as very heavy evidence in favor of a view, on his view. But was he right to go so far as to say, I really don't know, in a way, what more conclusive evidence one can have about anything, ultimately speaking? What could possibly explain why somebody might go as far as saying something like that? So, you know, what happened, one of these intuition skeptics, Max Deutsch, wrote a good book called The Myth of the Intuitive, where again the argument is that, in fact, philosophers misdescribe their own methods when they think that they're appealing to intuition. They're in fact doing no such thing. And according to Max, what they're doing is, and Herman Kaplan has exactly the same line, I believe, you know, they're presenting arguments, okay, and yes, there is talk of intuition and so on, but that's idle. The real work is being done by the arguments. And in this so Max came here to interview Saul, and luckily we have a tape of that interview. And in the video, Max Deutsch is trying to get Saul to agree that he's not really appealing to intuitions as evidence. He says to him, look, you give arguments for the view that names refer directly. You don't just appeal to intuition, and it's the former that's really doing the work. And Saul says back, very gently in the manner of his later years, but as I say, certainly not of the earlier years, well, arguments have to begin somewhere, meaning that they have premises, and those could not all have been defended by argument. So, once again, you come up against this question, where did you get that thing that seems so plausible? Now, I don't know if this is what Saul had in mind, but the point that I'd like to mention at the end of this talk is that just as arguments, or if you will, inquiries more generally, have to start somewhere, they also have to end somewhere. A topic on which my colleague Jane Friedman has cast quite a lot of light. Now, if you think of coming up with a complicated proof of some mathematical proposition, you wrote it down, but if it's complicated enough, you will want to check it. You will recheck the premises, check the inferential steps, and see that everything follows via principles that you're prepared to endorse. And when is it rational for you to conclude that you may stop? Well, one plausible answer is when it seems to you vividly and clearly that you have checked everything you need to check, and it all checks out, as we say. That is when you have the intellectual impression that the question you posed yourself about the premises and the inferential steps has been answered adequately. In that sense, perhaps, there could not be any more conclusive evidence for anything, ultimately speaking. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. We have a few minutes for questions.
Here's a story that might interest you, Paul. I think it's pretty obvious that intuitions are malleable and can be sort of massaged in different directions. And as you know, they're often called, examples are often called intuition pumps. Saul was a master of the intuition pump. If you look at naming and necessity, a lot of the examples really do serve to push intuitions in a certain direction. I'm actually kind of skeptical about a number of the themes about identity in naming and necessity. A few years ago, I read a paper on why I'm skeptical. And one thing I did was try to vary the examples to push intuitions in a different direction. Okay. And sometime after, I was chatting to Saul about this. And we were talking about these examples, and I said that in the end, you know, we just have different intuitions about the situation. And Saul looked at me, and he said, "Yeah, but mine are right."
I think he did think that. Great story, thanks.
Romina. Hang on.
I remember an exchange between Dave and Saul.
You know Saul?
Dave, the Chalmers and Saul. So, you know, I mean, they were having some disagreement about something, and it's long to, but the point was this, and so David at some point says, so what would you call this intuition? And he said, a mistake. So the idea for him, I think, is, you know, that an intuition in the case of what Graham was saying would not be, he would not call what Graham was having an intuition, basically. Yeah, I mean, because you have to be certain of it. And it might be that you think at some point that you're having an intuition about something, and then you realize that you were wrong, as with anything else.
Well, yeah.
But that doesn't mean that the notion of intuition is not useful or anything. It's just that, you know, that we can be wrong. And but I think that
just like sense perception, you know, could be wrong. That doesn't mean it's not valuable. Yeah.
Thanks.
I said rigidity intuitions. There are rigidity intuitions and anti-rigidity intuitions. Saul said no. There are rigidity intuitions and there are anti-rigidity mistakes.
it's all coming. It's all dovetailing with one another. Who's next?
Yeah, I was. I'm kind of on board, broadly speaking, with what you've been saying here, both with your reconstruction and this idea that, you know, especially this line that arguments have to start from somewhere. I mean, I was thinking that, you know, obviously there are other epistemological theories which don't look on the surface like they have the kind of starting point approach, like coherentist types of views. But even some of them, and I don't want to speak for all coherentists, often do appeal to intuition. So if you think, you know, we shouldn't think of it as having these fixed starting points that have no defense and they're intuitive and then they give rise to the rest of our beliefs and it's justified on the foundations of intuition. I mean, that's one way you could do things. But even if you think that there's kind of a coherent web, like coherentists often struggle to say why we're not justified in believing a 19th century novel, which is like extremely coherent and very kind of rich, maybe as rich as many of our other types of beliefs are. And sometimes, even in that situation, they say, well, we have these kinds of intuitions for the real case, and that's what separates out, the things we actually believe as being justified as compared to this 19th century novel. So even if you don't have this kind of foundationalist picture, you might still have an epistemological role for intuition to play.
Yeah, that's great. I completely agree with that. I mean, I don't know if you were putting it quite like this, but maybe this is a slightly different way to put it. When you have a coherent overall web of belief, well, this is made up out of components that were, as it were, done separately. You've got the physics, the biology, and these maybe ultimately all have to cohere, but they're started locally. And locally, you've got to have one reason to start with one thing rather than another thing, and not just evaluate it at the very end of the day.
Hello. So you had mentioned that you brought one person who'd questioned Saul and his intuitions to him, but did he ever engage with the work of people like Stephen Stitch or Ernest Sosa, who do a lot on intuitions, or based on your knowledge?
Yeah, Romina would know the answer to this. What did he know about X-Fi, as it were?
I think the only time he actually talked about it was at that seminar in NYU that Kit and Fine and you were running. Remember that he had a set of questions, and one was on that.
What did he say?
I don't remember exactly what he said. I mean, he was not a believer in the arguments. He thought that there had to be something wrong with the way the experiments were run, because he couldn't imagine that would be the result. And I think there have been some discrepancies about that. So I think he talked a little bit about that. Look, what I really remember about this is that he wanted to read the original paper that Stitch and so on, by this guy that was not a philosopher. So I had to, he always wanted to go to the ultimate source, And so he read a lot for that question in particular. And no, he was not persuaded. And I think he liked a paper by Genoveva Marti and by Gary on this topic, and the replies to the X-Fi people. Yeah. But look, I mean, I think that ultimately he did not have a theory of intuitions, He just thought, in that interview all the time, I felt that he wanted to say, what do you mean what they are? It's intuitive.
Well, but that's what I found. That's what I found interesting to look at, because so you're absolutely right. As I say, he didn't theorize about them, but when you see how he's using them and what the commitments would have to be, then you realize that there is a commitment in the practice that's not necessarily spelled out. Now, the other interesting thing here, I don't know if people agree with this, but you see, people think that if you say, look, most of the uses of intuitive really just reduce to commonsensical, that somehow ends the debate about whether some more genuinely rationalist notion of intellectual impression is still around or still needed. Because they somehow think, oh, well, if the choice is between commonsensical and intuitive, and if I can say it's commonsensical, then that's settled. But I think that's the mistake. I think the notion of the commonsensical, if you understand it, appeals to something that looks very much like the notion of an intuition, because both with respect to empirical propositions and with respect to a priori propositions, there are things that are apprehended to be true, not as a result of some specialized knowledge, but just because of a very vivid, as it were, seeming true, and that's one thing in the empirical case and another thing in the a priori case. So, and you can see that people are actually using this because they They're not just exercising the concept, the dispositions that they may have acquired. They can interrogate those dispositions and see whether they're the correct ones, and so forth. So whatever is doing that, it deserves the name intuition. That's the.
If I may, as chair, ask a question. I was thinking about the question of logic, where Saul, at various points, speaks about rational intuition. I think that's how he puts it. And he suggests, I think, that, for example, the revision of Aristotelian syllogistic logic was based on intuition. It was intuitive reasoning. And he says in his discussion of quantum logic that, he knows of no other way to arrive at conclusions about logic except by intuitive reasoning. And that made me wonder whether one thing that might be going on is that intuition for Saul might have been very closely connected to logic and mathematics. So even the intuitions that he appeals to in Naming a Necessity, as Graham suggested yesterday, that was something that he was just reading off from the logic or the mathematics. Now, I mean, he did say about the Aristotelian logic that, of course, that too was, I mean, it was based in a mistaken, false impression that you might have thought of as an intuition, but wasn't really an intuition. And intuition has to be true and certain. And so I was wondering whether that might be a way of getting at this kind of rationalist notion that really doesn't connect with common sense in the same way, or at least it doesn't connect with common sense in that general, what people commonly take to be true, but rather, as you put it, what's open to everyone in the sense that, everyone can plainly see the truths of mathematics. They wear their certainty and their truth on their sleeve.
Thank you, Anandi. That's interesting and complicated. I mean, one thing I should say, this gives me a chance to clarify, because I didn't want to get into the nitty-gritty of defining this and that. But I use the word rationalist. Of course, it is part of the original rationalist conception of intuition or rational insight, that it is factive, guarantees truth. And it's very, very important, for my purposes anyway, that not be built in. That, like Romina was saying, that intuitions can be fallible. You don't need them to be infallible. I mean, well, it would be great if they were infallible, of course. But you don't need them to be infallible in order to explain their probative value, in just the same way that you don't need sense perception to be infallible in order to explain its probative value. So I think it's in fact perfectly fine to allow that they can lead you astray. But as I say, there is a acute argument that, in some sense, and this is really what Saul says, on one way of reading him, they are the first word and they are the last word, and in between there's all the stuff that happens, the theorizing, as it were. But you have to have an intuitive starting point, and it has to be intuitive that now you can stop.
Any more questions? Oh.
Yeah, thanks. I just like to give an example of this. So Alonzo Church, right, the biggest fan of formalizing everything. A criterion of effectiveness for your formal language, your arguments. What does he mean by all that? He means that a person who can think, who can understand instructions, right, understands the instructions and sets up the formal language. Right? Then you have your first premises and you can check whether you have a proof. And then, ideally, you have everything in the object language, right? So once you've gone through all this, you know what has been argued for, and you know which propositions you have, and you've checked, and then that's the end, right? And there's thinking at the beginning and there's thinking at the end, and all the mechanical stuff happens in the middle. Right? So sorry, this is not really a question, it's just an affirmation that, you know, so the most rigorous and mechanistic thinkers of all adopt exactly the method you're talking about.
That's great, yeah. Thank you for that.
I don't know this debate at all, so forgive the ignorance, but it seems to me like in the passage, he's thinking about intuition a bit more broadly. So not just intuitions about, not just intuitions as a judgment about whether this particular proposition is true or false, but he seems to be saying that the very distinction between necessary and contingent properties is itself supported somehow by intuition, so that, and that plays out in the passage where, it seems like intuitions aren't for him just things that support individual propositions here, right? They're supporting the very distinction between necessary and contingent properties, and in the example, the guy is, the intuition that he has is not, yes, the proposition that there is a distinction between necessary and contingent properties is true. The intuition he has is about whether Nixon may or may not have lost. And so I just wonder whether he's committed to something much broader about intuitions and the role that they play in our philosophizing. I don't know if this makes any sense.
Look, it raises a question about what one should mean by proposition, and because, I mean, I would describe it as follows, and I don't know if that leaves something out. Yeah, the intuitions that the ordinary person has is that the winner might not have been the winner, but that Nixon could not but have been Nixon, something like that. And those are intuitions about, I mean, if you like, they're supposed to be de re propositions. Now, I don't know if that's, you know, somehow not a notion of proposition that you are happy with, but, and then from that, there is he's generalizing and saying, you see, in general, the distinction between this kind of property and that kind of property is implicitly recognized in the thought of the non-specialized person. But yeah, okay. I guess you could ask the question whether an insight into the nature of something, the nature of a kind, counts as an insight into the truth of a certain proposition or not. That seems to me to be the only thing really at issue. But I'm sorry, Bob, I'm going to have to mention the Stalnaker scowl, which I always get when you're in the audience.
Any further questions? In that case, let's thank our speaker once again.
Thank you and welcome back, everyone, for our first afternoon session. We're happy to have Yiannis Moschovakis joining us for the 13th reminiscence, whenever you're ready.
So I want to thank the people who organized this meeting for inviting me, and I wish I were there. It'd be very nice to be in New York right now, but there it is. So I'm going to talk about two things related. One is I'll say something about Harvard in 63, 64 when I met Saul. And then the main part of the talk will be on Kripke's outline of the theory of truth from the mathematical point of view, which it has some relevance to the philosophy of it, but it stands on its own. Okay, so for the first part, I had just finished my PhD when I went to Harvard in the fall of '63. Saul was a junior fellow, but he had been an undergraduate there, so he was very much in his element. I mean, he knew the area. I was sort of a little flabbergasted. There was this Thursday meals of the logicians in the area with wine and Drebin, and there was a group of people, including Drebin and Charles Parsons, who was in Columbia at the time, and yes, I have some from these people here. Van Heinert was coming up from, I think, Chicago at the time. They were editing from Frege to Gödel, and although I knew quite a bit about Gödel, I worked with Kleene, who certainly pushed that very much. I don't think I knew anything about Frege at the time. I don't quite remember when exactly I met Saul for the first time. He was noticeable for coming to these Thursday lunches without being able to tie his tie the way it was expected. But at some point I met him, and I had read 2 abstracts by him in the JSL about admissible ordinals. And that was a subject that interested me at the time. So I saw him and I said, could we meet and you can explain to me what it is about, because the abstracts are very, very compact. And I said, how about tomorrow? I was teaching 2 classes, so it was on the weekend that I could. So I said, how about tomorrow, meaning Saturday? He said, well, it's okay with me, but I can't try it on Saturday, you know, it's a Sabbath. So I said, oh, well, let's do it Sunday. No, he said, if you don't mind not writing, not being in front of a blackboard, I'll be very happy to do it tomorrow. So I think I had to wake him up in my memory, but maybe that's exaggerated. And then we spent a couple of the most impressive hours in my life, maybe 3, walking back and forth between Harvard and MIT on the northern bank of the Charles, with which I wasn't familiar. We may have done it just once. I knew the southern bank because I had been an MIT student and I lived in the Back Bay for 3 years. But I didn't know the northern bank very much. And well, to make a long story short, I never had to actually study anything about admissible ordinals after that. He was extremely good at explaining. And I picked it up all once, just without writing one word down, him or me. So that was a very impressive beginning. And now I want to say something about, as I said, the mathematics of it, why I was interested in it, and what it's about. So I'm going to define 2 kinds of structures, regular first-order structures. So here is a structure like this, acceptable and admissible structures that will be on the next slide. So a structure is like this, acceptable. Now I think in set theory, so I think of A as a set, and it's going to be a positive set. I haven't put that in here, but quite often it's an ordinal. It has an epsilon in it, so I can talk about membership, and it has equality, which means I use the logic with equality. It's acceptable if there is a coding of finite tuples in A, which is first order definable. And as we all know, that means you can do the coding and you can define truth. Well, you can define truth from the outside, but it's not first order definable by Tarski's theorem, and Gödel's theorem holds for axiomatizing probability in A. Almost all. Yes? I can't hear it if there is a question. So there was the natural numbers. Almost every structure we use in mathematics is acceptable. For example, the natural numbers, the real numbers, etc. And there is a theorem that is the main thing I want to say on this slide. If you take any formula in the expanded language, you also have an n-ary relation symbol, x. And if that n-ary relation symbol only occurs...
You see, that's not way beyond me.
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry.
Hello? You want me to stop the share and see what's happening? I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Continue, still stop.
Yiannis,
So-
please continue.
All right, so if you have a formula with an additional variable, relation variable x, NRE, which occurs only positively in the formula, then it has in the interpretation a smallest fixed point. Okay, so every time you have this relation here, this formula like that, there is a set, x bar, subset of n tuples that satisfies that. That's the set that's defined by induction, and it has a least fixed point. Now, there was some talk, Posy gave a very interesting talk about, I mean, it was very interesting for me to hear about fixed points. There were some other talks also. There are all sorts of fixed points. There is a unique so-called maximal fixed point also, which is the complement of the least fixed point of the dual operator, right? So, but I want to focus on this particular result that you can always get a least fixed point, the fixed point which is contained in every other. A subset, and I'm going to concentrate on subsets to keep notation simple. The subset of A is inductive in the structure if there is a least fixed point with n plus 1 variables, and if you fix n of the variables, then you get that set S. It's not true that all the inductive relations are fixed points. Every fixed point, every least fixed point is inductive, but it's a theorem that says that that's not enough. In effect, you have to look at simultaneous inductive definitions, which is why you have to put these parameters in. So that's the main theorem here. And then that's terminology. We call a set in the structure hyperelementary. If it's inductive and its complement, it's also inductive. Okay. So for the for example, in the structure of the integers, we have the inductive sets are the pi-1-1 sets. The hyperelementary sets are what we call hyperarithmetical. In the case of the real numbers, I call, or bare space, I call the hyperelementary sets, in that case, hyperprojective. All right. Now we come to the admissible structures. We have a structure M, and we assume this time that M is a transitive set closed under pairing and union, right? So we're in set theory again, trying to just simplify the relation. A formula in the language of M is restricted if it doesn't have any unrestricted qualifiers. All the qualifiers are there exists T in S, there exists for all T in S, using negations. A structure like this is admissible if it satisfies the axioms of separation. This is a usual axiom. You have a set and you pick those members of it that satisfy a given relation, but the relation has to be restricted. And collection, which is a more interesting axiom, it's actually quite powerful. It's like the axiom of replacement. It's many-valued replacement. So I won't go into it. It's rather obvious from the slides. We have these two kinds of structures, acceptable structures and admissible structures. Okay, and here comes the theorem. For the next admissible set, you have a structure which is acceptable. Then there is exactly one set which we call A plus, right? It's a set, but it's the next, it's a set which is the next admissible set to the structure A. So it is bigger in general. Well, it's always bigger actually than the universe of the structure, and then the structure A plus with epsilon equality, etc. These R1, Rk are relations on A, so they are actually members of A plus because they don't have any more elements. So this is admissible, and for every subset of A, that subset is hyperelementary if and only if X belongs to this next admissible set. And here is where Kripke comes in, if and only if X is defined in Kripke's language for A by a formula with no gaps. Now, I'm not going to explain this now here. This is rather complicated, but I'm giving this talk to people that know the paper by Kripke, right? He adds truth to the language, a predicate for truth, and then the interpretation gives he uses a strong clean interpretation in the minimum model, which interests me here. There are three truth values: true, false, and undefined. A formula with no gaps, it's a formula whose interpretation has no gaps, defines a relation or a set if it's a unary relation, which is always either true or false. It's not anywhere undefined. That you can get quite a bit about the meaning of truth in this minimum model, but I won't go into it. The proof of this, the two results here, are not quite simple. There are many people involved. And here, let me give the sources and the researchers who worked on it. There are the two abstracts on transfinite recursion and admissible ordinals by Kripke, which were received in 1964 in April. So I don't know when this interaction that we had happened in how, because that's, late in 64, right? It was almost the summer, I was ready to leave. Maybe I had seen those abstracts, I don't know. But I have written a book, Elementary Induction on Abstract Structures, which is still, the second edition is still in print. And then the other source is the outline of Kripke's paper on truth. Other people involved here are John Barwise, Leo Harrington, Robert Gandhi, and several other people that completed this work. I think that's all I'm going to say. I talked a little over. I'm very sorry. Okay.
Thank you, Yiannis.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Mel Fitting.
Okay, so actually this is a continuation in a way of what you just heard. So far, between yesterday and today, Harty Field talked about some formal aspects of Kripke's theory of truth. Graham mentioned theory of truth in what he said, and what you just heard relates to it. I'm going to talk about that also, but in a much less formal way. So I have the talk written out here, and what I just said was not part of the talk. So now the talk starts. Okay, so it is humbling to realize that if Saul Kripke had not written anything or done anything after 1965, his name would still be known around the world today, though many of us would not be at this meeting now. Kripke possible world models are standard tools in game theory, economics, computer science, many other areas that don't know, or at least don't care, that this semantics was born out of philosophical concerns. Of course, Saul went on to provide us with a remarkable range of further contributions, both technical and philosophical in a traditional sense. My talk today is about a different part of his work than modal logic, work that in his familiar, impressive style combined the technical and the philosophical, and like his work on modal logic, also had an influence in the outside world, though not as broad as that of his modal semantics, and I refer to his work on truth. In particular, I want to discuss how it, like his modal semantics, had a technical influence in an unexpected area, and the way in which the echoes from that area bounced back. So what was the basic problem Saul was addressing in his work on truth? Well, since the beginning of forever, it was known that if your language allowed self-reference and had a truth predicate, then it contained a contradictory sentence. The liar paradox is the best known example, but not the only one. Tarski had turned this informal problem into a fully formalized one,
An obvious but inadequate solution is to say that some sentences simply lack truth values, and the liar sentence is one of them. But this is backwards. The problem really comes in figuring out, for want of a better phrasing, which sentences do have truth values and how they get them. It is not satisfying to say that all sentences have truth values except for those that get us into semantic trouble. Saul, as was often his habit, presented his ideas in talks. What was not as frequently his habit, his ideas coalesced into a paper designed to accompany one of his talks, Outline of a Theory of Truth, which you just heard mentioned. It appeared in the Journal of Philosophy in November of 1975 as a forerunner to his talk at the annual meeting of the APA on December 28 in 1975 at the Waldorf Astoria in New York City. I was at that talk. If I recall correctly, it had to be moved to a bigger hall. I might be wrong about that, but that's my recollection. As was common, he displayed his remarkable ability to present in a colloquial way what at heart were seriously technical matters. His style often left people believing they understood the general idea. Perhaps they did. I don't think I did. But later I returned to it based on his published companion paper, Outline of a Theory of Truth. There were his familiar demurs, and I quote from the paper, "I had to prepare the present version in tremendous haste. Had I the opportunity to revise, I might have expanded. The text shows that a great deal of the formal and philosophical material and the proof of results had to be omitted. I hope to publish another, more detailed version elsewhere." Of course, he never did. Nonetheless, it was a clear and insightful paper from which much further work by others and much fruitful discussion flowed. The central idea of his approach is this. First, we need a language in which self-reference is available. We could use arithmetic extended with a primitive truth predicate and some selection of additional machinery. Other choices are possible, strings over an alphabet, for instance, or direct use of quotation, but the details are not important. The semantic behavior of things like arithmetic, strings, or whatever is as we expect it to be and can mostly be pushed into the background. Via coding of some kind, and you just saw an abstract version of that in Yiannis's talk, via coding of some kind whose details can be glossed over, we can simply think of formulas as being part of the domain about which our formulas speak. In short, we have self-referentiality. As I noted, we have some problematic things in the language. There's a truth predicate in particular, primitive truth predicate. And some sentences involving these problematic things might lack conventional truth values because of Tarski. Which ones? Suppose we have a proposal, perhaps a plausible one, perhaps not, for the semantic behavior of the truth predicate. Let us say we have a guess that specifies on which sentences in our language it behaves classically, and on which sentences it is undefined. This guessing can be done quite arbitrarily and with no consideration for its intended behavior as representing the true sentences. Assuming all this, let us simply ignore that the truth predicate is supposed to represent the true sentences. We just use our guess to tell us the behavior of the truth predicate, and we calculate truth values or lack of them for the entire set of sentences of our language. All sentences includes, of course, those involving the truth predicate itself, which simply behaves as our guess dictates. In short, we start with a guessed classical but partial description of the semantic behavior of the truth predicate. We use that to calculate a new partial assignment of truth values to all sentences, including those involving the truth predicate. This, in turn, gives us a new revised specification for the behavior of the truth predicate. We give the truth predicate the behavior on sentences that our calculation of truth values says. Suppose, remarkably, that it turns out the revised behavior of the truth predicate is exactly the same as the one we guessed. That is, it assigns truth to sentences in just those cases where our guessed truth predicate said they should be true, false in just those cases where the guessed truth predicate said that was the case. It does not assign a classical value in those cases where the guessed truth predicate failed to assign a classical truth value. If this should be the case, we find ourselves in a situation where we have guessed a partial description of the behavior of the truth predicate that we can't reason ourselves away from. Based on the information the situation itself provides, it is unimprovable, or better, perhaps, unmodifiable. Soames called such a situation a fixed point. Barring outside information of some sort, any fixed point is a coherent, perhaps even plausible way of saying which sentences receive truth values and which do not, and what those values are. I don't recall that he said it explicitly, but his idea was something like this. Loosely speaking, any fixed point is a candidate for the world in which we live. If we are in it, we can't reason our way out of it. There is one thing that was left open in the account I just gave. I said that we should start with some partial description of the behavior of the truth predicate, then use it to calculate truth values for sentences that involve that truth predicate, allowing for the possibility that such evaluation will force us to conclude some sentences don't get classical truth values as a result. How should we do this calculation? Saul was pretty relaxed about it. We could use Kleini's weak three-valued logic or Kleini's strong three-valued logic or supervaluations, according to him. People tend to remember Kleini's strong logic as primary, but Saul seemed to be agnostic about such a choice. Indeed, other workable possibilities have since been proposed, logic of paradox, first-degree entailment, for instance. With different choices, we will get different detailed results in our calculation, but nothing in the basic description is affected. Fixed points are the natural candidates for coherent, unimprovable, partial truth assignments. But there's a serious omission in what I just said. How do we know there are any fixed points? Saul proved their existence, or at least sketched a proof. This is the part people seem to remember best, not the details necessarily, but that such a sketch was present. Saul constructed what he described as a hierarchy of languages. The evaluation process described above was thought of as a kind of operator, turning a partial description of the semantic behavior of the truth predicate into another partial description, hopefully one that preserves all the classical values while eliminating some of the undefined cases. He then sketched an informal argument that if we started with the truth predicate completely undefined, applied the operator we just described, applied it again to the result, and so on forever, we must eventually converge to a fixed point. Thus, fixed points must exist. Saul was being extraordinarily kind to us. One has the sense that an actual construction is involved in his hierarchy of languages. This is a misleading but rather useful point of view. Still, the calculation of truth values for formulas given a guess at the behavior of a truth predicate is quite definitely not constructive. At a minimum, quantifiers see to that, but further, the convergence of the process of constructing successive approximations to the truth predicate requires transfinitely many steps. The ordinal at which the construction terminates with a fixed point is the first ordinal, representing a non-recursive well-ordering of the natural numbers. In the background, the proof that the construction does terminate involves the application of results from lattice theory. In fact, Saul said all of this, but it is easy to ignore because the whole process seems so natural. In the paper, as in his talk, Saul's job was to make it all intuitively plausible. What he did at home was verify that proofs could be given that were correct, then leave the proofs out. It turned out that the constructive process I just sketched constructs one particular fixed point of importance, the smallest fixed point. I'll explain later what smallest means here. In fact, there are other fixed points too, and for Saul, this was not a matter of idle curiosity, but one of basic importance. For instance, while there is a smallest fixed point, in his setup, there is no largest one. The difference is a largest one would be such that, I'm sorry, I left out a sentence. For instance, while there is a smallest fixed point, there is no larger one. On the other hand, there are maximal ones. The difference is a largest one would be one such that all others are, in a certain sense, simpler. A maximal fixed point is one such that no others are more complex. So simplest, no largest, maximal, many of them, He also defined intrinsic fixed points. They are those that are, again in a certain sense, compatible with all fixed points. The smallest fixed point is intrinsic. While there is no largest fixed point, there is a largest intrinsic fixed point. Indeed, though this is not from Saul's paper, if one starts the Kripke approximation sequence not from where the truth predicate is completely undefined, as he did in his paper, but from where it agrees with the maximal fixed points on what they all have in common, the sequence of approximations will converge downward to the largest intrinsic fixed point. In brief, the family of Kripke fixed points is rich and complex. Saul suggested that it is not any single fixed point that we should concentrate on to the exclusion of all others. We should look at the whole family. For instance, he suggested calling a sentence paradoxical if it gets no classical truth value in any fixed point. In this sense, the liar is paradoxical, but the truth teller is not. There is much more to be said along these lines, but I will not follow up on it now. It should be noted that when Saul worked on this, the times were exactly right for his kind of approach. The Moschovakis book that you just heard mentioned, Elementary Induction on Abstract Structures, appeared the previous year in 1974 and provided a comprehensive treatment of inductive definability into which Saul's machinery fit very nicely. Robert Martin's and Peter Woodruff's 1975 paper on representing true in L from 1975 also presented a construction similar to that of Saul, though confined to only a single evaluation method, Kleini's weak three-valued logic, and with a less intuitive choice of fixed point, a maximal one, rather than the smallest one that Saul's approximation process yields. What is called inductive definability was very much in the air at this point, and Saul's ideas especially prompted much further technical work and philosophical discussion and research. This is what one might expect from Saul. It is, after all, what had happened 15 years earlier with possible world semantics. Still, while possible world semantics had a very wide influence, the influence of the formal machinery developed for the theory of truth was not nearly as extensive, though it did have a real impact on mathematically oriented logicians. For instance, quite a few people worked in and with the Kripke-Pfefferman axiomatic approach. I was not one of them, and it does not figure into what follows in this talk. But outside the hardcore logic community, Kripke's work on truth did have a surprisingly significant influence in one area, computer science. It is very likely unfamiliar to you, and I'd like to discuss it a bit. Logic programming had its beginnings around 1972, and good versions of the Prolog programming language were not far behind. For a while, there was a kind of intercontinental competition for the correct programming language to be used for AI. Americans favored Lisp, which John McCarthy had originated. It was based on the lambda calculus and thus traced back to work of Church, among others. It is not a coincidence that Church's original formulation of what we now call the Church-Turing thesis was in terms of the lambda calculus. Europeans, on the other hand, commonly thought Prolog and similar logic-based languages were the way to go. This was often billed as programming in logic, and while not strictly accurate, was close enough to have plausibility to it. Side remark, if we are to believe what we are currently reading in the press, the future of AI will not consist of writing programs, but of growing them, letting them evolve and learn on their own. And every newspaper article about this seems to carry a message along the lines of the publicity campaign for the 1986 movie The Fly, namely, be afraid, be very afraid. Fortunately, all that can be ignored here. Special note, I did not use AI to write the talk you are hearing. Anyway, a Prolog program looks rather like a definition by cases for a set of predicate symbols of classical logic. Conclude that a predicate holds of certain things, provided certain other formula instances have already been determined to be true, where these other instances can be built up from atomic formulas the program has already verified or refuted, and the build-up uses conjunction, disjunction, negation, and with quantification sort of implicit. Here, for example, is a usable Prolog program to test if a number is even. To be more precise, it is stated in mathematical English, but it is directly translatable into proper Prolog. The program is this: 0 is even, x plus 1 is even if it is not the case that x is even. Then you can run that. One runs such a program by asking it a query, roughly something like, is 328 even? All this is clearly standard logic machinery. I'm oversimplifying, but this gives the general Prolog idea. I listed negation as one part of the machinery. This can't be real classical negation, essentially because Turing and Church get in the way. More specifically, what can be programmed in Prolog without using negation are the recursively enumerable relations, semi-computable if you like. If we had real negation, we would be able to write programs for the complements of all recursively enumerable sets, but some of these are not things that can be computed. Instead of classical negation, Prolog uses what is called negation as failure, which is a positive and constructive, weak version of negation. All attempts to verify something fail in a finite number of steps. One can actually get a reasonable feeling for this, and programming in Prolog often seems quite natural. While people who write programs may not always be aware of it, programming languages each have some kind of intended formal semantics. This semantics can often be used to prove things about the behavior of programs. However, there was a problem with the semantics for Prolog, and it occupied a lot of the literature at that time, specifically having to do with the behavior of negation. Indeed, two very simple Prolog programs illustrate the problem. The first program consists of a single simple clause, conclude P provided not P. The second is even simpler, conclude P provided P. Those are both real Prolog programs. You should recognize that these are analogs of the liar and the truth-teller sentences. Operationally, for the analog of the liar to conclude P, the computer would need to verify that every attempt to have P would fail, and this would involve trying to conclude P. Of course, this is circular. The other is even more obviously problematic. What actually happens if you run these programs is simply they never terminate. I realized that Saul's machinery from his theory of truth could be adapted to address the Prolog semantics problem. In fact, it provided a semantics for Prolog with respect to which one had soundness, but not completeness. Actually, it was for an idealized version of Prolog, which is the best one can manage. But this is, soundness but not completeness is not an important issue here, and the idealized version is not either. My work appeared in a paper called A Kripke Semantics for Logic Programs in 1985. It had a surprising success. I stopped working in this area years ago, but I checked with Google Scholar while writing the present talk, and I see the 38-year-old paper has been cited almost 30 times since 2020. I have no idea why. I don't know what they're doing out there anymore. Okay, so Saul's work on truth splashed on distant shores. Perhaps of more interest is that there was splashback as well. This comes from what in logic programming semantics were initially called stable models and ultimately also answer sets. They originated independently but at about the same time from two different directions, and all with the intention of providing a more natural semantics for Prolog. One source was in the work of Michael Gelfand and Vladimir Lifshitz in 1988, the stable model semantics for logic programming. The other was from Kit Fine in 1989, the justification of negation as failure. Fine called his models felicitous models, but that term has dropped out. I'll sketch the idea, though the development has since then gone far beyond what I say now. If a logic program does not contain negations, then a natural semantics for it is rather easy. Thinking of the program as a set of formulas, every negation-free logic program has a unique smallest model, and that is its natural semantics. We'll say more about what smallest means later on. Curiously, this result is an old result of Raymond Smullyan from 1966, long before logic programming was invented. If you don't have negation, you're programming with what logicians call horn clauses, and Smulyan's result was about horn clauses. Well then, what about negation? Well, here's the stable model idea. Make a guess, not for how there's no truth here now, but make a guess for how the negated atoms behave, just the negated ones. In effect, replace negated atoms by their guessed truth value. With negative atoms fixed, this gives us a logic program without negations. It has its smallest model. If that turns out to supply the values we guessed for the negative atoms, then our guess is stable. Like the Kripke semantics, stable models can also be thought of as natural models for logic programs, but are rather more subtle. Note that the idea differs in a significant way from the sort of thing that Saul was doing. In the stable model characterization for logic programs, one does not start with a guess of truth values for all atoms, but only those that are negated. The analog for a truth predicate would be to start with a guess for the behavior of the truth predicate in negative positions, and then calculate the corresponding smallest assignment of truth values for the positive positions. So instead of beginning with a guess for how truth behaves generally, just begin with a guess for how not true behaves, and calculate the rest. Think of the result as an improvement on your guess. A stable model is one that this guess process cannot improve. It turns out that in logic programming, stable models generally exist. It's a proof similar to the one that Saul gave, except it involves a fixed point argument within fixed point arguments. You have a big one, and then within it, the construction of the models without the negation involved. But nonetheless, it works. Machinery for developing all of this can be seen as a kind of variation on Kripke's theme, but in a computer programming setting. As a side note, interest in Prolog has largely but not entirely disappeared, but logic programming in a broader sense is still with us. Answer set programming, the current terminology for stable model semantics, is still quite active. The machinery used in logic programming's answer set semantics actually involves an idealized version of Prolog, which is the best one can manage. But I'm sorry, wrong page. Although the continuity seemed to work there. The machinery used in logic programming's answer set semantics actually involves a syntactic modification of the program itself. One can view things more abstractly. We have been talking about things like the smallest assignment of truth values. Things are a bit more complex than we made it sound. Hidden behind what Saul did were actually two natural orderings, not one. He talked about being true, being false, and lacking a truth value. One can think of false as less true than having no truth value, and that as less true than simply being true. This is the basis for an ordering of truth assignments by degree of truth. One can also order truth assignments according to the degree of information. One truth assignment is smaller than another if it narrows the set of formulas that lack a truth value. In effect, Saul used the degree of truth ordering to calculate the truth functional behavior of formulas, and he used the degree of information ordering to measure how well one has approximated to what is the smallest of his fixed points. Such a double ordering is a special case of what is today called a bilattice. Much is known about bilattices, which had their origins in the work of Matthew Ginsburg in 1990, although there were significant precursors. Saul's work fits nicely within bilattice theory, but I'm not going to go on about that today. While Saul's ideas can be seen to live in a bilattice setting, stable model semantics not only lives there but thrives there. Showing the existence of a stable model can be seen as approximating to a model for a logic program, approximating in the degree of information sense, while the calculation of what each step in that approximation process does involves finding a fixed point of a related logic program with negations removed, but approximating in the degree of truth sense. This is what I meant by you have a kind of inductive construction within an inductive construction. The overall thing is approximating in the degree of information sense, and within that, each step involves a construction to a fixed point in the degree of truth sense. Take my word for it, it works smoothly. Just as with Saul's work, bilattices are hidden behind all this too, but the double structure gets even more of a workout than Saul gave it. Now, I said there would be splashback. The ideas behind stable models can be carried in reverse back to Saul's truth setting. The logic programming machinery, when transformed backward to the Kripke setting, produces fixed points in Saul's sense, but in a kind of stable model, with a kind of stable model condition added to them. The fixed points in the stable model sense turn out to be a proper subset of the set of fixed points as Saul used the term. But these are fixed points that give a preference to falsehood when either truth or falsity is possible. For instance, a Kripke-style stable model for the truth teller assigns it false, whereas Saul's bottom-up fixed point construction assigns it undefined. It's also possible to dualize the construction, producing fixed points that give preference to truth over falsehood. In short, stable model semantics, moved back into the truth setting that Saul worked in, picks out a natural subclass of Kripke fixed points. One can introduce a notion of intrinsic relative to those fixed points that are stable, and so on. I will not get into the details here. Those interested can consult a long ago paper of mine from 1997. It's in Journal of Philosophical Logic. It's called A Theory of Truth That Prefers Falsehood. I think at this point I have made clear what I meant by the subtitle of this talk, There and Back Again. One test that an idea is important is that it also be important to some people who don't know why the creator thought it was important. Possible world semantics obviously falls into this category. People who use it in economics and computer science have no idea of what the philosophical ideas originally behind it were. To a lesser but still very real extent, Saul's work on truth also falls into this category. 2 important ideas is already a large number. And of course, Saul actually had many more. Thank you, Saul.
Thank you, Mel. We have time for a few questions if anybody wants to raise any.
A simple question. Were you saying guest or guest? G-U-E-S-T or G-U-E-S-S-E-D?
If the guest wants to make a guess, they are allowed to, but otherwise you can make one yourself. I was saying guess.
Okay, but in the context of a guess.
No, you pick a truth value assignment, partial, and you start from there. I was just calling it a guess.
Other questions, comments? No.
Thank you. So I just wondered the one tradition from a lambda calculus to Lisp.
I'm sorry.
The tradition of programming in logic that goes from lambda calculus to Lisp then sort of became what we now know as functional programming paradigms which are implement the lambda calculus in various ways, right? So is the prologue tradition notably, importantly different from that? Like, do people theorize about programming in Prolog, or I'm just never heard anything about this before?
Historically, Prolog, the creators of Prolog didn't trace it back to logic other than that they were doing a formalized portion of logic. But if you're familiar with Smolyan's book, Theory of Formal Systems, where he had something called elementary formal systems, what he was really doing was a version of what later became Prolog. that everything he said about his elementary formal systems applies directly to Prologue's way of programming. What he didn't have was this negation as failure.
Any other thoughts? Well, I think we should thank our speaker again.
Okay.
Welcome to the final session of the conference, the final period of programming. Our speaker to start us off is Scott Soames. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you most of all for holding this event, but also for having me. I first met Saul when I visited Princeton before moving there from Yale in 1980. He was friendly and engaging, and that reassured me that he would be the good colleague that he later proved to be. Initially, we didn't interact a lot. Our first extended conversation was, I think, in late 1984, when we spoke for 4 hours on the phone during my leave in California. I was up for tenure and he was reading stuff I had written on presupposition in philosophy and linguistics. Having read little or nothing about that subject before, he was fascinated by the positions of the leading linguists and philosophers that I had critiqued. Always a masterful critic, he saw most of what was right, what was wrong, what was questionable, or what was promising about their views, as well as my own. But he also offered some strikingly original insights. At the end of our conversation, he asked me to write up our results and mail them to him, which I did. In the fall of 1990, a few of us organized a conference at Princeton to feature the new connections Saul had noticed between anaphora and presupposition when talking to me several years earlier. As we were walking home from campus 2 days before the conference, he told me he couldn't find the voluminous notes I'd sent him from our earlier phone conversation. He asked me to look for my copy. It seemed he hadn't thought about the issues since then. I found the notes and gave them to him the next day. At the conference, he presented the ideas without notes, of course, as always. As always, his remarks were a hit. Not the last word on the subject, but full of new and influential ideas. With the help of 2 of our PhD students, Richard Holton, who later became the chair of philosophy at MIT and now is professor at Cambridge, and Michaelis Michael, now a professor at New South Wales, Sydney, I recorded and transcribed Saul's lecture. It was a bit of a trial because the lecture contained a key ambiguity, which we resolved by producing 2 transcripts, resolving the ambiguity in different ways. Saul chose the one that we also took to be the better view. When the paper was published, he thanked the 3 of us, plus Stephen Neale, for pushing him to publish. He also humorously thanked the tenure system for interesting him in issues he might otherwise never have thought about. It was fortunate for those interested in the subject that he did. The next public event prominently involving Saul, in which I participated, was an APA session in December of 1994, in which Quentin Smith read a paper accusing Saul of basing the leading ideas of naming a necessity on material he had picked up from Ruth Marcus without crediting her. Because I was close friends of both Saul and Ruth, I agreed to serve as commentator with the hope of rebutting the charges without vilifying Ruth. The session was a spectacle. It was held in the largest room of the Boston West End to a standing room only crowd, in which Smith was allowed, after hearing my critique, which I sent him weeks earlier, he was allowed to read a full second paper, which he hadn't shown to me, to which I was given only 5 minutes to respond. The discussion that followed, with much audience participation, was heated, and it went long over time. Later, all the relevant papers, plus some new ones by the principals and 2 extras by John Burgess, were published. Though John and I were, I think, successful in defending him, Saul rightly felt hurt and unjustifiably attacked. I came away feeling I'd lost a dear friend, Ruth Marcus, and also lost much of my respect for the American Philosophical Association, for having given prominence to charges that were not only clearly false, but intellectually dishonest in ways I had never before and have never since seen in philosophy. On the other hand, I gained a new and valued ally, John Burgess, whose papers on the topic were marvelous. I wish he were here with us today. I'm also pleased to report how supportive David Lewis was of the position I had taken in supporting Saul. I read a lot into that because David and Saul were competitors. David's fair-mindedness in this case was an important factor in making it possible for he and I to jointly teach a year-long Princeton seminar entitled Philosophy After Naming and Necessity, which was widely attended by graduate students and high-profile faculty from leading universities throughout the area. Before closing, I should mention that Saul and I spent a lot of time together in the 1990s, which was to some extent difficult for us because both of our marriages were ending. Dinners at the Annex and Chart House, flying together to Mexico City to give lectures at UNAM and to explore the city and the nearby pyramids. Saul and I both lived on Lake Carnegie. He would often walk over for a drink and conversation. Andrew Weil's house was between ours. And during the time spanning the announcement, first of his proof of Fermat's last theorem, then of the discovery of an error in the proof, and finally the resulting correction of that error, we dined with Andrew and his family. The conversation, as you can imagine, was fascinating. Though I have to say, Saul and Andrew seemed a bit wary of each other. Saul was often at my house. Because of that, my two young sons got to know him, which further increased their pre-existing sense that their father's occupation was strange and incomprehensible. But we had notably good times, including one occasion when we all went to Disney's feature-length cartoon movie, The Lion King, which everyone thoroughly enjoyed, including Saul. To sum up, I found Saul to be a trusted colleague, a good friend, and I must say, a great philosopher. How great? Having devoted substantial time in recent years to the history of analytic philosophy, I have no doubt that Saul ranks with the greats who preceded him. Indeed, I rank him very highly. Although they all struggled and took some philosophical missteps along the way, none made greater advances with fewer missteps than Saul. I'll close with a note about Tim Williamson's remark yesterday that a puzzle about belief, which did address a misstep in naming a necessity, is underappreciated. I agree. There is, I think, an incoherence not in the concept of belief itself, but in very natural philosophical ideas about it that can be resolved only by directly answering rather than evading Saul's question. Does Pierre believe that London is pretty or not? This makes me feel, in a way, that Saul is still with us. And it's but one example of how he will continue to help us make progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Our next speaker is Stephen Neale.
Thank you, Anandi, and thank you, everybody else, Romina and everybody else who's organized this, and thank you, obviously, to Saul. I first met Saul actually in Scott Soames' car in 1998. I was still a graduate student at the time, but I'd flown out there they'd offered me a job, and Scott picked me up with Saul and Bas van Fraassen in the car, and I was terrified out of my mind, obviously. We went to a restaurant, had a nice time, and finally, I accepted the job, and if this computer, I didn't think there were any photographs that it had both me and Saul on them, but apparently there is one that has lots of other people who've just been mentioned on it as well. I guess maybe this is non-open. Well, not to worry. It's not a good picture. Anyway, it's on the Princeton website, unfortunately. Oh, there we go. So the most interesting, I mean, that's the idiot with the long hair next to Saul. That's me, between Burgess and Saul. And the person at the front looking for divine intervention is Mark Johnston, obviously, who was in the department at the time. As far as I know, that's the only time that I've been photographed with Saul. Now, Saul was a great colleague, as was Scott. I mean, I arrived there nervous as hell, teaching a seminar with Scott on an AFRA, and I was very much taken under the wing by both Saul and Scott. And Saul really tried to make me feel at home immediately. I pointed out some issue I was having with page 179 of Principia Mathematica, and of course he spent the next month calling me day after day to go through this or that line of page 179 of Principia Mathematica. And it was a lesson of not just how to do philosophy, but how to make sure that your formalism really comports with what you're doing. A minimum amount of formalism with a maximum amount of philosophical value. And that was an invaluable lesson. I didn't really get to know Saul personally until a few years later. We went to Scandinavia for a couple of weeks. There was a big congress in Uppsala, and after that congress, Dagfinn Follesdal, who was one of my teachers, invited Saul and me to go to Oslo to do some seminars on names and descriptions. So the idea was there would be 1.5 hours before lunch and 1.5 hours after lunch, and I said, it's probably best if Saul goes after lunch, because Saul before lunch is not such a good thing. But unfortunately, Dagfinn decided that wasn't really fair, and on day 2, he should go in the morning rather than the afternoon session. I thought, okay, well, look, this is not a good idea at the best of times. It's a very bad idea when there has been a coup in the Soviet Union that day, as there had been, and Saul didn't have CNN on his TV in his room for the simple reason he couldn't operate the TV in his room. And so for the whole of the evening, he came over to where I was staying on Olav Jelzvik's couch, and Saul came over and entrenched himself in the room. Started at about 6 p.m., then it was 9, then it was 12, and I had to write my seminar for the next day, and Saul was going on watching the same piece of newsreel from CNN over and over again. And I became really aware of his obsession with the news. And I said, why do you want to watch this same newsreel of what's going on the streets of Moscow? You know, Gorbachev had been arrested. There was an arrest warrant out for Yeltsin. But Saul just kept, wait a minute, there might be somebody I know on this newsreel. I said, why? He said, I think that's the Institute of Mathematics over there. Do you think it is? I said, I have no idea. You don't? I said, no. How would I know that? Around midnight or 1 o'clock, I thought, I've got to get rid of him. How do I get rid of him? But he brought his plastic bag with him with the slippers in. When he gets the slippers out, you know, your heart sinks because he is in for the night, was in for the night. And every few hours, CNN does this weather from around the world. Now, we've been out of the country, out of the US 2 weeks by this point. So he said, oh, I just want to have a look at the weather. Am I ever going to get to bed? So there's European weather, Mediterranean, Africa, Asia. It's the usual story, you know, cold in Europe, hot in Africa, a lot of rain in Asia, Australia, very dry, California, and then it's Midwest, and then East Coast, terrible storms, flooding. Saul's like, oh my God, I think I left the bathroom window open. Can we call Scott Soames or Paul Benastrup immediately so one of them can go around and have a look? Anyway, he wanted us to do this. We refused to do this, obviously. Anyway, I don't know what ever happened. I don't know whether the window was open or not. Anyway, so the last point about Saul is people have talked about his humanity. I really believe this about Saul. There was a real humanity about it, and it came out in a very funny scenario. It happened at a conference in Haifa. Around 2001, that Jonathan Berg put on. Somebody else alluded to this conference earlier. Anyway, Paul Horrich and Tom Nagel and Nathan Salmon and I and a few others were at this conference, and Michael Dummett was supposed to come. And at lunch on the second day, there was some very bad news. Paul Horrich had injured his shoulder and had to go to a doctor and get that fixed. But the other piece of news was that Michael Dummett couldn't come. But not to worry, he was sending his paper over and somebody would read it out. Fine. So that afternoon, we all had lunch, nice time, and the afternoon session starts. And there was this postdoc from, I think, from the University of Tel Aviv, or perhaps Haifa, who was reading out his paper. And at a certain point, he stopped and said, maybe a better wording for this would be this. He reworded it. And Saul said, you're really interrupting the flow of your paper. You've got it all written down there. Why are you interrupting the flow? And this postdoc was a bit nervous. He carried on, and then he said, well, at this point, Strawson would say that blah, 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 blah. But really, I suppose what Strawson really meant, he pulled away from the paper again, I suppose what Strawson really meant, and Saul said, why do you keep interrupting? yourself. And this carried on for a little while, and we couldn't work out what was happening. And Saul finally said, "Look, why don't they just let him speak for himself?" And the guy said, "You mean Strawson?" And Saul said, "No, Dummett. This is his paper, isn't it?" He actually thought this was Dummett's paper being read out. And at this point, Tom Neale just completely collapsed in fits of laughter and made everybody else laugh, had to go out of the room, round the corner, and into the restroom to compose himself. Unfortunately, the window to the conference room was wide open, as was the window to the restroom, which was right next door. And all we could hear for the next 5 minutes was Tom Neale laughing and laughing and laughing about this. Now, Saul, to his credit, at the end of this, he realized he'd pretty much embarrassed the student in various ways. And he went up to him and he apologized profusely and said, "I'd like to talk about your paper." And he was very sincere about this, and he had some points to talk about the paper. He said, "Maybe I should have heard it again from the beginning, knowing it was your paper, not Dummett's paper, because I would have interpreted it slightly different in the first part." Anyway, that didn't happen. So anyway, we all went off to the beach, and Nagel and Horwich and Nathan and I all had swimsuits on and had a paddle. Saul had on what could only be termed logician's beachwear and refused to paddle in the sea because he wanted to go and read some book about quantum field theory on the beach while the rest of us were relaxing. And this just shows Saul's dedication to areas way outside philosophy. In Oslo, he took me around the Munch Museum and gave me a lecture on Munch. In Uppsala, he gave me a lecture on Linnaeus in the Linnaeus Garden. And one never stopped learning from this man. There were fields you had no idea he knew all this. You just learned and learned. And as Scott just said, we're going to carry on learning from him because he's given us so much to work with. And these are great papers, more to come. And we're going to get so much out of continuing to read Saul's work despite his physical absence. Thank you, Saul.
Thank you, Stephen. Our next speaker is the one and only Romina Birman.
Saul used to always come to my talks. I would see him in the front row, always. And he was, he was kind of a safety blanket for me. I really wanted him to be there, even if he didn't say a word. It became that at some point. But also, I knew that he would be totally, brutally honest about how the thing had gone. And, he gave me many reasons to think that. But I remember one in particular, 3 or almost 4 years ago, I had brain surgery. And I was at the hospital. My husband brought him to the hospital. And I said to Saul, I'm leaving tomorrow. I'm going back home. And he looked at me, he said, "But you look terrible." So, he knew that whatever he said was going to be something that he really meant. And so it's very strange not having him there. Okay, I'm going to try to talk on his views on the nature of logic, which is something that we did a lot together. You can move on, David, to the first slide. And go on. So basically, one of Saul's ideas was that logic had a really very special status. And that was on the background of opposing Quine's views that thought that logic was nothing special. And the reason why he thought that had nothing to do with the a priori, but with something that came to be known as the adoption problem. Okay. Here's a quote from Wittgenstein that reminded me of Saul's views when I read it. He says in a letter to Russell pretty early on, into 1912, logic must turn out to be of a totally different kind than any other science. And so actually sometimes says that it's unique. And what makes it unique is this famous now adoption problem. So what is it? I actually never really call it adoption problem and never really tried to give a definition of what he meant, among other things because he was annoyed that people were using this phrase to adopt the logic as if it had a very clear meaning, and he thought that it didn't, and in any case the burden of proof was on their side and they should explain what they meant. But in my dissertation, or later on, I tried to give an account that I think is sort of true to what Saul meant about it. So certain basic logical principles cannot be adopted because if a subject already infers in accordance with them, no adoption is needed, and if a subject does not infer in accordance with them, no adoption is possible. So this concerns about very basic principles like the introduction of conjunction, universal instantiation, most ponens. Those are the principles that I have in mind when I say basic. Go on, David. So, the problem is introduced, well, Saul in the original lectures doesn't talk about Harry, but he has a version of this argument. In fact, his paper was a paper that this is the background of his staff on the nature of logic. He meant to give a seminar at Princeton in 1974 on Wittgenstein, which probably was the Wittgenstein book. But in the first class, he says something, okay, so I've been reading this paper on Putnam and, quantum logic, and he wanted to discuss it for a couple of sessions. What happened actually was that he never really got to Wittgenstein, though at the end of every class, he assigns parts of the investigations of the remarks and never really gets to them. So that's a little bit of the background. And he has a version of this in those talks, but the main target is Putnam and really the Quinian background epistemology of logic that paper had. And so the adoption problem is really a part of that paper that I think he came to think that was the most important part, but he has many different kinds of criticisms of Putnam's paper. It's a very long paper. So let me introduce Harry to tell you what the adoption problem is. I know that many of you have heard me talk about this, but I don't know if everyone has, so I had to go back to this. So Harry is a very peculiar fellow. He has never made any inference that accords with the principle of universal instantiation. And he has no notion of the UI principle itself either. So he never inferred in his practice in accordance to UI, and he has never heard of the principle itself. And we want Harry to adopt this principle because we think that it's going to be useful in his life. So when I say adopt here, what it means is that he picks up a way of inferring in accordance with this principle, but this is on the basis of what we are telling him, of accepting the principle that we are giving him, what we are telling him. And so it's not just picking up a practice, it's doing so on the basis on account of the acceptance of the principle. So a case of adoption wouldn't count if he started inferring according to it, and that was not because he has accepted the principle, okay? Go on. So the way of thinking about this is a two-phase process, at least this, the way I thought about it. You know, Saul obviously just gives the case. You know, he doesn't go into all these distinctions and things. That's not his style. So the phase one would be the accepting the principle, in this case UI, and the phase two would be the development in virtue of phase one of a practice of inference in accordance with the principle. Okay, so Saul and I used to do this together. So here's a video.
And it's not because he's trying to restrain himself, but just because he doesn't do it.
Can you hear him?
Suppose I say to Harry, why? Look, Harry, you need to accept the following. Universal statements imply each of their instances, or alternatively, the predication of a property, say with no relations, to all members in a domain, entails that any particular member has that property.
Go on, David, put the face.
I mean, if some property applies to all the things we're considering, it logically follows that the property applies to each particular thing in the group. Don't worry, this principle is true, it works, and I guarantee that you'll find it useful.
Good. Fine, I accept your suggestion. You know a lot about this stuff, and I'll take your word for it.
Okay, but we need to run a test to make sure that he actually has adopted the principle. So, I asked Harry to read a review of the movie Madagascar.
Yeah.
The review says that all the animals in the movie talk and describes Alex the lion as the most likable animal featured in the movie.
Maybe a lot of people don't know this.
So I asked Harry to read the thing, and then I asked, does Alex the lion talk?
I don't know. I have no idea. I told you I haven't seen the movie.
Haven't you noticed that the review says that all the animals in the movie talk?
Yes, yeah, I have, yeah.
But you don't believe it?
Yes, I do. Why wouldn't I? But you'd ask that, you ask me. If Alex the lion talks, which is not described in the review.
He was silent about
Yeah, in text. Come on, Harry. We talked about this. You said you would accept all universal statements imply each of their instances.
Sure, yeah. Not sure what's different.
Don't you see that all the animals in the movie Madagascar talk is a universal statement? They often have the form all X's are P's, where the X's are the animals in Madagascar and P is what we are saying of them, the predicate that we are applying to them, in this case, talk. So, if all universal statements imply each of their instances, this particular universal statement, all the animals in the movie Madagascar talk, implies this particular instance, Alex the lion talks, since the lion is clearly an animal.
Does it? Yeah. universal statements all imply all of their instances. But I don't really see the last thing that the Lion Alex talk the review didn't say. Are you sure? Maybe I should just go and see the movie.
Okay, so that. Yeah. Okay, so that was. We used to do this together a lot. Like every time I presented this for the first time, I would have Saul along and to do his part, and he was very committed to it. I mean, sometimes he would wake up to this, which shows a lot of commitment. But I mean, yeah, we had fun doing this. And the funny, you didn't see the faces, but for me, one of the funniest things about that was that I had to take pictures of myself to put in the PowerPoint, making funny expressions. But for Saul, I didn't have to take any picture because I could go through my pictures, and there were like many pictures that would fit the puzzlement and the different faces that I use in the PowerPoint. Okay, so the idea is that telling Harry this principle is not going to help him. And the obvious problem is that to recognize it as a particular universal statement, Harry has to perform a universal instantiation. So, go on, David. And that's, by hypothesis, something that he cannot do. So basically, our telling him the principle has gotten him into more trouble, and this is something that Saul himself emphasizes in his paper, because now he has to instantiate more times, you know? He has to do it from the principle itself that we are giving him. And also, you know, recognizing instances of the principle. I mean, there's a piling up of instantiations that he would not have to do in the first case. Okay. So the idea is that if we do not already infer in accordance with them, accepting, believing, or assuming them will lead us nowhere. And this is basic principles like UI, adjunction, and most ponens. Harry, who has never performed UI inferences, would not benefit from our telling him that all universal statements imply each of their instances. He would need to apply UI to the UI principle to get it moving. And if we give, you know, like this is a longer thing, and if we try to give him a rule instead of a principle, like an imperative, the situation would not improve. It's basically the same argument. So Harry's case may be improbable, but the idea that it is because we have implicitly accepted, grasped, or internalized UI or MP principles or rules that we are able to produce indefinitely many UI and most ponens inferences we never considered before, has considerable intuitive appeal. How else are we supposed to account for our capacity to perform these inferences? So we obviously did not contemplate the infinite applications. So presuming that we have somehow accepted a general principle or a rule suggests itself as the obvious way of accounting for this capacity. And so this internalization of the principle, this state of acceptance that might well be implicit, which encodes the principle or rule, is then supposed to inform our inferential behavior. That's the view that seems plausible, but that the problem is come to question, right? It has a guiding role. It guides our inferential uses, which are in turn explained and evaluated by reference to it. But for the principle to have this role, it seems that there is no alternative than to make the relation an inferential one, in the case of our giving it to Harry, right? He has to make an inference from the principle to be able to apply it. How else could his acceptance of the principle guide him? And of course, the deduction involved is none other than the one that he couldn't do to begin with, plus most points well.
So of course, we were never in Harry's situation. We did not adopt UI or MP inference patterns. But Harry's case in the adoption problem are meant to challenge views where this acceptance of grasp of the principle or rule plays this fundamental role. And I think that that's more me than Saul, because Saul had another target in mind, which was Putnam. I think it's implied from what, in what he says in the nature of logic, but it's not, he wasn't concerned about this problem explicitly. He was more interested in discrediting the Quinean background epistemology that, in his view, came to be questioned by this problem. And the idea is that, so there are different ways of understanding how the argument is supposed to work about against Quine, let's say, and not Putnam, but Putnam's view is very Quinean, more Quinean than Quine, so I would say, because he never thought that really Quine was serious about proposing revisions, He thought that was a way of speaking, but Quine really thought that classical logic was all there was. But so the point is this, you can see it as an argument that actually works not directly, not about the impossibility of revising these principles themselves, but as an argument that is more general, in that questions the very idea that we can take these principles, accept them, and because we have accepted them, infer in accordance with them. One would think that if there were not really any difference between scientific principles or hypotheses and these principles, that should be possible. And this is why Saul says that there is something unique, special about logic, because it cannot be just accepted. You cannot just accept it and run with it. So there's a funny story. I mean, Saul actually says in the paper, and he said that to me a number of times, that he thinks that this was one of his first philosophical ideas. And so he was in Camp Ramaha, which was, there were other philosophers in the same year that he was there. Goldman was there. No, someone else. I don't remember. But the thing is that, so the director of the camp was giving a talk to all the kids in the camp. And he was arguing, religious camp, he was arguing that religion wasn't really any different from the sciences, because everybody has to take something for granted. Everybody has to accept, like, I don't know, physics, the existence of the external world. You had to, every science had its assumptions, And so, you had to take something like on faith. That was the idea. And so actually, apparently, started a very long discussion with this guy that must have been terribly annoyed by him about that not being the case for logic, because even if you accepted it, you wouldn't be able to do anything with it. So one of the lines that he repeats in the nature of logic is that, so if we're going to think of the basic logical principles in this way, what we should say is that their scientific utility is zero, because they never led to any prediction. You can't just accept them and apply them. You already need to be able to infer in accordance with them to actually be able to do anything with them. And I think, so I think a way of thinking about this problem and how it works, because if you think about it, the basic principles that Saul is mentioning here as principles that are affected by the problem
are not the principle that Putnam wanted to question, which is the distributive law. So there has to be some kind of other argument that is more general that he thought affected it. And for me, the most plausible way of understanding this, and I actually believe in the argument, is that what he thought was that the whole enterprise, the whole idea of empirical revision, if it's mounted on this model, cannot go through. Because we can, and the reason is because we cannot think about basic principles in this way. There is something wrong about that. There are, you know, he quotes Quine, that passage where he says the logical laws being simply further statements in the system. Like, there is no really, I mean, they are the core of the web, but there is no, in principle, difference between those and the scientific principles. And he says, yes, there is. And he even goes so far as to say that they are unique. I don't know about that, but I think that there is something interesting about this feature, you know. Okay, go on. I really don't know what I'm saying. So, you know, I mean, like a lot of times I talk about this, and people come up, oh, well, look, I mean, if I give you the principle in this other format, what? And I think that that misses really the point. And Saul says that in the paper at some point, you know, the paper obviously is a talk that he gave at Pittsburgh. And it was filled in with some of the things from the Princeton seminar and things that he did here and so on. But it's something that he really says in passing, where he says it's not that you have to identify the principles that you cannot adopt and think that that's the logic, because even in your doing that, you are using them. There is no outside. Yeah. The idea is that even in formalizing them, there is something that is this very, for him, this very basic logical reasoning that precedes any semantics, any formalization. And the semantics and the formal stuff come later. Once you already have an intuitive grasp of the meaning, that might not be perfect, and there might be a goal, you know, like, I mean, made more precise by formalization, and that may go back into a practice or not. But the point is that there is he emphasizes this intuitive reasoning, which is not very clear what it is. And we talked about intuitions, Paul talked about intuitions before. And, you know, I did press him a lot about this because, you know, we talked many, many times about these issues. But, so I think he had a similar pull that Wittgenstein faced before, you know, in a way. He was naturally attracted to some form of Platonism, but where you see that the principle, that, you know, that the instance follows, you know, that you see that as an application of the principle. You just see, and he really saw more than most, so, you know. But on the other hand, he knew that that argument, and that's why it's not about the a priori, because if all the a priori gave us was a capacity to access the truth of the principle, that wouldn't really make a difference from me telling you the principle. It would be just the same. To apply it, I would still need to be in the practice of doing it. So there's this pull that he sometimes, in some versions in the Princeton seminar, when he was obviously reading Wittgenstein, because there are some phrases that he uses that are very Wittgensteinian, and you see the language's influence. But he emphasizes a lot this idea of being in the habit
of inferring. And then he didn't like that too much because he sounded too behavioristic. And he didn't really mean that either. But I think there was a pull on both directions, and he knew that none was completely satisfying. And Platonism, basically because it would be subject to this very problem. And I talked to him about it, and he, said, yeah, well, you're right. And though he wasn't very happy about saying that, because he would say, yeah, no, you're right, it would be subject to the problem. But then he would say, but you see that. And then on the other hand, this idea of emphasizing the practice too much, and what could explain it if you don't have a principle that precedes it? And also the danger of falling on a very behavioristic view. But I think that one of the interesting things about, so one of the things that people seem to so a lot of people, logicians in particular, seem to not like this because they read it as, oh, well, he's against revision, this is an argument where it makes revision impossible. And that is not the point. This is a philosophical argument that goes against a certain way, or maybe a number of ways, of promoting the revision. But he had nothing against intuitionism, and whether he thought that was a real revision or not is another matter. But it wasn't that he thought, well, classical logic is all there is. Actually, what he was emphasizing is something that is pre-formal in a way. And he thought that intuitionism, one of the first conversations I had with Saul was in an elevator here at the Graduate Center. And I had worked on Dammit, and I was interested in intuitionism and so on. So I asked him, I said, I don't know how I phrased the question, but I said like revision, intuitionism. And then he said, it's not a revision, and it's another concept, and Chrysler and Gödel agreed with me and left the elevator. And I think a little bit of the idea here about intuitionism in particular was that you can actually formulate it using your intuitive reasoning. And you can actually say, well, you take this notion of proof and provability to be different, and then you see what follows from taking that on. And then you see the different rules follow from that. But the view that he didn't like was in a way, the Quinian view. I'll give you the rules, and then you infer the logic from them. You infer the meaning from them. And that's the view that he didn't think really worked. I mean, the idea is that first you have some intuitive grasp of what you are doing, and then you actually go and develop a semantics, a formal system, etc. And I think if you think about how intuitionism actually happened, that's the way it happened. They had an intuitive grasp of what they're doing, and then Brouwer did not like logic at all. He thought that Haydn was, losing, wasting his own time, like doing all this logic and trying to formulate exactly what. But there was a practice, and they understood what they were doing. And then they formulated their rules. There's a very funny passage in one of the seminars that he talks about Quine, and he says, like all these change of topic, change of logic, change of topic, and so on, and I want to say to them, you don't know what they mean? Ask them. Why don't you go ask them what they mean? And he had that way of actually making it funny and simple and making you see that it was really something not that hard to understand what he was after, and that really this idea came, finding idea, came from the, well, I give you the proof. I'll give you the rules, I'll give you the principles that you are going to accept, and you get the logic out of it. If I have different rules, then I can't understand what you mean. Well, really? I mean, can we understand? That does not seem to be happening. There's another matter here about what the intuitionists themselves thought they were doing, and the way they spoke about what they were doing, and they sound much more radical than Saul wants them to be. But that's a philosophical interpretation of what they were doing. They might well be wrong about that, and I think they are. And I actually think that Saul has a point. I mean, I think that what he thought is that, in a way, if you could give an interesting interpretation, well, then why not? That's fair game. And maybe all is logic, where you actually have a different concept and you understand, you know, all is, in classical logic itself, is not this intuitive reasoning either, because it had to be formulated. That's a formalization, you know. So there is something for him that precedes logic in the way that we understand it today, and that is more basic and might be unique. I have my doubts about that. I think that there are other cases in which you can run a similar kind of argument, and cases that he himself, truth, for instance. I know, the first person, acquiring the first person pronoun. And so well, I don't know, I probably should stop. Yeah, do I have to stop? Okay, well, maybe some people want to ask me questions, and yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll stop here, and then if you want to ask questions, yeah.
Okay, we have 15 minutes for questions.
So just, is the main moral of the problem then that when you're making an inference, you're already doing something, or you have to be able to do something, and then if you can't already do it, then adopting, you know, being told the rules is not. So I always just want to like find a neutral way to state the problem that doesn't sort of.
Yeah, I actually.
Because you seem to think it's not like just appealing to rationalism or something isn't going to help.
No.
Right.
I actually think that if what you mean by that is accessing the rule or the principle.
Understanding.
Yes. And actually, even if you make them innate, but you put them in your mind as a principle, not as something that you do, you know, the truth of the principle, that wouldn't work either. I mean, as you plug it in a computer, well. And
so is that why?
Oh, when I said this at the conference, there were some logicians that went crazy. What do you mean? There are computer scientists here.
So does that mean that it's conceptually prior to the rule following problem, because even if you have a determinate, even if you fix which rule it is,
yes,
you still wouldn't be able to adopt it. I always get this one confusing. I know you.
So I actually thought a little bit about this, and I have a chapter in my dissertation where I talk about how this relates to the rule-following considerations and Saul's interpretation. And if you think about it, so there are different ways of thinking about rule-following considerations, but if you take it as a problem, at least initially, about the determination of the rule, this is not that. I am giving him the rule, and he still cannot do anything with it. Now, you might also read the rule-following considerations as something that starts there but actually gets to the same point. And there are passages in the book where Saul says that. And so there's a passage where he emphasizes, and if you remember what you did, how would you know what to do now? And he quotes Wittgenstein's paragraph 3 in the remarks as something that gives a very, brief characterization of, and the problem is not how am I going to be able to tell what rule I'm following. Wittgenstein there in that passage says, how do I know what to do with this? And so, you could actually think of Harry as someone that if he ever gets out of this and gets to infer, he may have a determination problem. But you can also think about the rule-following considerations actually, in the end, as bringing into question the very possibility of rule-following, even though they start in different ways. They get there by... And there are passages I said that Saul thought that it's meant to give this seminar on Wittgenstein, but he never really got to talk about it. And the problem there was that at the time he was talking, the book wasn't out. So people didn't really think what he had in mind about the rule-following considerations. I mean, they had nothing to read from him. And but he says, there are like passages where he says, oh, all this relates to Wittgenstein, and it's very interesting how Lewis Carroll, because obviously this is related to Lewis Carroll, I didn't say that, but, and he never says what exactly the relation is supposed to be. But I think, obviously, rule following. But like Paul and both Paul Boghossian and Crispin have criticized Saul for actually accentuating a lot the problem about the determination of the rule and not how do I apply this rule here, and as being different problems, and as actually Saul addressing only one of them. But that's and I actually think that Saul saw it very clearly, and he was doing this at the same time, so he had to. But also that he thought that the end result was the same. That by questioning the determination of the rule, you actually end up questioning the role of the rule completely, whether it has a central role or not. Yeah. But it's not very, there are some, I had picked a couple of passages that I want to read to you. From Saul. So he says, Wittgenstein, in some passages in the remark on the foundations of mathematics, actually says that formal logic has completely perverted the thinking of philosophers, or something like that. I don't really quite hold to such a statement, but I think it does apply, so to speak, here, what has given people the very misleading impression that there can be alternative logic in the same way that there are alternative geometries, is the existence of alternative formal systems. You see, one might think, look, logic's got to be different from geometry because we need to use logic to draw conclusions from any hypothesis whatsoever. Well, now, this is supposed to have been answered with the notion of a formal system. Formal systems can be followed blindly. A machine can check the proof. You don't have to do anything at all, etc., etc. Nothing. And this will be a theme that I discuss, when I discuss Putnam in particular. Nothing is more erroneous. Of course, a machine can be programmed to check the proof, but we are not machines. And, obviously, there's that very long footnote when he talks about Dammit and so on. In the Wittgenstein book, the argument is very similar. And I don't even know where this comes from. And then there's another passage complaining about the Quinian picture, which he's going to, well, he says, obviously, we see that certain things follow from certain others. Rather than try to think this is as mysterious, of course, nothing could be less mysterious than that if all things are black, then the Eiffel Tower is bound to be black. Recognizing a principle of logic here seems to me to be rather, an unnecessary shuffle, to use Wittgenstein's phrase, a piece of extra baggage. But if one were in a position where one wants to leave that in suspense, then you can leave anything you please in suspense. You can choose to adopt both hypotheses, that all universal statements imply all of their conclusions, and the imperative of telling oneself from each universal statement, I will draw each conclusion, and still refuse to deduce this conclusion from this premise. Why not? If you are free without the principle of logic, why aren't you free with the principle of logic? And both are passages that I like a lot. And that is from the Princeton seminar, actually, not from the, I don't know, some version of this going to the paper, but the idea is that if this is something that really we have to accept, you can accept it. And because to actually do something with it, you have to infer accepting it. It's not a problem. Yes?
Sorry.
Yes, a question?
We have a queue of 3 questions.
Okay.
4 now. 5. Okay, so if we can keep the exchanges as brief as possible, we can get through all 5.
Hi, thank you. I had a question about maybe a distinction between certain principles of logic and others. Certainly with modus ponens or universal instantiation, I do see kind of a circularity issue, but I wonder if maybe other principles of logic are less central and maybe more amenable to the kind of revision or adoption that these seem to make difficult. So for example, I don't remember, but I don't think that I reasoned in accordance with the De Morgan principles before I took a logic class, but I think I was convinced in the class, oh yeah, these are valid, and I think I was able to do so afterward. And this is a little more malicious.
You changed your way of reasoning after taking logic?
I do think I did, because I took fewer steps to make the De Morgan transformation, whereas before it would have taken a few iterations to reach the same conclusion. Another case would be more perverse, but the Tonk rules, or using the Tonk operator, these are clearly invalid. I know how to do that, but I don't consider that part of my logic. But if someone philosophically convinced me that I should, I would know how to believe that principle and then start inferring according to that. So I would think that would be a bad revision, but it would be a revision in my logic. Do you have a sense of what Kripke might say, or what you might say in response to that?
Well, I think there are cases in which you can apply the argument directly, in cases in which you can't, whether that runs for that particular principle or not. And that's why I think it's important to see that the argument is really more philosophical instead of actually concerning a particular case. Because let's say that you bite the bullet and you think it applies to a bunch of basic principles. What will the Quinian view be? Oh, they are all statements like any other, except these ones. I mean, is there a divide or isn't there? I mean, the idea was that it was going to work for everything, So the whole argument starts to crumble. So if I get you to do it for one principle, that's enough, And and also, that you may be able to correct something, to do something in your practice because you allegedly accepted a principle, I think it depends on the principle and the circumstances, because if to do that, you have to actually use something that is incompatible with it, or then that would be a problem, because then I would be questioning whether you have really accepted the principle, you know. But it would depend on the particular case that we are looking at, I think. I think this is exactly why Saul wasn't so interested in making precise which are the principles for which this held, and why he thought that this was important against Putnam. Because see, Putnam, it does not apply to Putnam's case. So why is he bringing all this up? I mean, of course, he could be wrong. I doubt that.
Let me focus in the case of Harry and the Harry argument. Do you believe that the structure of the argument is a reductio? And if you accept that, this means that reductio is part of the fundamental principles in the natural logic?
I think there is something with negation, yes. Yes, I think that there is something with negation.
Suppose that.
Yes.
No?
Yeah.
And the structure is typically a
Yes.
reductor. You find
Yes,
the
I
impossible.
actually, when I thought about this, I did think of it as a reduction. And I don't know, but you know, as I said, Saul had a very specific objective in mind. When I worked on this, I was thinking more in terms of the epistemology of logic in general, and not just about, you know, you have to think the situation he was facing. This was very popular then, and he was annoyed, and he thought that, you know, one of the things that annoyed him the most about that paper was that he thought that, he calls it methodological assent. So instead of actually Putnam giving arguments about why the distributive law is not intuitive or should be dropped, what he tells you is that, well, look, the notion of self-evidence, I don't know, look how it fell here, fell there, and so we should drop it because it's led us astray. And he has a very funny passage that he says, look, I mean, if we're gonna do that, why don't we do it with the scientific method too? Because he has led us astray too, you know. But I think what bothered him was that once you, even if you swallow all the arguments that Putnam gives you, you still feel that the distributive law is intuitive. You still would be inclined to do that. And you have to drop it just because of some of the reasons that have nothing really to do with it, you know? And it will feel as intuitive as before. I think I said to you when we were out, I think that Saul thought that the only thing that could kill an intuition is another intuition, not arguments coming from another place, you know? You may realize that your intuition was misguided because you got another intuition that is better. And the example here is Aristotelian logic, and you know, well, the case when they overlooked the empty set, the empty case. And then, well, you see, okay, so yeah, you have that case, you overlooked it, and then it seems reasonable why it was wrong, why your intuition was wrong in the first place. You understand what you are doing. And in this other case, it's just like drop it because it's convenient. And what he didn't like was, he talks about this methodological assent as a softening up method, where, you know, they get you with the Euclidean and Euclidean geometries, and then you start feeling, okay, well, I don't know, maybe my intuitions are confused, and how can I trust them, and blah, blah, blah. And then, but it feels the same that it felt before, because
You've given no argument against that in particular, other than that it is convenient to drop it.
Okay, I've decided that we're going to use the 5 minutes before the next talk for this question period. So it's extended a little bit, but we have 3 questions still in the queue, and I think about 3 minutes. So let's start here.
Thank you very much for this talk, but as you know, I've heard it before, and at that time also, I liked it very much. I think it's a very important point. Now, I want to ask you a question about something related, and at the same time, not the same. You're probably familiar with the dialogue, Meno, of Plato, right?
Yeah.
And in that dialogue, Socrates says, supposing you have a 2x2 square, right? He's having a conversation with a slave boy, and he says, supposing you have a square which is 2x2, its area is 4, how do you construct a square whose area is 8, right? And the boy tries various things, double the side, go to 3, and so on and so forth. But eventually, asking questions only, Socrates shows him that you have to have the square of the diagonal, and that will have this area 8, right? Now, the point that Socrates makes is that since he only asked the boy questions, the knowledge must already have been there in the boy. And then I think that this becomes Plato's argument for reincarnation, that it was already there, right? Yeah. Now, here I want to ask a similar question. Actually, Chomsky also makes a similar point, that for a child there is not enough time to learn its language, and therefore some parts of the language must be inborn. So would you say that universal instantiation is already inborn in human beings, and it's just brought out?
I would say that it depends on how you're understanding that. If you're understanding as being able to see that the principle is true, or that you have that rule there and you have to apply it, no, the problem reproduces at that level still. But it might mean something else, like a mechanism in which there might be something physiological going on. I don't know. I mean, I assume there is, because we are able to do this. So it depends on how you're thinking about it. I mean, like something like accessing the truth of the principle would not be enough. And I think at least for addition, I actually in my dissertation talk about that, the comparison with Plato's case, and I talk about addition, and I think that in the case of addition, if someone gave you addition and you didn't know anything about it, it would in principle be possible. It would be possible in principle for a person to do it. I don't know about counting, the notion of succession, if that, can be given as a principle and you would pick it up. I think my suspicion is no, but I don't know.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
I have to cut off this exchange here. We have, I think, half a minute for the last.
Ask Paul.
Half a minute. Look, so I think the case of Harry, which may be really original with you, at least the way it's developed, is a reductio of something. And the question is, what is it a reductio of? One thing that seems clear that we can say is that it shows that inference is something we do, it's an action, and that cannot itself be captured just by attributing a belief or some other intentional state to the person. Mm-hmm. So that's fixed. But then the question is, well, does it show something more? Does it show something about what inference can and cannot be? And it seems to me that it does. You see, because if you say, well, okay, inference is a matter of having an inferential rule in mind and then inferring something from it, that will land you in trouble all by itself.
Yeah.
So what we know now is that we're suddenly in this position. If inference involves guidance by the statement of a rule, then that guidance cannot be inferential. And if the other alternative is that we've discovered that inference does not involve guidance at all. It's an exception. If it's to be regarded as rule-like, it's got to be considered purely dispositional. So suddenly we have this interesting thing. Inference is either dispositional, which is very un-Kripkean, or it involves guidance by a rule, but non-inferentially.
Yes. Actually, you know, there it is. Exactly what I was saying. The pull, the Platonist pull, and the habit pull, and not finding any satisfaction in either. I have, you know, that I've struggled with this because I don't really like the idea that we have to give up the idea of guidance. I don't like the idea of having to give up the idea of having some notion of the rule, because we clearly seem to pick up patterns from what others do. Animals seem to pick up patterns very quickly. Well, I'm around animals more than you, so believe me. Yeah, I mean, so what is that we are actually extracting? And once we actually pick it up, maybe unconsciously, what role do they play? But I think that it has to be something very fluid in the beginning. They cannot start from some kind of formal kind of structure in the head. It has to be fluid, where you pick up the pattern, sometimes you don't pick it right, sometimes, you know, you just are confused, and then it starts being more precise. I mean, but you're not really following much in the beginning until you have a clear idea of it. And then you can formulate, once you have the pattern, then you can formulate and see whether it's valid. I mean, like, because the practice is very mixed bag. We do a lot of things that are wrong, you know. And, but yeah, I mean, I think two things. There has to be something more fluid, and also think that there has to be a back and forth between the practice and whatever it is that we have in the head when, you know, when we actually capture some pattern, that they influence each other from what we see to what we have in the head and back to the practice. Yeah, not a very satisfying answer.
Can I stop you there?
I'm sorry. But Saul struggled too, so I'm fine with struggling.
Okay. I need to stop you, I'm afraid.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Romina.
It wasn't as bad as I thought it would be.
I would also like to take just a moment for us to thank Romina for everything that she did for Saul in his life.
I did not, however, organize this conference. I did nothing to organize this conference. Everything is due to Yiannis and Anandi. So nothing.
Thank you, Romina. Okay, our next speaker and the final speaker of the conference and the day is David Chalmers.
Great. Well, thank you so much to Romina, to Anandi, and especially to Yale for all of the hard work that's gone into organizing this marvelous event. I know that all of us are really grateful to have been here. So many thanks. I first encountered Saul through his, as many of us did, through his writings. I think it was Naming a Necessity in my, actually my first year of graduate school. I read Naming a Necessity, maybe just lecture one, for a seminar taught by my advisor, Doug Hofstadter, at Indiana University. Actually, I think Doug mostly focused on the essentialism and wasn't wild about the idea that people's essence involved, like, their origins, as opposed to, for example, their psychology, their ideas. Surely Einstein's essence was something about his thought, not something about his origins. Actually, the first time I read it, I don't recall it doing that much for me. My second or third year in graduate school, I came back to it. I came back to naming and necessity. And by this point, I'd been thinking quite a lot about the mind-body problem and some of the metaphysical and epistemological issues. And I read Naming and Necessity, and it was like the scales fell from my eyes. This was like, it provided such a wonderful framework for thinking about the interaction of issues in metaphysics, in epistemology, in the philosophy of language and mind. I mean, especially about the relationship between the a priori and the necessary, and consequences for thinking about the relationships between metaphysics and epistemology. For me at least, it seemed, okay, well, we've got Saul has distinguished so beautifully the necessary and the a priori, or as we might put it, the metaphysical modalities and the epistemic modalities. For me, at least, it was very natural to see this through a kind of two-dimensional lens with, the metaphysically possible worlds and the epistemically possible worlds, ways things might have been and ways things might be. And it almost seemed explicit to me in Naming and Necessity that Saul was spelling out a picture of the relationship between the necessary and the a priori of this kind. Now, I know that not everybody reads Naming and Necessity this way. People have drawn many different conclusions from Naming and Necessity, but I think this brings out something about how rich the book is. It's Naming it. Every time I go back to it, it's extraordinary. It's extraordinary in so many ways. It's one of the things that's extraordinary about it is it's simultaneously so dense with ideas, like the number of important, maybe revolutionary ideas expressed in its pages are enormous. And all this happens in 100 pages or so. So the density is enormous, and somehow all this is done with the lightest of touches. That Saul just casual. It's a page turner, as many people have observed. It's done incredibly casually in this lightweight way with no excess baggage. But somehow, at the end of this, you've done your light reading and your worldview has been overturned. It's interesting actually to think about Saul. The book and Saul's work in general is, we've spoken at this meeting quite a lot, I think, about Saul's work as a logician. Many people think about Saul as, I guess, first a logician and a philosopher of language and a metaphysician. We've heard about aspects of all those areas of Saul's work here. I guess Paul and Romina focused on some of his epistemological ideas. I'd like to just take a moment to highlight Saul's work as a philosopher of mind. He's not always, it's not always the first thing that comes to mind when you think of Saul, or you think of the philosophy of mind. But in fact, his contributions to the philosophy of mind have been really quite extraordinary. And of course, there are those famous final few pages of Naming and Necessity when he makes one of the most important contributions to discussions of the mind-body problem in the last 50 to 100 years. Pages that we're still grappling with, pages that were very influential on me. But at the same time, there's the Wittgenstein book, which has really become one of the absolutely classic texts and the foundations of intentionality. The question of, in virtue of what does the mind have its contents interacting with so many issues in, say, the naturalization of semantics and intentionality. I think in some ways this has like become the foundational work in that area. Obviously, especially where connections to normativity and dispositions are concerned. But I mean, I read the Wittgenstein book almost every year when I teach the pro seminar for first-year graduate students at NYU, which I've done 3 times now. Actually, this year, I did it twice before, taught the Wittgenstein book twice before. This year, we just changed it up a bit and didn't teach the Wittgenstein book. And actually, the graduate students complained. They said, it was a great seminar, you know, but we needed to read Kripke on intentionality. That's a major contribution to the philosophy of mind. But even beyond those, you know, obviously the contributions to the Kripke-Putnam externalist picture of content and meaning is one of the most important ideas in philosophy of mind in the latter half of the 20th century. The puzzle about belief, of the consequent referentialist view about belief contents, the criticisms of functionalism. There's also Saul's very important work on the knowledge argument that, you know, quite a lot of people don't know about because it was it was never published. But yeah, towards the end of in the late 1970s, Saul gave a whole seminar on the mind-body problem, where he laid out a version of the knowledge argument, you know, later made famous by Frank Jackson, with roots that go back to C.D. Broad. But it's really an extraordinary work. Adriana Raniero has recently been you know, going over Saul's work in this area. There are transcripts. I know Adriana has an article actually coming out analyzing some of Saul's work on the knowledge argument, which really brings out some of the insights there. You know, in some cases, decades ahead of their time. So really, I think of Saul as one of the great philosophers of mind of the 20th century, and it's you know, he's made really extraordinary contributions in that area. But at the same time, Saul is such a holistic philosopher. Simultaneously, metaphysics, epistemology, philosophy of language, philosophy of mind, normativity, it's all in there. It's done simultaneously. It's a kind of philosophy that's not a philosophical style that's not done much anymore, but I think maybe it's harder these days. Everyone specializes. You don't get the opportunity to take that global picture in the way that Saul did until maybe later in one's career. But I think it's really extraordinary work. More personally, later I guess I first actually met Saul at the David Lewis Memorial in Princeton in 2002, where Margaret Gilbert introduced us, but didn't really get to know him until I moved to New York City for part-time. Initially, I think it was in 2010 that Saul visited a mind and language seminar that Ted Sider and I were co-convening on the topic of something like the sources or the grounds of intentionality. And yeah, Saul visited one week, and I think the official discussion topic was his paper on the first person, but we used this as a way in to explore many, many aspects of Saul's views about intentionality, about reference, about the mind-language relation. And you know, Saul was just terrific. It was you know, responsive, full of the lengthy anecdotes that everyone who knew Saul knows and loves. I mean, this is the you know, by this point, you know, Paul talked about Hurricane Saul in the early days, who was, you know, a force of nature, perhaps sometimes difficult, but throwing out powerful ideas. left and right. I suppose by this point, this was maybe, I don't know, gentle breeze soul, with occasional powerful gusts that would come out from time to time. I mean, it was clear meeting Saul. I mean, it was very easy to see this is someone who had been through some difficult times, but who had come out the other side and was happy to be there. It was very obvious that Romina had an enormous positive influence, and Romina and Fernando collectively on Saul's life. He was marvelous company then. I remember after the seminar, we went out to dinner, and somehow we got onto two of Saul's obsessions. The dinner conversation was mostly about Hitler and Wittgenstein. I don't know if they were his number one and number two obsessions. There were some other ones in there, but those were close, and especially that book, which is about whether Hitler and Wittgenstein attended school together, and so on. Saul had many opinions about that book. I remember I said, "Oh yeah, I read that book." He said, "You read that book? What do you think about chapter 4, section 3, where Anyway, so Saul, yeah, he really, actually, these were topics at which Saul really came alive. After this, I think, we spent quite a lot of time with, Claudia and I spent a lot of time with Romina and Fernando and Saul, many dinners and parties and so on. The one I remember best was a somewhat dark occasion of election night 2016, where Claudia and I thought we'd put on a party, perhaps to, I don't know what we were thinking, to celebrate the triumph of Hillary Clinton. To have just a fine night watching the results coming in, and the night did not turn out the way that anyone expected. But Saul was there all night, gripped, glued to the TV. I remember as things got close, for quite a while he was holding on to the possibility that one electoral vote from his hometown of Omaha, Nebraska, could still turn the tide. Okay, it didn't go that way, and we came to the end of the evening facing the possibility that Donald Trump would be the next president of the United States, and I just couldn't shake the feeling that we were in a Saul Kripke thought experiment, an extreme thought experiment. What if that guy, that very guy, Donald Trump, were elected president? As if you take the most implausible possibility epistemologically, but we can still make sense of it metaphysically. And you think we left? Yeah. Yeah, there was. We were all glued to the TV. I remember I was glued to the New York Times Needle all night, just watching where it was. But by the end of that evening, it was a dark time. But I felt very glad to have been there with friends like you and Saul. The last time I saw Saul, as I think for a few of us, was at the meeting in Hudson last year that Michael Devitt and others put on to celebrate naming and necessity. It was another difficult and dark time. Fernando had died recently, but it was very good for. I was very glad to be there with Saul, Romina, and so many friends. I mean, the conference was, there were sessions. I don't think there were exactly papers, but there were discussion sessions about aspects of Saul's work. Here are his views about meaning. Here are his views about modality, and so on. And I guess there was perhaps a little of the sense that everyone there was trying to claim a little bit of Saul's legacy. Here is how Saul influenced me, and by implication, this is the direction where Saul's legacies should go. I think that's natural. Maybe there's even been some of this here. Who knows? But I think that's natural. I mean, and especially now. I mean, that's when a great philosopher passes. Their legacy is, to some extent, up for grabs. Kant dies. What is it to be a Kantian? Wittgenstein dies. What is it to be a Wittgensteinian? We don't know all of these things immediately. Traditions remain to be established. I mean, it was interesting. While we had Saul there, we could ask him, and people did ask him these questions. But as has been observed on a number of occasions, Saul was remarkably inscrutable about these matters, full of warmth and positive words for almost everyone, but it almost always fell short of endorsement or commitment. I mean, it's like Saul would never do anything so vulgar as actually, endorse a theory. It's like that's just that was just not his style. But now, finally, Saul is gone. We no longer have him as an anchor. We just have his ideas and what we make of them. As with all the great philosophers, I think those ideas of Saul's are going to be making interesting new philosophy for years to come, and we can only see where Saul's ideas take us. So Saul, you're now with Frege and Kant. You're with Wittgenstein and Anscombe in the great beyond. That is, you'll be living on in our ideas and in the ideas of those to come. You'll be living on in history, and you live on in our memory. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of the conference. I wanted to close simply by thanking Yale, especially for all the work he put in. We've already thanked him. Let's thank him once again. I would also like to thank David, who's been working the electronic equipment up there, invisibly but beautifully. Thank you.